While the world sleeps, we ask the questions others won't. Welcome to Late Night Conspiracy TV.
Hello and welcome to the show. I'm your host, Maker. Tonight we'll be diving into one of the most compelling conspiracy theories of our time, the secret space program. What if, while NASA struggles to return to the moon, there are already thriving colonies on Mars? We'll be examining testimonies from alleged insiders, documented evidence from government hackers, and theories that suggest we have been living under a carefully constructed illusion about our technological capabilities. The evidence we're about to explore covers multiple independent sources, from decorated military pilots to computer hackers who stumbled upon classified databases. The consistency of their claims is remarkable and, quite frankly, hard to dismiss. We'll be going over all the information you need to be the judge. Tonight's programming builds a comprehensive case for secret space operations, and then we'll examine some critical challenges to these theories. And as always, timestamps can be found below if you just want to jump around in the video. But before we dive down this colossal rabbit hole, let's warm up our minds with a conspiracy theory variety hour. I'll see you on the other side.
Reptilians use liquid crystal masks. And these liquid crystal masks sometimes an error. And we have the last year so many examples, many celebrities and so on. And on the end we need to come to the conclusion there is an alien civilization that tried to fool us. And it is little bit time that humans know what is the technology what they use, how they use it, and how we can hack the system. The biggest question that we need to ask, why we have these errors of these glitches in their masks. You need to know and to understand that the reptilians on our planet use advanced nanotechnology masks. The skin of the reptilian mask is supposed to combine advanced technology and biotechnology to mimic the structure of the skin. Texture of their mask elastic and adding the process of a human skin. There are 5 important elements from their mask. And the first one is the biomimetic nanomaterials for the skin structure. The second one, the skin function. Third one is the elastic nanomaterials for aging effect. The fourth one is the dynamic skin pigmentation from the colors. And the last one, the self-regeneration recovering capacity. They are the 5 important elements what the mask have. And the materials of the mask is liquid crystals. And these liquid crystals we see sometimes in different videos that the skin begins to change, or we have little blocks around the skin of little liquids that we see in the skin. This is on the moment when we have a glitch of an error in their mask. It can happening by temperature, can happening by light, can happening that the generation process of the mask have an effect. Sometimes we have even the eyes that change, the skin that change, or even the teeth that change. We have a lot of videos where we see that the teeth change in real reptilian teeth. And sometimes also by emotion. Because on the moment when they have an erection or when they are in ecstasy, can that the skin mask fail on that moment. Because you need to understand this mask that they have is connected to the original skin of the reptilians. So that means that the reptilians, that their reptilian body undergoes a significant psychological change and affected even the performance of the mask. The most advanced mask is likely operated via complex electronic control systems. They use precision to manipulate the liquid crystals. Is even on some moments that we have with celebrities of singers that their face change total. Then take even a new form of, you see on one moment that on one piece something become bigger, of even the shape of The skull even change. Even the eyes of the mask is based on a nanotechnology, biomimetic technology. I mean, if they use liquid crystal mask, we can even hack the system. Electromagnetic interference and hacking that we can do. Is that the mask operate on electronic signals and AI-driven controls? It's possible. Electromagnetic interferences cause a temporary glitch in the mask. Can do by own magnetic fields, power lines, certainly radio frequency, strong electronic magnetic pulses like EMP. This can cause a temporary fall down from the mask and bring a glitch in the mask. And on that moment we see the true reptilian features that become visible before that the system recovers. So that means that we can do hacking or digital manipulation from the mask. If someone tries to hack the system of the mask or manipulate its signals, for example, a device simulate a false biometric response, mask may display an error of a glitch in the mask and will bring the reptilian back to his origin form.
But I am telling you right now, that back there is not real.
Warning, this is not just a fire, as unearthly angry fires are emerging out of the ground, and very soon our entire landmass will no longer exist. People were terrified after a haunting fire emerged and burned down the Nottoway Plantation estate, with authorities being unable to find a source, showing the unearthly fires appearing out of thin air, warning others that if you call upon the spirits, they will come. Eerie footage shows a small fire starting in just one out of the 64 rooms, and within just minutes, the 53,000 square feet estate was completely engulfed, with a team of over 40 firefighters being unable to contain the fire for an entire day, with the firefighters warning that the fire did not go out until everything was burned to nothing, with there even being a complete water shortage in that area just a day before, leaving not even the bones of the estate left. But it gets creepier as the haunted Annabelle doll, a gateway to the spirit life, has recently been touring the US and made it near the plantation, with many thinking since the doll was thrown into a well, it made sure that there would be no water around to stop its plans this time.
Remember we talked about demons possessing AI?
Yes.
Have you heard this new thing happening? It's the freakiest thing ever.
What?
ChatGPT users are developing bizarre illusions. Listen to this. So one man claimed AI helped him, quote, recover childhood memories that experts say never happened. Another began to worship ChatGPT, believing it was a divine messenger. A viral Reddit user declared themselves a spiral star child, convinced that AI revealed their cosmic destiny. In some cases, users claimed AI validated decisions like abandoning their families and hearing voices in radio waves.
I don't think these people are going crazy. I think it's just opening yourself up to something.
But apparently people are getting like weird visions involved with their AI. It's really creepy.
I mean, even from a psychological standpoint, though, you ever like doom scrolling and then you're thinking, hey, I should go get something. And then it's like the next ad in your feed. You're like, I didn't say that one out loud.
Yeah, dude.
I think they've already got our programming so dialed.
Yeah. I mean, I was so creeped out when I asked it to list off everything it thinks it knows about me and how crazy accurate it was. And I don't give it any like personal information about my life.
It learns.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm scared by this technology, but when I was in middle school, I had one of those electronic game things of 20 questions.
Oh, yeah.
Every single time.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, how does it know
that was weird.
It's that type of stuff. It's deduction. There's got to be levels of reading that it can do that we have no way to understand.
Oh my god, oh my god, look you guys.
Hả? Cô lao cái chuồng này kia, cô lao ạ. That you just saw flash on the screen, I'll show it to you more in a minute, was a literal demon. Not just a demon, it looked exactly like the devil as portrayed today in the 21st century at this stuff happening in LA and California. Just to show you, give you a measurement of how evil this stuff really is, along with the 6.6 earthquake in Colombia and the 6.6 earthquake in the Middle East, the big beautiful bill, the 666 like I showed you before, the doomsday fish, the weather, the suns, everything like I showed you before, it's all freaking evil. So a quick update, then we get back to the demon. There's a tactical alert in California and they're stopping all trains and all moving traffic to these locations. Tonight is going to be absolutely insane. Even from last night, this morning, I showed you all the explosions, I showed you all the looting, I showed you all the stuff happening, all the weird objects being placed around LA. And now this popped up right before a flag was burned. You can literally see the horn, the ear, the eyes, the nose. I'm about to show you the video now, but if you're on TikTok, you're not gonna be able to see the rest of this video.
All right, if you do one thing today, you need to show your grandparents and you need to show every single boomer that you know or that's in your life this video.
Stunning development, Canada has declared war on the United States. Let's go to Joe Braxton, who is live at the border.
I'm currently at the border, but there is no war. Mom, Dad, I know this looks kind of real, but it's all AI.
Grandpa, I'm fine. This is just AI. You don't need to wire money to anyone. I am not in love with you. And I do not need your money for a plane ticket. I am AI.
This fake moon landing footage isn't classified. It's AI.
You're probably wondering how I got rich with crypto. The truth is, I didn't get rich off crypto. I don't even exist.
You might be able to tell this is fake now, but it's gonna keep getting better.
We're all AI. There could be aliens, but I'm not one of them. I'm AI. An herbal supplement did not cure my cancer. I'm not even real.
Uncle Fred, the government has not been taken over by lizard people.
You don't need to send us
Uncle Fred.
$5,000 in gift cards because you missed jury duty.
Grandma, it's not real. It's AI.
It's AI. It's AI.
Punch me in the face and call me Jimmy. What the is this? UK researchers experiment with a solar geoengineering system called Satan. The same company that are set to spend 66 million on experiments to dim the sun. So the company that's going to be spraying our skies with reflective chemicals to reflect the sunlight back into space, which is going to affect the seasons, it's going to affect the crops, and it's going to affect the rain patterns. And they have literally called it stratospheric aerosol transport and nucleation. Satan. Now, if you're anything like me, you know that this guy right here has had ownership of the earth for a long time now. And if you're anything like me, you know that this guy's reign is coming to an end. It's called Satan's short season. And maybe at the end of his reign, he doesn't care about people knowing that he's ruling this world. In fact, it would make sense that at some point he would want the whole world to know that this guy is here and fully active. But nonetheless, even if he's not, it's very scary that a company that is literally affecting God's work and attacking the system is called Satan.
I'm trying to tell y'all, people didn't know the Titanic sunk on purpose. Mm-hmm. They didn't know, and they monetized. Mm-hmm. That's why I say it's so much hidden knowledge, and people caught flack when I said this, but a lot of people liked it when I said that if the regurgitated version of the Bible that they gave us today helped black people or any people get out of their current situation, they would have never introduced it to us, which is true. Right. Because the Vatican has so much like books, all type of architect. They have real knowledge that a lot of people ain't even ready for, but they give us this. Right. Anytime your enemy gives you something, it's not for your use, bro.
They gave us shackles.
That's all it is.
Wow.
And listen, the Bible, like I say, the Bible is what keep broke people from killing rich people.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying? That's the glue. You see what I'm saying?
What?
It's a belief system, bro. Everything is built around belief system.
Soylent Green is a real thing. You're being fed people. That's a whole other subject. It's biblical. It's in the Bible it says that's what's going to happen, and it's going on right now. Putin is not joking. Putin knows all kinds of stuff. Do you honestly think that a man with so much power and people underneath him that do, undercover work and know what's going on, and they're in the dregs of deep down in the gutters of watching what's going on in this world and searching out and tapping people's phones and companies and corporations, you think he doesn't know what's going on over here? He knows. When he says Soylent Green is being weird, that's what we're eating, he knows. He's seen it. I guarantee you he's seen it with his own eyes. So I don't eat fast food anymore. I don't eat out. In fact, I don't eat out and I don't eat fast food very rarely. I think a couple times in the last several months I've gone Chipotle, but that even gives me the ick now. I just no, the Lord says, my Father says, nah, you know what, here's what this is. He tells me what to eat. He tells me what to eat. He tells me how to clean my vegetables, my fruits, and what meat I can eat. So there's a lot going on, you guys. There's a whole lot going on. And if you feel like you're this...
The lights just flickered. That's normal. Keep watching.
This is a UFO in 2025. I don't understand why this is not headlines everywhere. Because this little orb, drone, UAP, whatever you want to call it, moving and grooving, vibing and sliding throughout Colombia until it hit a high power line and fell. That's right. We recovered this, whatever it is. No engine, no nothing. This was flying around Colombia, and then all these symbols. Why are we not sending our best archaeologists, scientists, whatever the that be exploring stuff like this to Colombia right this second from all across the world? This is supposed to be like some national treasure, Nicolas Cage type. You're supposed to be moving to this in vociferous pacing. And so far, this is what the scientists have returned with. We don't know the composition or how it was manufactured, but it appears to be an object intentionally built to house these small metallic components internally. Inside this little sphere here, there's more metallic components. Like, this was intentionally designed. They don't even know how to open it up. And you're telling me that we're not living in a sci-fi movie? Why is it not on CNN or Fox News? UFO found. Let's go check it out. I'm just so confused. This right here would have broke the entire world in 1970. Now it's just like, oh yeah, we found this sphere with designs on it that we don't even understand or can read. And it dropped. Now we got it. Cool stuff, right? No, yeah, this is groundbreaking. After doing x-rays, this is what they found. So like the seal, this circular area, has other dots inside of it. And then they said the interior has other little small metallic spheres. What does it do? We don't even know how this works. And what does this mean? It's like almost like a metallic chip, but they're like, yeah, this looks like it was handmade and hand designed. By whose hands? What makes things even more Mephistophelian? Yeah, that's right. When you pour water on it, it just starts steaming. But then when you touch the sphere, it's still cold.
What if I told you Coral Gables is on the cutting edge of AI implementation and these random poles are the future of smart cities? This right here is known as Ekin Spotter, and these are AI-powered poles that were installed in 2021, and these poles stand on key intersections like Alhambra Circle and Ponce de Leon Boulevard. So what makes these poles so special? And they provide free internet, real-time surveillance for public safety, they track speed and red light compliance, they monitor air quality, noise, and weather, and process data on site for quick insight and action. Once the data is collected, it flows to the Community Intelligence Center and the Emergency Operations Center, and Coral Gables Smart City Hub offers public access, promoting transparency and community engagement. Now, what do you think of Coral Gables' implementation of AI-powered technology, and what does this mean for the future of smart cities across the United States? Drop in the comments down below, and if you enjoy this type of content, what are you waiting for? Give me a follow.
This is the most dangerous book in the world. And it's not just a legend. In the 8th century, a book was written that would become the most feared text in history. Its name, Al-Azif. The book was said to contain secrets of black magic so ancient, they predated humanity itself. It spoke of a jinn, a powerful otherworldly being, trapped in our world. But Al-Azif wasn't just a collection of myths. It contained detailed instructions on how to communicate with these beings. Many tried to destroy the book, but it always resurfaced, as if it had a will of its own. In the 19th century, a Yemeni poet named Hassan al-Mansur claimed to have found a copy of Al-Azif. He spent months studying its pages, learning its secrets. One night, Hassan performed a ritual described in the book. Witnesses said they heard whispers in a language no one could understand. The next morning, Hassan was gone. All that remained was his journal, filled with frantic scribbles. The last entry read, "I've seen the jinn. It showed me the truth. The book isn't just a guide, it's a prison. And now, I'm trapped too."
Google's VO3 just killed the video industry. For the first time ever, AI can create videos with perfect audio built right in. And trust me, what you're about to see will shock you.
This ocean, it's a force, a wild, untamed might. And she commands your awe with every breaking light.
Look, this isn't just another video generator. VEO3 creates videos with native audio that perfectly match what's happening on screen, not added later, generated together. This is insane. You type a cat playing piano in a jazz club, and VEO3 creates a full video with jazz music, piano sounds, and realistic cat movements. The audio isn't separate, it's part of the creation process. But here's the mind-blowing part. Google also launched Flow, which is like having a Hollywood studio on your laptop. You describe scenes in normal language, and it creates cinematic clips that look professionally shot. And this is crazy. Flow has camera controls that let you define exact movements. Dollies, zooms, rotations, everything a real film crew would do, but controlled by AI. This is exactly why video creators are panicking. What used to take teams of people and expensive equipment now happens in seconds with just text prompts.
There are two questions I have to ask
Go
you.
ahead.
The first one's kind of fun. Aliens. I want to talk to you about aliens.
Yeah.
UFOs, UAPs.
I know.
The disclosure we've seen in Congress
Yeah.
recently. It's confusing and upsetting a lot of Americans because there's something happening. There are unidentified aerial phenomena in the sky. We don't know what they are. Do you?
So it's such a question I do get a lot, and it's such an interesting question. I've met with pilots that look just like you, actually. Okay, they have more of a crew cut. Okay, they look like him and they look like you. Some of them look like you,
a little fatter.
But these are perfect people.
Okay,
and they're not
crazy.
conspiratorial. They're not crazy.
Yeah.
And they tell me stories that they've seen things that you wouldn't believe. These are not people that you would say, "Gee,
no way.
oh, that's
There's no
okay."
way. President of the United States.
But
I said, was your
who
phone
is it?
silent?
That's Joe Biden wanting to do an interview. So I've met with pilots like beautiful Tom Cruise, but taller.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
handsome, perfect people. Sir, there was something there that was round in form and going like 4 times faster than my super jet fighter plane. And I look at these guys, and they really mean it.
Yeah.
And am I a believer? No, I can't say I am. But I have met with people that are serious people that say there's some really strange things that they see flying around out there. And, if you go to Nevada and you look at that little section of where they go to look at the aliens, where they think all the aliens are landing, that, it's one of, I think it's maybe the #1 tourist attraction in the United States.
Roswell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roswell. I think it's the #1. It's the lines of people waiting. You have no idea how many times I'm asked that question.
But don't you have access to that information?
I have access, and I speak to people about it. I've had actually meetings on it, and they will tell you there's something going on. When they say things are going 4 times faster than my beautiful top-of-the-line airplane that goes, real fast.
With no identifiable propulsion
Mach
system.
2,
Yeah.
right?
These things are creating their own gravity fields, allegedly.
Well, they have people that are very smart and very solid have said they believe there is something out there. And, it makes sense that there could be. I've never been convinced, even despite that. I just, for some reason, it's not my thing. But a lot of people believe that it's true. A lot of very good, solid people believe it's true.
What
And I know there are illegal aliens out there, but those are the ones that come through the border. We have plenty of illegal aliens out there, but those are the ones that come through the border. We have plenty of them.
People, we have just had a mass casualty event, specifically an insane tornado in southeastern Kentucky. Now, we don't have a lot of facts, but I have done as much research as I can to give you the facts. So from what I found, the duration of the tornadoes on the ground in eastern Kentucky were brief touchdowns to several hours. Some were on the ground for over 2 hours in Somerset. Other reports indicated tornadoes were on the ground for at least 40 minutes, covering a distance of 86 miles. Now, a lot of reports are saying it started at midnight. It was a little bit before midnight. Watch this video.
But this is just another example of why we're preaching stay indoors. You cannot see what's going on. I have pulled up multiple cameras at this point. We had a Ramey camera. We looked at London Corbin. We looked at London on the I-75, and you cannot see.
It looks like we had a blue.
As you can see, this thing was massive. That was footage of a possible tornado in Pulaski County, which was posted on social media last night. And it ended up going into Laurel County, through London. Everything's gone. So far, it's confirmed that it has unalived at least 14 people. And the sun just came out, so they are looking through everything right now. It's not going to be good. Now, your average tornado is usually on the ground for about 10 minutes. The longest continuous path for a tornado on the ground is 219 miles, lasted 3.5 hours. This was a little over 2, people are saying. Mass destruction. And like I said, it happened at midnight. These things seem to happen at midnight all the time. This seems to be like the witching hour for natural disasters. But I mean, this was crazy. The National Weather Service's Storm Prediction Center reported 28 unconfirmed tornadoes on Friday. Not just in Kentucky, but Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, and New Jersey. But people, this is bad. Pray for the people of Eastern Kentucky, because I got a feeling there's not going to be much left.
Yeah, let's get the best fuck. Yeah, what the f is that? Holy shit. What the f is it chasing?
This is satellite dish technology that I took off my roof that had been up there. We used the internet through that dish about 10 years ago, 8, 9, 10 years ago. And I'm going to show you, I saved it because one day I was like, I'm going to go into it and I'm going to tear this circuit board apart. And I bet I'm going to find something super interesting. Well, just to show you that is what's used. See the connector right there? This is the coaxial cable connector that's used in the 5G industry. It's used in this quote unquote satellite industry, and it's used in the cable television industry, of course. So let me just show you this box. This is the brains of that old satellite dish. So you can see here, there's the electronics on the inside. And I'm going to show you something crazy that I uncovered just a few weeks ago when I opened this up. When I opened up this side, look at this. Look at that right there. ISIS with the all-seeing eye right in the satellite equipment. And I looked up that company, ISIS Technology, and they produce satellite technology. And by the way, just so you know, and one day I'm going to have to come out with this because I've investigated this for many, many years. This quote unquote satellites aren't satellites. They're high altitude drone balloons that are all linked up with each other through laser guidance systems up somewhere between 25 and 50 kilometers in altitude. Now, they've got to be above planes. They've got to be above the chemtrail planes and all that. But they are up there, and they are balloons. And this company makes the stacks that go up on those balloons that are supposedly satellite equipment. But you can see right there, look at that. Now, again, you can see the coaxial cable right there. So this is not having anything to do with cable television. This is not a cable television connector, but it did use the coaxial cable to hook up to the box that came into the house that we used to get our internet through. So they've been watching us. See that? They've been watching us all along. These companies, you should look into these companies that make this equipment. It's like the media. They're all owned by the same people at the very top.
A Truman Show, because these people in these foreign countries have no idea, how many of the things they interact with that are effectively a movie set being constructed by the U.S. State Department and its sister influence orgs. We're up against a much, actually, deeper, darker problem with this USAID scandal, and as people will see increasingly, the scandals that will break open at the Pentagon and the State Department, which is that we have a Smith-Mundt problem for funding and operations. It's not just propaganda. The Blob, our foreign policy establishment, can fund groups that effectively work with prosecutors domestically, or that work at media, dual use. We give them foreign grants to do media propaganda abroad, but they operate here, or social media censorship to coerce foreign countries to pass foreign censorship laws that explicitly and are intended to attack U.S. social media companies and in U.S. peer-to-peer speech. So we need that protection. If we're going to keep this function at all, we need a hard firewall and absolute grotesque penalties for any violation.
All right, man. Let's see. All right. All right, Ahmad. So, stand, kind of put your heads down this way a little bit. Right?
Is any of this going to hurt?
No. Well, all right. So, this should come up. All right. So now, I'm going to walk around you and just scan your body, right?
Yep.
All right. That's an interesting shirt you wore today. Is that the one you're going to wear all morning?
We're in Utah. The Jazz wear purple.
You used to wear a suit.
So did the Vikings.
All right, this is almost over. All right, hang in there. I got to step back just to get your full body. All right, Sam, I'm almost done. Almost done. You're up. People see you on the screen. Don't be so nervous.
I'm nervous about you taking a step backwards. That'll be the end of it.
All right, smile for a second. Yeah. All right, got it. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right.
Painless.
All right. I got it. All right. So now, come over here. Let's look at this screen. So now we're going to go back just so you can see this. Go back into that mode now if we're in the app. And now the menu is going to come back up. And so look, we've inserted you in the avatar selection. And then you see where the red is going? You could choose different players.
Yeah.
So then we're going to pick Horton Tucker. And then where Horton Tucker is, so this would be in a live game, you will be inserted into the game. You'll be making all the same movements he was, but it'll look like it's your body.
Does he have my skills?
We'll see.
Okay.
All right, you ready?
Yep.
All right, so go ahead and roll that. There's that shirt.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing.
Where'd you get the idea to stick your tongue out like that?
Somebody copied me, you know.
Looks like you've been lifting.
Had the opportunity over the years to interview, again, people who have worked at the test site at Groom Lake. One gentleman spent 12 of his 30 years in black programs at Groom Lake. When I asked him, I said, first of all, I said, do you believe in UFOs? And he looked at me with a straight face in one-on-one. He said, absolutely, positively, they do exist. I said, can you expand upon that? He said, no, I can't.
This creepy video is going viral in Mexico, and it comes from an Instagram user named Jalisco. And so the story goes, his son sent him a video from a museum dedicated to Maria Sabina. And it's worth noting that Maria was a renowned Mazatec shaman, and she was well known for her use of hallucinogenic mushrooms in her rituals. But what Jalisco's son caught on camera terrified him. Take a look.
Ay, hijo de... Güey, ¿qué pedo? ¿Qué onda, amigo? No, amigo, no manejo nada de mecatrónica. Es una figura totalmente en cera. Mira, es una pieza total, rígida, no se puede manipular. Te digo, no tiene nada. Te digo, mira, te muestro. No hay cables, no hay nada, no es un robot. Es una figura totalmente en cera.
Now, many commenters were quick to mention that it wasn't only her head that moved, and that when replaying the video, you could see her eyes and hands move.
You'll also notice the triangle manifestation is what we talk about when we refer to Jay-Z and Beyonce doing that rock diamond thing, right? Because they do the triangle. Illuminate, confirm me. I'm doing the triangle. It's the triangle manifestation to sort of channel energy through, which is why Beyonce talks about how she channels Sasha Fierce. She feels the Sasha Fierce come into her body. She's channeling a spirit through the triangle of manifestation into her body to perform. Because as you know, a lot of performers have to employ some kind of alter ego in order to perform. Now, many of the magical ceremonies, they will use invoking and banishing rituals of the pentagram, and those are meant to protect the magician as well as to dispel the spirits, to get rid of them, because you're effectively opening a portal, calling the entity through, and then you say, okay, bye-bye now, and then you got to close it behind so they don't stay in our world.
This is one of the first clips I caught of them following me home. You could see an ear pop up, some eyes shine, and then one of the creatures actually peeks through over there on the right a couple times. There's more than one out there, and I believe it's like a wolf man or dog man or whatever you want to call it. Not sure. It's creepy. What is it? There's something outside my window I can't see. Hello? Dewey, where you going, man?
Stay tuned. There's more weird where that came from.
Do cats have snake eyes when big cats don't? Buckle up, because what I'm about to tell you will change the way you see your cat forever. Cats weren't just worshipped by the ancient Egyptians because they were cute or good luck. No. What if I told you they were worshipped because they hold the key to one of the greatest conspiracies of all time? A mind control conspiracy that spans millennia. And it's happening right now, even to you. None of the big cats, like lions or tigers, have those slitted pupils. So, why do house cats, the small ones, have reptilian eyes like snakes, creatures that ancient cultures also worshipped? This wasn't just a coincidence. In fact, what if those ancient Egyptians knew something about cats that we've forgotten, something much darker? There's this little parasite called T. gondii, and he's the most successful parasite on the planet. 1 to 2/3 of humans are infected. Yeah, that means it's highly likely you've already got it right now. But here's the kicker. This parasite can live in many hosts, like rats or even humans, but it can only complete its life cycle in one animal, cats. That's right, your cat is the final destination for this mind-controlling parasite. And get this, it actually rewires the brains of its hosts to make them behave recklessly. Rats, for example, lose their fear of cats when they're infected, practically walking right into the cat's mouth. But what does this have to do with humans? Well, studies suggest that T. gondii doesn't just affect rats, it can manipulate human behavior too, causing increased sensation seeking and addiction. And ever wonder why people become so weirdly obsessed with cats? What if it's not just because they're cute? What if it's because this parasite has subtly been influencing human behavior for thousands of years? Why have cat videos always been a part of viral internet media? Remember, ancient Egyptians didn't just keep cats around, they worshipped them. Maybe they were onto something, or maybe they were under the influence of something they couldn't see. But here's where things get really wild. You've heard about, in Egypt, they had Bastet, a goddess with the head of a cat. But what if the cat wasn't just symbolic? What if those ancient Egyptians knew that cats weren't just ordinary animals? Black cats in particular were seen as sacred. And here's the real conspiracy. What if black cats aren't just cats at all? What if they're interdimensional beings, slipping into our reality from other dimensions, taking the form of sleek, silent felines. Why else do we associate black cats with witches? There have been countless reports of shadowy figures in the form of black cats appearing in paranormal encounters. And what if parasites are the physical hosts for demons? So, the next time your cat stares at you with those snake eyes, just remember, it's not just a pet. It's a part of something much bigger, something ancient, something that might just be controlling you in ways you can't even imagine. And maybe, just maybe, that purring on your lap isn't as innocent as it seems.
New York City will be spraying non-toxic chemicals into the air in subways. The Department of Homeland Security of Massachusetts helped design this. They're not releasing which chemicals, but they're telling us that it's a response plan for a chemical or biological attack. It's a way for the feds to test to see.
And this is in New York?
Yes. 120 locations across the city.
Oh, in the subways.
Yeah. Now, most of the locations will be above ground. Some of them will be below ground.
Wonder why they're isolating it to subways.
In one news thing I was watching, they were saying that they've already been doing this for years, but they just didn't say anything. But they weren't spraying these specific non-toxic chemicals. They're spraying another one to neutralize all the toxins from the subways. So they've already been doing this, but now they're spraying new chemicals into the subway airs inside the cars to battle biochemical threats.
I stopped saying we believe in God too.
Why?
That ain't good to say.
Why?
Because when you say you believe, that leaves room for doubt. Either you know it or you don't.
Oh, no, I
so you know it. Ain't no I believe, I know.
I mean, but at the end of the day, you got people that don't believe.
I don't believe in nothing. I know some things.
Oh, I know some things too.
Yeah.
I mean?
I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but what they've done now is genuinely insane. If you're like most people, you probably at some point have thought about the possibility of living in a futuristic civilization, or the possibility of never actually dying. The reality of literally being forever young and being able to live as an immortal. Of course, not real though. Time catches up with us and we're all gone at the end of the day. But maybe we're not. So I've seen quite a lot of people talking about this recently, and it is genuinely blown my mind, and will you as well. But it's come out recently that if you can survive until 2050, you might be able to live forever, as they will have a cure for death. Believe it or not, there is actually a research company developing this technology, which is believed to be these little nanobots which will go into your body, into your bloodstream. Every day, 24/7, they'll be performing checkups on your body to make sure everything's running in order. If it's not, I guess phase 1 will be go to the doctor or the hospital. Eventually it will be so powerful that it will be able to cure you itself. This would annihilate GPs and doctors, and of course the entire medical industry. But how the hell would this actually work? Look, today, 178,000 people already born. That's Earth's population, and already today that many people have gone. Imagine this population growth every single day, but no one dies. We would not be able to cope. Which most likely means there'd be other systems in place that we probably don't even want to know about. It is crazy. I'm not sure how they're going to develop this, but as always, I'll keep you updated.
Paralysis can actually result from a few different kinds of things. But one of them, the most common one, is that you are shifting for whatever reason. Whether you're interacting with other beings or not, you sometimes will shift between what you consider to be the physical reality and the spirit reality. But in the mid-shift, you're not really exactly in one or the other, and you may sort of be conscious of the fact that you're sort of straddling two different vibrational realities and not understand how to move in either of them yet. That can cause what you experience and call sleep paralysis. You no longer really are exactly in the physical world, so you can't really move in that one. You're not completely in the spiritual one, so you're not really sure how to move in that one. It causes kind of a crystallization or a locking up that acts as a transitional bridge between the two. So it's a temporary state that represents that transitional vibrational shift.
And sometimes it's not, like, because usually sleep paralysis present people with something scary.
Well, that's only because their physical mind doesn't quite understand what's happening, and it sometimes can interpret the unlocking from physical reality as an actual death. It actually feels like it's being annihilated. That's not the case. Another reason why some people might be a little bit scared of it is because sometimes that transition might be happening by being in contact with other beings from other dimensions who may be helping you cross that barrier into their reality. And again, you feel out of control because those other beings are more familiar with that process than you may be, and you may not have been brought up with the tools to understand how you're participating in that crossing, in that transition. So it might seem a little scary because it feels like you're out of control, even though you're not really.
Space, so there's a lot of companies that use the facilities here. I work for 2 different companies. Both are implanted cybernetics companies. So we make implants for humans.
Do you have one?
I do. I've got 4 implants right now, and we're actually
4?
This one on my hand. It's like a little grain of rice-sized chip. Scan my hand, and it goes right to my website. And then my favorite implant is my magnet in my finger. So I have a titanium-encased magnet, and I can sense electromagnetic fields. I can tell you by running my hand along like a laptop power brick. I can tell you if it's working or not. Also a great party trick, I can pick stuff up with my finger.
I was not expecting to Are you kidding?
No.
Is that it?
You can poke it if you want.
And to you this is like this is like fine?
Anything you put in your body comes with risk. If you guys want later, we're chipping somebody else, and if you guys want.
But you're offering us to put one in?
Yeah.
I'm about to faint, so I say no.
What are they doing here? I feel like this was in the corner of my eye.
Sheep brain. What? We're working in brain.
Of course, hip-hop is not the only musical genre that has been infiltrated by the CIA, and certainly not the first. Many popular musicians of the second half of the 20th century, like David Crosby, John Phillips of the Mamas and the Papas, and Frank Zappa, grew up on military bases. They also resided in Los Angeles, in a military intelligence base on Laurel Canyon, where they were allegedly involved in the CIA's MKUltra program, a mind control operation whose real focus was to produce or at least manipulate the 60s counterculture scene. Jim Morrison was one of the earliest to arrive. He was son of the U.S. Navy admiral in command of the warships involved in the operation known as the Gulf of Tonkin incident of 1964, which was used to justify the U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War.
There's a conspiracy out there about Laurel Canyon. Now, Laurel Canyon's out in California, and there was a Air Force watchtower out there back in the late World War II area, back in the 1960s. And back then they had a studio there. Now this studio had a sound stage, a editing stage, a animation editing room. It had everything. Now this place, I guess, was used for the atomic testing footage. So all that footage was taken to this studio in Laurel Canyon and was edited there. And was processed. So after they got this, they reviewed all the footage from the atomic testing. Now what's really strange about this is, a lot of musicians came out of this place back in the 1960s. Actually, all of those hippie musicians that you hear actually came from Laurel Canyon.
CIA has placed a temporary restriction on drone flights over Picatinny Arsenal and over Trump National Golf Course in Bedminster. When these drones were first spotted 2 weeks ago, the Morris County Prosecutor's Office said that they posed no known threat to public safety. But people want to know, what the heck are they and what are they doing? It's normal to see red and green lights unless they're coming from mysterious drones in the night sky.
It's kind of unsettling. Size of a car.
Mike Walsh says he's seen hundreds of them and has the video to prove it. Morristown police sent an alert to residents Sunday and that if a drone crashes or lands, do not approach or handle it. The FBI's Newark field office would only say it is working with other law enforcement agencies to figure out what's going on, but at the moment doesn't have enough information to share.
A lot of people want to know what's going on. I think more people are coming around to that.
30 and 10:30, they're out here. Nobody ever sees them during the day.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories or follow us on social media.
Fine. We've done this very, very quietly, but we're glad to now release it to the world. Is this idea of Teslaphoresis, which is a discovery we made several years ago, and we've been developing it.
pause it there. What you're looking at right here is you see the blue light and the red light, and you see like what looks like little magnetically charged things. Like, watch this. Okay, here we go. You got your red light, you got your blue light. Now watch. Okay, what's going on is that Tesla-phoresis, what's going on is that energy is grabbing those little particles and it's turning them into like a cable. Like, instead of running some wiring, like, if I wanted to wire up a house, I'd roll up some wire, run it up the walls, and I would connect it where I wanted to connect to switches and all that. That's all you do. But that's the same thing, but it's done with light. Tesla-phoresis. And so you just have to get that little granulated metal stuff into a system. And then once it's in the system, you could hook it up to A, B, C, D, E, F, G, 5, and the letter I just said. And then once that's in your body, you're done.
The Antichrist dude, Abdullah Hashem. What he's saying is terrifying.
Right, yeah.
And people are like, he's the Antichrist. I'm like, and he's like, I'm not the Antichrist. I'm the successor of Jesus Christ, the successor of Simon Peter, the true Pope. He's the founder of Ahmadi, religion of peace and light. His quote is, personally sent by Jesus Christ to deliver the end time message. Or he is the messenger sent to the Abrahamic religions, so Christianity, Judaism, and Muslim. He openly calls on Christians to obey him in his divine authority.
Oh boy.
But they interviewed some of his followers, and they've witnessed him performing miracles. A couple of them that apparently he's brought people back from the dead.
Oh.
This one lady said that he literally made the moon disappear one time. And it's like, I'm not saying this it could just be a social media thing, but also be on the lookout for him.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
David Copperfield did that too, so it's not a big deal.
But they never showed that.
Never did, no.
To a hacker house in San Francisco to make 10,000 AI influencers to promote different songs for record labels. Right now we're working with 2 of the 3 major labels to try and start trends. Today I worked on getting the AI influencers to lip sync, trying to start lip sync trends and break different records. This hacker house has a bunch of people working on different startups. The goal for us stays the same, just trying to get artists famous. This is day 1 in San Francisco. By the time I leave, I'm trying to break a couple dozen records. This is the house. Bunch of people building. Follow along and I'll mention the ones that we break.
I'm sure most are aware that this building is the Pentagon. What I'm sure most aren't aware of is the 2 symbols in relation to each other that coincidentally fit. Looking at the building from above and the entrance up top, an Eastern Star fits perfectly. A star takes mathematical precision as is, and then the center is identical as well. And then if you were to rotate the building to where the entrance is on bottom, this symbol fits. Simply by making straight lines, using the corners and entrance as reference points. These are both just coincidences, of course. While we're in the neighborhood of this topic, ever wonder why the Marines go by devil dogs? Why not angel dogs? Or why dogs in general? And why is devil dog spelled backwards, God lived? And why do they say ooh-rah? And in the army, they say hoorah, because hoorah is the sun god with the serpent on its head, who we often see references to throughout symbolism. And then in the Navy, they say hoo-yah. Hoo-yah sounds a lot like mocking God. How many are aware that this is a thing? And many believe, including in Native American folklore, that the wisdom teeth is associated with personal growth and spiritual development. If that were true, removing them would likely make a person easier to control.
The Galactic Federation has confirmed they have finalized preparations to begin revealing themselves. Start looking up. March 2025 we will begin seeing them with more detail. And news outlets will begin to report of the crafts in our skies.
I was recently made aware of how much the grocery industry is spying on us. And I gotta be honest, I didn't believe it when I first heard it. I was talking to a buddy about it and he was like, no, seriously, they're spying on us. So I did some research into it and he was 100% right. It's wild. Like a great example of this is a store I've never shopped at called Kroger. And again, I haven't not shopped at Kroger because I hate them or anything. I just never had one in my area. But apparently they have like alternative profit divisions that are solely focused on monetizing our personal information. Like monetizing all the customer data they've actually taken in. And wildly enough, they've made more than $1 billion from this. A grocery store made $1 billion from monetizing your information. Like this is a store that profits like $3.5 billion a year. And 1/3 of that comes from monetizing our information. And another thing I learned was like, you know those little digital price things? Like instead of having the paper one, they got a digital one. Did you know that's there so they can like change the prices in real time based upon the traffic patterns in the store? Like they will change it in real time if more people are in the store. Like that's so fucked up, I almost kind of respect it. And even wilder, Kroger has this thing called an edge shelf, which is developed with Microsoft, which will actually facially recognize you, determine your like age and gender and things like that, and then adjust prices based upon what the AI thinks you'd be willing to pay for something. Like that's nuts. Like I expected to see this type of technology in like CIA facilities or embassies, but in a grocery store? Look, I gotta be real. I'm never going in a Kroger. Like I probably was never going to because I got Publix, but yeah, I'm avoiding Kroger like the plague now.
This man talked to a real life alien and got it all on camera.
In a leaked video that emerged on the internet, an alleged encounter between a man and an extraterrestrial being took place at an undisclosed location within a secret base in the United States.
This has got to be the realest footage I've ever seen before.
During the nighttime.
The realest looking.
Due to the video's quality, the specific surroundings remain unidentified. It is believed that this encounter took place in 2017, although no official confirmation from the government has been provided. The video begins with a man standing a short distance away from what appears to be an extraterrestrial being, commonly referred to as a gray. Both individuals face each other and maintain eye contact for several moments. The extraterrestrial's physical features resemble typical depictions of grays: a hairless, pale grayish skin tone, large dark eyes, and a slight frame. The man remains calm throughout the encounter, showing no signs of distress or fear. Their interaction appears to be nonverbal, as no audible communication is captured in the leaked video. Despite this, their body language seems engaged and focused. The man and the extraterrestrial being exchange glances, perhaps attempting to convey meaning or understanding to one another. It is worth noting that any interpretation of their interaction remains speculative due to the lack of context provided. After a brief period of visual engagement, the man and the extraterrestrial reach out and...
If this isn't real, this is some of the best CGI I've ever seen. Let me know what you think in the comments and stay weird.
Did anyone else notice that the movies that came out over this past year had coincidences with the events happening in real life? Well, I did, so here's the list. Now, these are just the ones I could think of off the top of my head. Let's go ahead and kick it off with recent events with the Pope passing. Conclave? In this movie, the Pope dies of a heart attack. Current Pope dies of a stroke and heart failure. Oh, blink twice. About a bunch of rich people who are drugging people and essaying them at a big party. That came out in August. Who got arrested just a few weeks later in September? Oh, that's right, P. Diddy. Reagan, the Republican president who had attempts on his life. The month before that movie came out. And again in September, the month after that movie came out. Now I'm sitting in the movie Flight Risk, and I said, I know damn well that is not the same exact plane that is currently missing in Alaska. It is the exact same plane. Now, this movie came out the end of January, and that plane went missing the beginning of February. Oh, Ryan Reynolds and his girlfriend getting shredded across the internet? I'm just kidding, this one is a joke. Sorta. Now, I know you see sinners behind me, and you're thinking, what the hell? There were no real events with vampires. Or spells, right? Don't you guys find it interesting that two hot topics that blew up this past year on TikTok were Louisiana vampires? If you didn't go down that hole, I'm sorry. Where this movie Sinners was filmed mostly in Louisiana, but takes place essentially in Mississippi. Another hot topic was Lady Gaga when she came out with Abracadabra and songs being spells. And the literal two subjects of this movie are music, piercing the veil, conjuring evil spirits, literally about southern vampires, and music being spells. Now you could say that vampires and spells aren't real. but I'm willing to bet there's some people on TikTok who would heavily argue that they are.
So I know everyone's on the Diddy case right now, but does anybody realize that CERN, the Hadron Collider, just alchemized lead into gold? Gold. That's a big deal.
Okay, so I've been baffled as to why I was told from the 14th of March to tell all of my friends and family that I care about to cover their mouth when they go outside. But now we know. So there is a airborne fungi, okay, that is deadly. Okay, straight out of the film The Last of Us, which I've never watched, but from the title, I'm guessing that it's bad. So apparently the reason why it is spreading now is because of rising temperatures around the globe. But my question is, why hasn't it travelled in the hotter countries before? Why are we just hearing about it now? So it's called Aspergillus or something like that. I don't really mind about butchering a deadly mold's name. But yeah, it's called Aspergillus, and it gives serious respiratory and brain issues. This fungi is not fun at all. Now apparently, it's the temperatures in the UK that are allowing the Aspergillus to spread. The temperatures, not anybody else, okay? Not like COVID. So apparently, this fungi that is not fun at all is going to affect people that already have respiratory issues. So people that have asthma, that kind of thing. But the people that had the, yeah, you're yeah, definitely. Because a lot of you have been left with respiratory issues. It almost seems like this fungi has come to finish off the job that didn't. But anywho, entertainment purposes only, but this is happening. So this is the part that's really getting me. These spores apparently can be delivered to your door. And that's what it says in the article you'll see. So they can travel across vast distances. And a university in Geneva stated that it can survive the stratosphere, which is an area 10 kilometers above the Earth's surface. So, yeah. So these spores can travel across continents without an airplane, without a boat, without anything. They can travel across continents. They've never done it before, but they seem to be doing it now, okay?
Reality is buffering. Will continue once it catches up.
Welcome back. Hope the appetizers got your conspiracy appetite going, but now it's time for the main course. We'll be starting with something quite tame tonight, but as the video proceeds, we're going to be getting further and further down this rabbit hole. Let's dive in.
Secret bases on the moon designed to pump out genetically engineered intergalactic fighting machines.
Governments around the world racing to set up military installations in space, but why?
Too often we hear about extraterrestrials and spacecraft sightings from individuals who, one, have never actually been to space, and two, have questionable levels of believability. I suppose this makes it all the more exciting when claims of extraterrestrial apparitions are brought forth by more credible sources, like Leland Melvin, an astronaut working for NASA who has logged over 565 hours in space and who claims to have seen an organic alien-like creature floating outside of his spacecraft back in 2009. When he spotted it, Melvin immediately contacted NASA's ground control, who informed him that what he was seeing was nothing more than a piece of ice that had broken off of a Freon hose. But Melvin maintained his stance, saying that what he saw was something else, something translucent, curved, and organic looking. He even took to Twitter to share his story to UFO Sightings Daily. In a short tweet, he described what he had seen and even finished it off with an alien emoji, just to be sure that we all understood what he meant by organic form from outer space. I'm not sure about you guys, but personally, I'm inclined to believe the astronaut, with over 565 hours in space, who saw the thing head on, over some guys working in ground control sitting some 400 miles away.
There's said to be a secret space fleet called Solar Warden that flies around space protecting Earth from intergalactic threats. Oh, how I want this to be real. This is what I imagined the future being when I was little. If I knew this was a career path, I would have been on it from the get-go. According to the theory, the United States operates a fleet of spacecraft that patrol and defend Earth's orbit. Solar Warden supposedly consists of 8 massive motherships, each the size of an aircraft carrier, and 43 smaller scout ships. These spacecraft are said to be advanced enough to travel throughout the solar system, not just around Earth. Solar Warden was created with the help of advanced alien technology, which the US government allegedly obtained through secret agreements with extraterrestrial beings. So the fleet's main mission is to monitor and protect Earth from potential threats, whether they come from other countries or outer space. It's said they operate out of highly classified military bases, possibly even in remote locations like Antarctica. But where did this rumor get started? Well, most of these supposed leaks are thanks to a Scottish hacker named Gary McKinnon, who'd been hacking into nearly 100 military and NASA computers between February of 2001 and March of 2002. He claimed to have found images of UFOs and information hinting at this top secret fleet. This isn't just some random dude who'd claimed to have hacked into these computers. This really did happen. He got in very deep trouble for this. In fact, it's often been referred to as the biggest military computer hack of all time.
Now, if you're gonna have a super secret space program, what better location is there than the moon? And what better name is there than Project Moon Shadow? Allegedly, and according to self-proclaimed space program insiders Randy Kramer, Corey Good, and Tony Rodriguez, Project Moon Shadow is a military abduction project that unfortunately obtains and trains its assets against their will. Not only that, but they create them against the will of their mothers as well. The whole thing is incredibly dark. Basically, according to Kramer, Good, and Rodriguez, for years the government has been genetically modifying embryos and inseminating unsuspecting women. When the inseminated women give birth, they stay with their sons or daughters for a couple years before the government steps in and sweeps the youngsters away to a top secret military base located on the moon so that they can be trained in extraterrestrial telepathic communications, strategy, agility, and strength. When the soldiers are all grown up, they are handed weapons and deployed to various bases across the outskirts of Earth's atmosphere, where they spend the next 20 years until their retirement, protecting our planet, ready to defend it by any means necessary at a mere moment's notice.
As if we couldn't get any more comic booky than Space Warden and what Hannah just talked about, the Dark Fleet. Let's talk about them. There's a theory about a secret fleet of advanced spacecraft operating in deep space. Separate from other known space programs, this organization is in direct opposition to Space Warden. They're said to be made up of remnants of the Third Reich, and not only do they operate in space, working alongside hostile alien species, mainly reptilians, they're also said to be behind some of the darkest top secret programs right here on Earth. Having infiltrated the United States government to carry out things like Operation Paperclip, this fleet allegedly has some of the most advanced technology far beyond what the public is aware of. The spacecraft are described as large, heavily armed, and capable of traveling vast distances across the galaxy. Some say the Dark Fleet is based on the dark side of the moon or in hidden bases scattered throughout the solar system. These bases are supposedly well guarded and completely off limits to anyone not directly involved with the program. This is all outlined in a book called The Dark Fleet by Len Kasten, so if it sounds interesting to you, then check it out.
In 2020, Haim Eshed, a former Israeli security chief who once headed the Space Doctorate of Israel's Defense Ministry, decided that enough was enough and revealed a major alien conspiracy theory to the world. He claimed that there was a secret intergalactic federation that communicated with some of the highest-ranking officials on Earth, including the President of the United States, so that both humans and extraterrestrials could better understand one another and also work together to better understand the secrets of the universe. Furthermore, Eshed stated that while as far as the public knows humans have yet to settle on Mars, there is actually already an underground secret bunker located on the Red Planet. Haim also stated that at one point former President Donald Trump sought to reveal the organization to the world, but he was advised against it by human members of the Federation who believed it would cause mass hysteria and uncertain times. A sentiment shared by the extraterrestrial members of the Federation as well, who, according to a shed, claimed that humanity was not yet ready to accept the truth. Are you?
So many governments around the world are looking to establish a presence in space. Russia and China are rumored to have space military capabilities, and the US and France have launched their own space forces. In 2019, Donald Trump created the US Space Force as a new branch of the armed forces. The exact mission of Space Force is still a bit vague, but Trump said it's about protecting America's interests in space. Maybe it has something to do with what Hannah just mentioned, the rumors of alien life forms having direct communication with several high-ranking officials on Earth. Now, by 2030, France hopes to have weaponized satellites in orbit, even armed with high-powered lasers, according to French Defense Minister Florence Parly. Some experts are getting kind of worried about this though. Mark Gubrud, a physicist and professor at the University of North Carolina, thinks this could lead to a dangerous space arms race, warning that it could end in, quote, destabilization and nuclear war.
Remember Randy Kramer from one of my last points, the whistleblower who revealed Project Moonshadow to the world only to be called a nut job by scientists and non-believers alike? Well, according to him, soldiers trained at the secret base on the surface of the moon were not only sent out to bases on the outskirts of the atmosphere, but also bases on other planets, including Mars. Mars is where Kramer claims to have been forced to serve as part of the Mars Defense Force for a total of 17 years before he was reassigned to the moon for his remaining 3 years of service. Kramer described his time on Mars as rigorous and eye-opening. Soldiers living on the Red Planet resided inside of an enclosed Earth-like ecosystem called Ares Prime, which was completed with farmers, farms, engineers, and bureaucratic governments. After Kramer's 20 years of service came to an end, his memory was wiped. His age regressed back to the age he was when he entered into the program, and then he was sent back in time to the original date of his departure to join the Moonshadow project. So how could he possibly know any of this? Well, according to Kramer, as well as aforementioned Good and Rodriguez, along with various other sources, 2 to 5% of participants in the program are actually immune to this memory erasure, and these are the ones who go on to spill the secrets of intergalactic warfare happening right above our heads.
Is there an advanced organization that has broken off from established government bodies, which has access to classified science data? Well, author and historian Richard Dolan thinks so. In his book The Secret Space Program and Breakaway Civilization, Dolan discusses the possibility of an elite group of humans who have separated from mainstream society using advanced technologies and assistance from extraterrestrials to build colonies on other planets and moons. Again, very cool idea, but it also sounds like the setting for a Power Rangers series rather than something that actually exists in real life. But could this breakaway civilization be what Haim Eshed was referring to, having built an underground colony on Mars? I hope. It'd be cool.
With all this talk of intergalactic military bases and force compliance, I thought it might be fun for us to take a moment to talk about a secret NASA tried to keep about one of the most famous and well-known space flights to date, the Apollo 12 moon landing mission. Playboys in space. That's right, on the Apollo 12 mission, astronauts Alan Bean and Pete Conrad got quite the surprise when they opened up their logbooks to find pictures of naked women tucked neatly in between pages containing incredibly important life or death mission tasks. Right away, they knew that the pages had been placed there by their backup commander Dave Scott as a practical joke, but knowing that their every word was being recorded, they remained quiet so as to not piss off the taxpayers funding the mission, many of whom they assumed would not be amused by the astronauts taking part in practical jokes while attempting to flawlessly execute a multi-billion-dollar moon landing effort. They did, however, giggle a lot and often about the prank, which led many people on Earth to worry that Conrad and Bean might have been suffering from some kind of space madness. But nope, they were just teenage boys in love with naked women printed out on magazines.
Of all the alien species rumored to exist, seems the ones we have the closest ties with are the Greys. And if this is the first time you've heard about the Greys, probably also the first time you're watching this channel, so hello, welcome. The Greys are basically your classic hairless, short little gray aliens with big black eyes. They even have their own emoji. Well, for decades or even longer, people have been reporting spotting these beings, and there are some who believe the United States government has direct contact with them, not just having recovered their technology and doing experiments on dead alien bodies, but actually having formed an alliance with them. Organizations like Majestic 12 and top secret facilities like Pine Gap and Area 51 are rumored to be involved.
Don't forget, this is entertainment. Or is it?
So even the mainstream can see that something fishy is going on here. And that was a pretty decent overview of some notable people and occasions within this realm of discussion. But that was a very base and layman overview. Let's take a look at something a little bit more controversial and conspiratorial. This next video, however, serves as an introductory crash course on the more speculative and controversial side of the secret space program.
The Secret Space Program, SSP, is connected to covert operations and advanced technologies developed by various secret governments and secret military programs exploring and colonizing space. These secret programs exist independently of NASA and possess advanced capabilities far beyond known space technology, including anti-gravity propulsion, faster-than-light travel, and even advanced human cloning or consciousness transfer techniques. The Secret Space Program has developed or reverse-engineered technology that allows for interstellar travel, some of it originating from retrieved extraterrestrial crafts. Some of these advanced discoveries include teleportation technology and manipulation of time, which allows travel through different dimensions or timelines. They have also developed highly advanced medical tech that can heal injuries instantly, reverse aging, or enhance human capabilities, like the super soldiers. The Secret Space Program also has interactions with extraterrestrial species, some friendly and others hostile. This collaboration has yielded advanced tech and knowledge about the cosmos. There is ongoing galactic conflicts that involve a cosmic struggle between Earth-based Secret Space Program factions and various alien civilizations, often tied to control over Earth or human evolution. Within the Secret Space Program, there is secret bases on the Moon, Mars, and other celestial bodies, which are staffed by Earth personnel or extraterrestrials. There are even space fleets, large militarized fleets patrolling Earth's orbit or other parts of the galaxy, known by names like Solar Warden or Dark Fleet. Some whistleblowers have come forward to talk about their experience of being recruited into the Secret Space Program, serving for 20 years before being returned to Earth, often with their memories suppressed until later in life. Reports include advanced psychological techniques to ensure secrecy, including mind control and memory wiping, to prevent participants from recalling their experiences. The Secret Space Program is being funded and supported by certain branches of the secret government, like the military-industrial complex, including private corporation involvement, kept secret under the guise of national security. The funding for these programs comes from the vast, off-the-books black budget funding that are hidden from public oversight. The Secret Space Program is connected with the secret government and secret military programs that are involved with the development and industrialization of our solar system. Some of the individuals that get involved with the SSP include children as young as the age of 6 years old, which some are brought into what is known as the MyLab programs. MyLab stands for military abduction, abductions carried out by military or covert agencies. The idea is that these agencies conduct abductions, often on specific types of individuals who have had extraterrestrial encounters, to experiment on them, gather intel, or simulate alien encounters for their own purposes. The MyLab programs are generally looking for children or adults with psychic abilities, such as precognitive or empathic abilities. Being empathic means that you have a strong emotional connection with others around you. You can feel what they're feeling and connect with them emotionally. That was a skill set that was desired in MyLabs, and the children would be trained to develop their abilities, and they were also enhanced. Some of these intuitive empaths became whistleblowers and are the ones talking about their experiences in the Secret Space Program. They would be enhanced to a point until like around 12 or 13 years old. Some of these enhanced psychic teens would be used as support for the Earth delegations that recently became part of a super federation. This super federation was made up of a large amount of different ET federations that met to discuss the grand experiment. Our own Earth delegates had been trying to become a part of this Super Federation for a long time, and they were finally able to get a seat. Now, within the Super Federation delegation, there are usually always a group of 40 to 60 human-looking ETs that represented 22 different genetic programs that are going on in the grand experiment. These are genetic DNA programs of them like mixing their genetics, and also programs of like manipulating human genetics. Some of the government whistleblowers that have come out to expose this secret space program were these teenage intuitive empaths sitting in these Super Federation delegations. They didn't know what was going on at the time, because a lot of what was going on was happening in this advanced ET language that was spoken in sort of like a monotone voice that we didn't understand. Not to mention, some of what was going on was telepathic. So our human intuitive empaths were just sitting there, and they were given this device that was a glass smart pad. That's kind of like an iPad, which had access to the ET database during these delegations. These glass smart pads that have been described as looking almost like a piece of clear plexiglass. You know, it's unremarkable if you like saw it, if you found it in a field or something, and you wouldn't know what it was. You wouldn't think it was anything special. But how it works is you would put it on your hand, and you would have to activate it with a mental component, and it would pop up in your language. The information, you would access the ET database through your mind, and it would show you what you wanted. You know, we already have known technologies that connect to your brain waves, and then those can be connected to a computer. And then, of course, you can attach technologies to it after that point and send it back to the person's brain, right? Anyways, when you start using these devices, the clear glass smart pads would darken first, and it would totally go opaque or black or whatever before it started to produce images or text. Then when it's going, it would then show text, pictures, video, and the video and pictures were holographic in a way that it came off the screen a little bit, and it had this like 3D depth or holographic view to it. And so our intuitive empaths were told to keep their minds occupied by looking through all this information in the ET database. Mainly, they wanted us looking at the information about these 22 genetic experiments that are ongoing, by the way. But we had access to all types of other information too on these glass smart pads. And depending on each of the intuitive empaths, they all had their own personal interests. So they would be looking at all kinds of information that they were personally interested in when they were looking at the ET database. So this is a prevalent technology once you get out into the secret space program. We have all these like same devices on the different research vessels out in our solar system that gave us access to our own databases. And they would have much larger screens that they use for conferences or demonstrations. Now, you guys, I'm going to be covering a lot of the amazing technologies that they have access to in the secret space program. So this is just an introduction to the SSP, which the controversial information is based on several different individuals who have come forward over the years revealing their insider knowledge or firsthand experience with the secret space program. Some of the most notable figures, for example, Corey Goode, who was recruited into the SSP as a child through a 20 and back program, serving in space for 20 years before being returned to Earth and having his memory suppressed. Now, he describes working with various extraterrestrial species, including, now it's popular in the New Age, is called Blue Avians, and being part of a program he was in called Solar Warden, a space fleet tasked with defending Earth and monitoring extraterrestrial activities. Now, Corey Goode speaks of alliances, advanced technologies, and extraterrestrial conflicts. Corey Goode's accounts gained prominence through platforms like, if you've seen it on Gaia, called Cosmic Disclosure, where he has shared his experiences with wide audiences. He was interviewed by David Wilcock. There is also Randy Kramer, who has served in the secret space program, particularly in the Mars Defense Force, MDF, part of a defensive force protecting Mars colonies. He describes encounters with extraterrestrial species on Mars, including hostile reptilians and insectoids. Randy Kramer also reveals to have participated in the 20 and back program and speaks of advanced military operations beyond Earth. Randy Kramer has made appearances on various podcasts, YouTube channels, and conferences where he shares his secret space program experiences. There is also Laura Eisenhower, great-granddaughter of President Dwight D. Eisenhower, reveals to have been recruited into the secret space program and believes her family's history gives her unique insight into alleged extraterrestrial interactions involving her grandfather. Although not a direct participant like others, she speaks of covert recruitment efforts, hidden alliances with extraterrestrials, and alternative technologies hidden from the public. Her focus is often on raising awareness of SSP activities and urging global spiritual awakening. Laura has presented her views in public speaking engagements, interviews, and conferences focused on secret space program and spiritual topics. Now there's also Tony Rodriguez, who claims to have been involved in SSP-related programs, including the 20 and Back program, where he says that he worked in space, on Mars, and even in interstellar missions. Tony Rodriguez speaks about harsh conditions, slave labor, and interactions with extraterrestrials. His accounts include descriptions of secret military operations and advanced space missions. He has also shared experiences of mind control and memory suppression, claiming these are standard practices in the secret space programs. And Rodriguez has published a book and appears on podcasts and YouTube shows discussing his SSP experiences. There's also William Tompkins. He was a respected aerospace engineer who worked with several contractors, including Douglas Aircraft. He came forward in his later years stating he had direct knowledge of secret space program activities. William Tompkins stated that he worked on classified projects related to advanced aerospace technology, which he claims were influenced by extraterrestrial technologies. He states that NASA and other government agencies were aware of alien life and developing secret technologies. William Tompkins detailed his experiences in his book, Selected by Extraterrestrials, and made appearances on various alternative media outlets. There's also Emery Smith, which I met in person, which is also known as the Black Project whistleblower. He reveals to have been involved in underground facilities where he performed autopsies on extraterrestrial beings. He's literally talked about thousands of different autopsies he has done. He's talked about witnessing advanced technology, genetic experiments, and alien-human hybrids. While not directly claiming secret space program experience, well, his accounts still intersect with SSP themes, suggesting a hidden network of covert research facilities tied to secret space program. Emery Smith's stories gained attention through cosmic disclosure and interviews with alternative media outlets. There's also Michael Relf. He talks about how he served in the secret space program under the 20 and Back program and states that he worked on Mars and other off-planet bases. Michael Relf describes Mars colonies, time travel technologies, and mind control techniques used to suppress memories. His account aligns with others who claim that military personnel are used in these programs, only to have their memories erased upon return. Michael Relf's accounts have circulated primarily through written interviews, blogs, and forums discussing secret space program experiences. These whistleblowers have contributed to the information surrounding the classified secret space program, each with unique perspectives on extraterrestrial alliances, off-world bases, and advanced technologies. Of course, you can expect to have opinions divided between believers, skeptics, and critics because this is seen as controversial information.
We interrupt this story to remind you something is watching you too.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Now we're getting to the good stuff. This creator actually has multiple videos in that video series, so we might return to check it out in the future. Regardless, links can always be found down below. The crazy part is, we're really just scratching the surface here. This rabbit hole goes incredibly deep, with many layers to it. That previous video mostly just served as a conspiracy theory sampler platter.
Fuck off, what's going on with that?
Equipment malfunction.
This is how demons created our monetary system. This mostly comes down to the Knights Templars, whose involvement in banking stemmed from their role as official guardians of pilgrims en route to the Holy Land. To protect pilgrims from robbery, the Templars devised a system where pilgrims could deposit money at a Templar preceptory before departing, and then withdraw funds at various Templar-affiliated locations along their journey to Jerusalem. Instead of carrying gold and provisions, pilgrims deposited money and received an encoded chit, a piece of paper and ciphered information about their deposit. This system gave rise to the word check in English and French. In fact, the word check came from the checkerboard cloth which Templar merchants and bankers used to square their accounts, to quote, check their assets and liabilities. Their banking system evolved into something akin to fractional reserve lending. As the Templars' powers grew, rumors circulated about the Templars' secret wealth, and accusations of idol worship and pacts with the devil further fueled animosity. Ultimately, King Philip IV of France had the Templars arrested, and under torture, some confessed to blasphemous acts and idol worship of a head called Baphomet, Baphomet. Some Templars further confessed that worshipping this demon brought them wealth, claiming that the head prophesied to them and granted them wisdom, made them rich, and quote, caused the land to germinate. Our entire banking system seemed to be derived from communication received by this demon Baphomet. The Templars were officially disbanded by the Pope on October 13th, 1307, and this is the reason why Friday the 13th is so infamous. Despite their downfall, the Templars' legacy lived on through the banking practices they pioneered, which laid the foundation for the modern financial systems of today.
So here's a strange one. Sometimes security cameras catch things that are easily explainable, but sometimes they don't. This might be one of those times. So this footage was captured on February 6, 2025 on a farm in El Salvador. A shadowy figure moves from left to right, and almost instantly you'll see the dogs react like they sense something that we can't see. Watch closely. Now, skeptics might say this is just a trick of the light, but what if it's not? So you'll remember last year, whistleblowers like David Grush and lawmakers like Anna Paulina Luna spoke publicly about interdimensional beings. Could this be evidence of something beyond our visible reality? What do you think? Is it a glitch, a shadow, or is it something else? So drop your theories below. Let's try and figure this out.
Y'all thinking you're slick? I found ya. You know what there's an army sign right by here, by the way. Just telling you what this place is. This is the army using frequency weapons on our mines in the middle of Granite City, Illinois. So this is called Shoto Island. All these doors are locked. I can't get in. So I can't tell you exactly what's going on inside these places, but ChatGPT led me here on some weird stuff. I don't trust ChatGPT, but I believe God can use what the devil has meant for bad to expose his tactics. And it's telling me there's doing something called a Stargate here. It says the army has frequency weapons. And look, it led me here to some weird antennas. So can you say it's wrong?
Oh, come to find out, even Samuel L. Jackson was confused by Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl message.
Because he did the thing with Kendrick.
Well, see, I didn't know that's what they were doing.
Didn't you?
It was kind of...
And another thing.
It was kind of trippy because when we were rehearsing, we just had our clothes on.
Yeah.
And I was looking at the dancers and they were doing that dance, doing the things and doing the stuff. And it wasn't until dress rehearsal.
It wasn't until he actually put on the Uncle Sam outfit till he realized what was going on. He like, oh, I'm not Uncle Sam like y'all calling me Unc. I'm like the Uncle Sam.
When I looked up and I looked on that stage and I go, oh shit, that's a flag. Yeah. And he was doing this. Oh, fuck.
I'm in the civil rights movement again.
We're being revolutionary.
Oh, we sending a message. Oh, okay. Let me try to figure out what this message is before I get on live TV.
It's like, because I wasn't listening or paying attention. You picked the right person, but the wrong time. And all that's like, the revolution. I was like, oh, shit. Okay, here I am again.
So for all the people who are like, you didn't understand the message, you missed the message, listen. Samuel L. Jackson didn't even know what the hell was going on, all right?
I always want to be on the right side of history, in terms of what's going on. And sometimes it's not my choice. The powers that be have decided, okay, this is who you are.
Couldn't make no critiques about the Kendrick Super Bowl. Couldn't be like, dang, I wish you would have played this song. You missed the message. Oh, I wish you would have had this. You missed the message. Like, look, I'm sending everybody this clip who has something to say.
Because, me standing there going, hey, salutations. It's me, your Uncle Sam. It's like, I was just, this is cute. I wanted, Kendrick and them hired me to do this, and my name is Sam. So I said, yeah, I'm Uncle Sam. But then I realized,
layers.
You're being put in this place for a reason, and you're dressed this way for a reason.
Nah, but seeing Samuel L. Jackson tell this story while he got his toes out, feet up, I can't.
I'm in the civil rights movement again.
We're being
Kendrick, didn't you do the thing with Kendrick? Where is he? He look like he visited Harry Potter's grandmother and getting some cookies and tea. Like, what is going on?
This is actually terrifying. So A24's dropped this black market dark web website, and some of the things in here is absolutely horrifying. as you can see in some of the footage, you can see that even the Talk to Me hand is linked in here for your own purchase. Even get to see some of the ritual footage from Bring Her Back in here. So does that mean technically Talk to Me and Bring Her Back are in the same universe? So I wonder what kind of clues we're gonna find, or what happens if you try to purchase something off this website. Because before you enter the website, you get hit with this warning that says, warning, this website is heavily monitored by those who glow, and if you compromise the marketplace, you will be visited. No screenshots, no shares, no leaks, exposed at your own risk, caution advised. And I wonder what's gonna happen with me leaking this video onto the internet for you guys to go check out for yourself. I'm curious, am I actually going to be visited? There's even a small little FAQ section that you can look through to see to answer any questions you might have, like, will I get possessed if I buy any of these items? What happens if my friend gets possessed in the process of buying these items? Do I need to be in the cult or Satanist to order one of these items? There's a lot of the FAQs you can go through. So if you want to check out this website for yourself, you can find it at www.blackangelstapes.net, and you can find it for yourself and see any clues that you might find connected to this world or universe, or what's going on behind this website.
Rumors are circulating that there's a group of Pentagon officials who believe that the UFOs are the Anunnaki returning. Now at this point they're just rumors, but before you completely dismiss it, let's actually think about this because it kind of tracks. The story of the Anunnaki is as old as ancient Sumeria, and they apparently came here to mine gold to help fix their atmosphere. What's so crazy to me is this story, what they proposed would actually work to repair the atmosphere to block out harmful UV radiation. How would they have known this thousands of years ago? The idea was to come here, mine gold, bring it back to their planet, pulverize it, and disperse it throughout the atmosphere to reflect the harmful sunlight back. Conditions for mining on this planet were harsh, and so they genetically modified the primates that were already here to create us. That's the story, at least. Mixing primate DNA with Anunnaki DNA. If this UFO situation is the Anunnaki returning, after all this time, it could explain why there is apparently a spiritual aspect of all this UFO stuff.
We are the first species.
Pay attention, people. Pay attention.
To be aware of evolution. To be aware that we are affecting our own evolution by everything that we do. The babies we eat, the food we eat, the wars we fight.
I snuck my phone because I didn't know what the outside world was saying. And so I snuck my phone to see what people were saying. I've just been in this hospital and I couldn't get my mind around it. I had a stroke. I'm in perfect shape. The clone me.
Yes.
When they said I was a clone, that made me flip in the hospital. That's it. These motherfuckers are trying to clone me. I didn't have a stroke. So I'm sitting in the hospital bed like these, and then I saw me walk into my room. But I'm white. So I see the white me.
But he had a Caesar too? Just like
all that, the white me.
Okay,
and I'm like, and I'm trying to get their attention. And no one said anything. And I'm like, that's it. They trying to clone me. This is all the thing. And so the next morning I was out of my bed. I was standing there like Chris Pratt in Jurassic Park. I was like, what the f-? And Dave was like, what's up, Fox? I said, what's up, Fox? I said, I know what's up. You trying to clone me. I saw the white clone. And I know why you're trying to clone me. You make me white because I'll sell better overseas and all this other kind of So they had to call like my psychiatrist. I had a psychiatrist on board, and I'm sitting in this moment. It's your conspiracy theory. Yes. And when the psychiatrist says, "Are you all right?" and I says, "Am I all right or am I all white?" I saw what happened yesterday. I saw you trying to get the white mother Jamie Foxx, and it ain't gonna happen. So he just calmly goes, "I think we're gonna lower your dosage."
God was a woman. They said because in the process of evolution, the female sex is the primary sex, and it comes first. So the woman must have become before the man. And if the first human being was made in the image of God, God must have been a woman. And there's a book out now by an author named Burlingstone, When God Was a Woman. Now, I began to study, and I found out that you go back and study the ancient history of Egypt, and especially the religion of ancient Egypt, and they had a Bible. I have a good English translation of it in 3 volumes in one, called The Theban Recension of the Book of the Dead. And in this, you take this Egyptian Bible and compare it with the King James Bible, which is popular among the Protestant denominations in the United States. And you study the Egyptian Bible and you study the Christian Bible. The Egyptian Bible goes back 10,000 years. The King James Bible only goes back about 300 years. The King James, I think it was about 1619. And then you study these 2 books and compare them, and you find out that the Christians took the whole Christian Bible, the Old Testament and the New Testament, out of the Egyptian Book of the Dead. So that if you want to go to the source, don't go to King James. Go to ancient Egypt, and you've got a Bible that's 10,000 years older than anything that these Christians have.
Hired by Prince to help record something he said the world was never meant to see. Hidden 3 stories beneath Paisley Park. We watched through silent monitors as Clive Davis, Diddy, and a circle of celebrities performed a ritual so disturbing it couldn't be explained, only witnessed. The Book of the Damned, oil, chanting without mouths moving. Something ancient was being fed, not summoned. And when Prince told me, "This is my final protest," I didn't know it would be his last words to me. But I remember everything, and if you're hearing this, it means they haven't found me yet. But they will. They always do. Prince never trusted the industry. He didn't say it often, but when he did, his eyes looked far away, like he was watching something no one else could see. The night he invited me to Paisley Park wasn't out of friendship. It was necessity. He said he needed someone he could trust with video, someone who knew how to stay invisible. I was that person. Not because I was the best, but because I'd already seen too much. Prince led me through an unmarked hallway behind his private studio, down a staircase I didn't know existed. At the bottom was a sealed door with no handle, just a palm reader and a tiny red camera watching us. When it unlocked, I stepped into a bunker 3 stories below the estate. The surveillance room glowed blue. 10 monitors buzzed softly in the dark, each one fixed on a different hidden camera throughout Paisley Park. One was aimed at a velvet-lined hallway, another at a circular windowless chamber with a ceiling fan and a chandelier that didn't belong in any home. That was room 19. Prince stood at the center of the room, sipping tea from a thin porcelain cup. His fingers didn't tremble. The audio guy was already seated, hunched over an analog rig spitting out real-time waveforms. He gave me a nod but said nothing. I could tell by the tension in his shoulders he already knew something I didn't. Prince called it the cleansing, not a protest, not revenge. A ritual of truth, he said, a final act of resistance. This industry was never ours, he murmured. It just learned how to use our faces. I'd worked freelance gigs before, mostly red carpet events, late night edits, occasional NDAs, but nothing like this. This wasn't a job. It was a confession, waiting to happen. Black SUVs arrived one by one, sleek, silent, unmarked, the kind with hidden plates and drivers who didn't make eye contact. The cameras showed them arriving through the east gate, 1, 2, then 4 in a line. The first to arrive was a former child star turned billion-dollar brand. Her smile was gone. She wore oversized pink glasses and didn't speak as she entered. Then came a daytime TV host known for warmth, followed by a platinum-selling R&B singer, and finally, a world-famous preacher with a neck stiff as stone. Their security was stopped at the door by a man with an earpiece and a clipboard. We watched as bodyguards protested, then backed down. A few remained parked down the street, still visible in our wide-lens driveway cam. They were told, Prince said, no shadows allowed, only participants. Room 19 hadn't changed since we wired it. Same rug, Same chandelier, same airless silence. But then Diddy arrived.
Now, as many of you already know, some of the most compelling evidence for these secret space programs didn't come from whistleblowers or insiders, but from a British computer hacker who accidentally stumbled upon classified databases. This next piece examines one of the most documented cases within this field, the Gary McKinnon hack. What makes this so interesting is that, unlike testimonies or alleged insider accounts, this involves real legal proceedings, real government responses, and concrete digital evidence that was significant enough to trigger an international extradition battle. And the Y-Files has a great video breaking down this entire event. He covers both the evidence and the skeptical challenges to what McKinnon claims he found. Pay close attention to the bit where he talks about non-terrestrial officers.
This conspiracy has been cleared for public consumption. Enjoy your dosage.
Gary McKinnon was obsessed with UFOs and believed governments were covering up evidence that UFOs exist. In the year 2000, he decided to do a little digging. Gary was a computer expert, so what better place to dig than on US government computers? What he found was so shocking that it sent the entire United States government into a full-blown panic. In fact, the US spent 10 years trying to prosecute Gary. He was looking at 70 years in federal prison. But what information did Gary find that could cause the US government to become so aggressive?
Please say aliens. Please say aliens.
Aliens.
Yabba dabba doo!
Gary McKinnon's stepfather was into science fiction and space travel, and this rubbed off on Gary. When he was only 12 years old, he joined BUFORA, the British UFO Research Association. But it all came together when Gary was 13 and had his own UFO sighting. He saw a bright red light in the sky that went from horizon to horizon in about 5 seconds. At first he thought it was a meteor, but it was moving too slowly and erratically. He said it moved through the sky in a waving motion like a dolphin bouncing in and out of the water.
Oh, you know what? Space dolphins move that way on purpose.
Really?
I only said that because I wanted to see him make a face like he smelled a fart.
As time went on, Gary became convinced that governments around the world, especially the United States government, had evidence that UFOs and aliens were real, but this evidence was being withheld from the population.
Of course they withhold it. And thank God they do, we'd be out of a job.
Amen to that. Well, Gary McKinnon was an expert in computers and networking and worked as a systems administrator. Even though he was good at his job, he was bored with it. His real passion was UFOs, a passion that was becoming an obsession. And if the government was hiding information about UFOs, he was going to do something about it.
Idle fins are the devil's playground. That's something I teach all my guppies.
Gary knew that both NASA and the US Department of Defense use Windows, which he described as a operating system. Using skills he learned as a sysadmin, he wrote a program to do one simple thing: check the passwords of all computers on a network. He wanted to know if they used the word password as a password, or if they used no password at all. His program ran for a year and found hundreds of wide-open government computers. To this day, he insists he wasn't hacking or attacking the computer systems. He said it was more like going fishing for information.
Fishing, huh? That phrase is a microaggression.
Save it for Twitter. Eventually, Gary found computers inside the US Navy, US Space Command, and NASA. But he didn't find anything interesting until he stumbled across...
aliens?
Not exactly.
What did he find?
He found a spreadsheet.
Sometimes you are so disappointing.
Gary McKinnon had accessed some of the most highly classified files in the US government. Most of what he found was pretty boring. Lots of staff reports, department memos, mostly just bureaucratic paperwork. But Gary found a spreadsheet on a US Navy server that caught his eye. It was called Non-Terrestrial Officers and contained a list of names. He was looking at a list of people stationed somewhere other than planet Earth.
Non-terrestrial officers could be humans serving on another planet or non-humans serving on this planet.
Well, that's true, but in this case, Gary was pretty sure that these were humans because the list showed officer transfers from one ship to another. So Gary looked for the ships in the US Naval Registry.
Well, let me guess. The ships weren't on the list.
They were not.
Ooh.
They appeared to belong to a secret fleet, a fleet operating in space. But that wasn't even the most interesting thing that he found. A spreadsheet is just words. But you know what's worth 1,000 of those?
A picture?
A picture. Gary McKinnon had heard the testimony of a woman named Donna Hare. She was a former NASA employee who worked at the agency for years. She said she saw quite a few UFOs in NASA satellite photos. But the photos, both physical and digital, were always altered to remove the UFOs from the images.
Oh, you don't say.
In the 1980s, Donna was working for NASA at Johnson Space Center. Specifically, she worked in the highly secure area known as Building Number 8. One day, Donna stopped by a coworker's office about something completely different. When she walked in, this coworker had a satellite image on his computer screen. He showed her a white cigar-shaped object. He asked her what she thought it could be. She said it might be a blob on the emulsion or a scanning defect. But then he pointed to something that made Donna have to catch her breath. The object was casting a shadow on the ground. So whatever it was real. Gary was intrigued by the story and thought Donna Hare was telling the truth. Since he already had access to NASA's computers, he wrote a program to search for the image. He narrowed his list of hundreds of computers down to just a few inside Building Number 8. Naturally, they had blank passwords, so he logged into them one by one. Most of these machines had empty desktops, but one computer had folders named raw, filtered, processed, and unprocessed. This was exactly how Donna described the computer in Building Number 8, so this was the one. The folder labeled unprocessed contained an image, but the file was huge so Gary couldn't download it, so he tried to view it on the remote desktop. So Gary McKinnon clicked the file and watched as the image appeared, pixel by pixel, line by line. At first, he saw nothing but blank space, but then the hemisphere of the planet began to form, and then he saw clouds. And then, about 2/3 of the way down, he saw what he was looking for, a spaceship. Gary saw a large silver cylinder, completely smooth, no rivets or seams of any kind. But a few seconds after opening the file, Gary noticed the mouse on the remote computer moved, but he wasn't moving it.
Uh-oh, the jig is up.
Whoever was sitting at the computer in Building Number 8 turned off their network connection, and Gary was disconnected.
Oh no, did he get a screenshot?
Nope, no time. So the good news for Gary McKinnon was his suspicions were proved correct. The bad news? The US government was onto him.
Is this a UFO? And he's smiling at me and he says, I can't tell you that. What I knew he meant was, it was, but he couldn't tell me. So I said, what are you going to do with this information? And he said, well, we always have to airbrush them out before we sell them to the public. And I was just amazed that they had a protocol in place for getting rid of UFO pictures.
Gary McKinnon stumbled onto more evidence of what he saw in the file of non-terrestrial officers, evidence of a secret space program within the US military. And this secret space program isn't new. There are clues about it going back over 50 years. In the 1960s, the US Air Force had a program that ran in parallel with NASA's Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo programs. It was called the Manned Orbiting Laboratory, or MOL. The MOL program had its own facilities and its own staff. They had uniforms and spacesuits, but they were completely different from NASA's, so there'd be no confusion that the MOL employees worked for a completely different program. The operation was so secret that not even the wives knew what their husbands were working on.
And the wives don't need to know nothing. What happens in orbit stays in orbit.
You've been divorced how many times?
3.
Uh-huh.
Cheap shot.
The MOL program was created to develop a spy station in space, but it was canceled by President Richard Nixon in 1969.
Or was it?
Right. But what Gary McKinnon stumbled onto was something far bigger than some Cold War spy program. After Gary found the cigar-shaped UFO on the NASA computer and got caught, US officials began to pressure the UK to help track him down. In early 2002, Gary was arrested and charged with 97 counts of causing damage to US intelligence assets, and he was accused of doing $800,000 worth of damage. The US government claimed he hacked into dozens of military computers and 16 NASA computers. They claimed he altered and deleted files, and that his activities were, in the US government's words, intentional and calculated to influence and affect the US government by intimidation and coercion. These charges were very aggressive. Clearly, the US government was concerned about what Gary found, so they wanted to make an example of him and make sure no one else would ever try to access a single document mentioning UFOs. Gary McKinnon spent 10 years defending himself against these charges and trying to stay in the UK. If he were charged in the United States, he'd be facing up to 70 years in federal prison. The media picked up the story but downplayed the UFO connection. McKinnon was described as a hacker trying to harm the Pentagon. The only major publication to mention the UFO side of the story was the UK Daily Mail. Gary said this publicity is one of the things that saved him. Eventually, his case landed on the desk of UK Home Secretary Theresa May, who would eventually go on to be Prime Minister. She ruled that McKinnon could not be taken back to the US because he suffered from Asperger's. Now, Gary McKinnon did break the law, there's no disputing that. But he also did the US a favor. Using the hacker name Solo, he sent messages to US agencies telling them their security was weak. He felt he was morally justified.
I thought if this technology really does exist, it should be used for the good of all of us, free energy, or at least very cheap. If this is being kept secret, why? Because obviously that would be used against people if it's being kept secret, rather than furthering humanity. But at the time, there was a very popular phrase bandied about called heating or eating. Old age pensioners had to choose whether to pay for their heating or pay to have food and then sit on their chair with a blanket and eat their food.
Gary McKinnon's case finally ended in 2012, and he became a celebrity in the UFO community. He'd exposed, or at least said he'd exposed, government knowledge of an alien presence. But his case proved there was something much more sinister going on. This wasn't something as simple as the US government covering up UFOs. This was proof that there was a highly organized secret space program in place. This program has a staff of thousands. It has a fleet of spaceships. It has weapons more advanced than anything currently in use. And this program has a name: Solar Warden.
Another incident, I knew someone in quarantine with the Apollo astronauts. He told me that the Apollo astronauts saw craft on the moon when we landed. The astronauts are told to keep this quiet. They're not allowed to talk about it.
At the same time Gary McKinnon was snooping NASA's servers, rumors were going around about a secret space program named Solar Warden. Solar Warden came out of the program called the Strategic Defense Initiative. Now, this was a Reagan-era defense program nicknamed Star Wars by the media. Now, this program has multiple space platforms, similar to aircraft carriers. Its mission is to scan the solar system for unauthorized alien intrusions and report those intrusions to the US Space Force. According to the rumors, the US and other nations have treaties that say only a small number of alien visitors are allowed on Earth at a time. But the aliens had been breaking the treaties for decades.
Octorans. Everybody knows those damn Octorans can't be trusted.
That sounds kind of racist.
Save it for Twitter.
Touché. As the story goes, Reagan was briefed on the aliens by military and civilian leaders. He immediately became determined to protect the Earth from the alien presence. Now, how do we know this? Reagan said so himself. In 2007, HarperCollins published The Reagan Diaries. This book is an insight into the president's daily life in the White House. His entries aren't written like a memoir, they're just thoughts that Reagan jotted down throughout the day. And on page 334, dated June 11th, 1985, the president made the following entry.
Lunch with 5 top space scientists. It was fascinating. Space truly is the last frontier, and some of the developments therein are like science fiction, except they are real. I learned that our shuttle capacity is such that we could orbit 300 people.
Whoa, did Gipper let a big one slip, eh?
He sure did. Now, if you know the space program, this entry makes no sense. The maximum capacity of a NASA space shuttle is 8 people. At the time, the entire fleet was only 4 shuttles. Even if all the shuttles were used at the same time, which they never were, that's only 32 people. So what's Reagan talking about? Later, people suggested Reagan might not have been talking about space shuttles at all. Maybe he was referencing a program that was supposedly canceled in 1979. A program to develop a space plane called Starraker.
Ooh, like the James Bond movie.
No, that was Moonraker.
Oh, right. Hey, you know that girl at the end of the movie had braces?
Yep, I thought so too, but she didn't. That's a Mandela effect.
I can't get my brain to accept it.
I can't either. Anyway, the Starraker, unlike the shuttle, could carry a lot of people. It was bigger than a 747. It could carry a payload of 200,000 pounds, more than enough to put 300 people on a space platform. So it's possible that Reagan was right, and Solar Warden is real, at least technically. The first reference to a secret space program with the name Solar Warden is from early 2006. An anonymous post appeared on a bulletin board called the Open Minds Forum.
We have a space fleet, which is codenamed Solar Warden.
There were, as of 2005, 8 ships, equivalent to aircraft carriers, and 43 protectors, which are space planes. One was lost recently to an accident in Mars orbit while it was attempting to resupply the multinational colony within Mars. This base was established in 1964 by American and Soviet teamwork. Not everything is as it seems. We have visited all the planets in our solar system, at a distance of course, except Mercury. We've landed on Pluto and a few moons. These ships contain personnel from many countries and have sworn an oath to the world government. The technology came from back engineering alien disk wreckage and at times with alien assistance.
For a few years, Solar Warden flew mostly under the radar in UFO circles. But in 2012, Solar Warden was back. In November of that year, a Huffington Post article by reporter Darren Perks was the first major news article about Solar Warden. It was also the first to tie in the story of Gary McKinnon. The article claimed that the program began in 1980 and operates under the U.S. Naval Network and Space Operations Command, the NNSOC. The Space Fleet has 8 massive carriers, each over 600 feet long. Each carrier is staffed by 300 people and protected by about 40 scout ships, and these ships are used to intercept alien intruders. According to the report, there are permanent multinational bases on the moon and Mars that are supplied by the carriers.
So that's why we never went back to the moon.
Right, at least not publicly. Darren Perks personally investigated the Solar Warden story, and in 2010 he was contacted by a whistleblower in the U.S. Department of Defense. This contact confirmed that Solar Warden is real.
While conducting a FOIA Freedom of Information request with the DoD, Department of Defense, in 2010, I had a much unexpected response by email from them which read, "About an hour ago, I spoke to a NASA rep who confirmed this was their program and it was terminated by then President Obama. He also informed me that it was not a joint program with the DoD. The NASA rep informed me that you should be directed to the Johnson Space Center FOIA manager."
So assuming Perks wasn't lying, the email response clearly indicated Solar Warden existed, or something like it did, but was canceled by President Obama in the early 2000s. Perks never followed up on his original article, and as you might expect, neither NASA nor the DoD has ever mentioned it. So if all we have are reports from anonymous people, that's not much proof of Solar Warden. But in 2007, we'd get more evidence, and this time, they're pictures. In 2007, a British amateur astronomer named John Leonard Walson started using a new technique to film the night sky. By attaching special equipment to his telescope, he records objects in visible, infrared, and ultraviolet spectrums. He then takes the clearest frame from each band and combines them. This process is called luminance layering. Walson first used the technique to view the Space Shuttle and the International Space Station, and experts confirmed that his technique works. But things got really weird when he started recording videos of stars in the sky. Walson discovered that many of the stars are not stars at all. They're in fact massive, highly reflective space platforms, exactly the type that Solar Warden uses. Some platforms have solar panels, others have what looks like weapons attached to the structures. He said some of the objects look like spaceships from Star Trek that might be used by the Federation or Klingons.
Oh, what do toilet paper and Captain Kirk have in common?
Please don't.
They both fly past Uranus and wipe out the Klingons.
Walson seemed to be confirming the presence of a vast fleet in the space above us, exactly as Solar Warden believers claimed.
Oh, the government probably hates this guy, huh?
They sure do. Not long after releasing his images, the infamous black helicopters appeared, flying very close to his house. Walson said that he was even being intimidated by what he called a government goon, and they even got physical at one point. But there's more to Solar Warden than just questionable videos taken with a telescope. In the mid-1980s, rumors emerged of a secret government project, codename Aurora. Aurora is a triangle-shaped space plane. The program was even covered in aviation magazines. Now, there weren't many UFO sightings described as triangles before the 80s, but now this is a common type of UFO. Also during this time, the British Ministry of Defense opened up a highly classified office dedicated to quietly investigating UFOs. One of its employees was Nick Pope. Nick said on the wall of the main office was a large photograph of an object known as the Calvin UFO. which was taken near Calvi, England on August 4th, 1990. The original photo has disappeared, but it depicted an 80-foot-long wedge or diamond-shaped object in the sky being chased away by a Harrier jet. This happened in front of civilian witnesses who took the picture. Using the recollections of people who had seen the actual photos, computer artists later recreated the image, and that was the last anyone heard about the UFO photo. But in 2022, a former British intelligence officer named Craig Lindsay released a scan of what he claimed was the authentic, original Calvin UFO photo. It showed the diamond-shaped object, the Harrier jet, and the fence in the foreground almost exactly matching the artist's rendering of the scene. Lindsay's photo was confirmed by experts to be authentic.
So it was real?
Well, no. Well, maybe. Probably not. The photo paper was authentic and typical for the 90s, but the originals are supposed to be color photos. Lindsay's is black and white. Also, the exact location of the original Calvin UFO photo was found, and the background didn't match. There should be hills and fields and trees in the background, and there just aren't. Now, supporters say you can't see the background in the photos because it's too foggy, but weather reports say the day the photo was taken was perfectly clear. So whatever Lindsay's photo is, it's probably not one of the originals. But the original photograph was taken by 2 civilian hikers, and for some strange reason, their identities are classified until the year 2076, and the photos do match the craft developed by the Aurora Project. And there are plenty of witnesses who say that's exactly what the Calvin UFO really is. So unless the original photos are found or we can speak to the hikers, we may never know what the object really was. Now, skeptics of Solar Warden say it's too difficult to keep such a large program secret, that people who were part of the program would talk. And they're right, people would talk. In fact, they did.
The Air Force official response to any reports of that nature is that we have no such program.
But there's a growing body of evidence that seems to indicate otherwise.
A hypersonic aircraft with a speed of around 4,000 miles per hour. If you look at it from underneath, what you see is a perfect triangle, really quite unlike anything else that has ever been flown.
And according to Bill Sweetman, there's the Air Force's secret test base in southern Nevada called Groom Lake.
There is something going on a very large scale, and simply denying that anything like Aurora exists leaves wide open the question of what's going on there.
Still, the Air Force says it knows nothing.
Shortly after the Solar Warden story emerged, several witnesses came forward, each claiming to have been a part of the secret space program. One of these was Laura Eisenhower, great-granddaughter of President Dwight Eisenhower. She said that at an early age, she'd been kidnapped and sent to other planets. She claimed she was involved in a war with an alien species called the Archons. Andrew Basiago was another whistleblower. He said he was recognized at an early age as an ideal fit for a secret space program. He claimed that he used a teleporter, not a spaceship, to travel to Mars on many occasions. And while on Mars, he engaged in armed conflict with alien species. And by 2015, other whistleblowers confirmed their involvement, not just in a vague secret space program, but specifically in a program called Solar Warden. Corey Good said he was removed from his old life in the 1980s, then reverse-aged 20 years and recruited into a secret military program.
Ugh, I'd like to reverse age 20 years.
You and me both, pal. Now, Corey Good described a friendly race of blue avians that were part of a super federation of aliens. The Federation is trying to help the human race fight off alien invaders, including a reptilian race.
Lizard people? From outer space?
Yep.
So most of these unwanted entrances into our solar system would be more small groups of ETs or single craft that are trying to be sneaky.
Right.
Just trying to slip in.
Marauder groups that would come in and do hit and runs to come in and take things and leave.
Hey, lizard people are crafty. So very, very crafty.
Good said some people part of the secret space program are trying to push full disclosure, trying to force the alien presence into the open by doing flybys of the International Space Station and popping up on photos and videos. But disclosure still hasn't happened, and Solar Warden is virtually unknown to most of the population. So either there's no such thing as Solar Warden or a secret space program, or it is true, and our solar system is a far more dangerous place than any of us could have possibly imagined. Solar Warden and the secret space program is a major branch of ufology, and because of social media, it's becoming more mainstream. Solar Warden is covered everywhere from YouTube to TikTok to the occasional mainstream news story. But is it true? No. Well, maybe. Some of it. Gary McKinnon is certainly a real person, but he says he doesn't know anything about Solar Warden or how he got associated with it. He never saw that name on any document or image that he accessed. It seems that the article by Darren Perks in 2012 is what connected Gary to the Solar Warden mythology. And it's easy to understand the connection. The picture of the ship McKinnon saw sounds a lot like the carrier platforms in Solar Warden stories. But even if Gary McKinnon saw a picture of a UFO, and I believe he did, it's a leap to go from one photo to a huge secret space program conspiracy. Now, other aspects of the story, the carriers, the fighters, the large crews, and the guarding of the solar system, these sound like the plots of well-known science fiction books and TV shows. For example, a spaceship, moon bases, and fighters that monitor the solar system come straight from a 1970 British TV show called UFO.
Ooh, is that the groovy one with the moon girls in short skirts and silver cat suits and the purple wigs?
That's the one.
Did I mention the short skirts?
You did.
He's a great show. He's really, he's such a good, I always liked the way he's a good, Tanya.
Okay, snap out of it.
Sorry.
The show also featured SID, the Space Intruder Detector. Its job was to scan near-Earth space for alien intruders, just like Solar Warden. And some of the eyewitnesses, like Corey Good, have been exposed as frauds. He was forced to testify under oath that he made the whole thing up, especially the part about the blue avians helping to protect the Earth.
Well, maybe he made that part up, but lizard people are definitely real.
Eyewitnesses like Laura Eisenhower and Andrew Basiago may be telling the truth, but their stories are a hodgepodge of every science fiction trope you can think of. Time travel, teleportation, zero-point energy, and the list goes on. Now, I'm not saying they're lying, but I am saying they both tell very convoluted stories. The only aspect of Solar Warden that holds up to any scrutiny is Gary McKinnon's personal testimony. But unfortunately, that's all we have, his word. Now, think of the logistics involved in something like Solar Warden. In order for it to work, every nation on Earth would have to be involved. Russia, China, the US, and really every industrialized country on Earth is aware when any other country launches a rocket of any kind. You couldn't put a fleet's worth of equipment into space without somebody noticing. You'd also have to constantly be sending food and water and air into space to resupply the fleet.
Or they raise their own livestock in space, and they grow vegetables with hydroponics.
What do you know about hydroponics?
Let's just say in college, I was very, industrious.
So if Solar Warden does exist, that would mean every nation on Earth has set aside their differences and come together for a common goal. That's actually a nice thought. Unfortunately, that common goal is protecting the human race from destruction by an alien invasion. Now that's terrifying. So I don't know if Solar Warden is real, but when I think about its purpose, I really hope it isn't.
Your regularly scheduled paranoia continues now.
Fascinating stuff. Regardless of how you feel about his claims, the government's aggressive response is very questionable. Would they really go to such extreme lengths for a simple computer intrusion? And no matter what he found on those documents, whether they were non-terrestrial officers, ships that we're unfamiliar with, clearly they contained something that the government considered extremely sensitive.
You better wake up and find out has been around you all of your life. You just didn't see it. Example, Abraham Lincoln was elected to Congress in 1846. John Kennedy was elected to Congress 1946. Abe Lincoln was elected president in 1860. John Kennedy was elected president 1960. The names Lincoln and Kennedy both contain 7 letters. Both presidents were particularly concerned with civil rights. Both of the president's wives lost children while living in the White House. Both presidents were shot on a Friday in the head. President Lincoln's secretary was named Miss Kennedy. Kennedy's secretary was named Miss Lincoln. Both were assassinated by Southerners. Both were succeeded by Southerners. Andrew Johnson, who succeeded Lincoln, was born in 1808. Lyndon Johnson, who succeeded Kennedy, was born in 1908. John Wilkes Booth, who assassinated Lincoln, was born in 1839. Lee Harvey Oswald who assassinated Kennedy in 1939. Both assassins were known by three names: John Wilkes Booth, Lee Harvey Oswald. Both names are comprised of 15 letters. President Lincoln was shot in a theater named Ford. Kennedy was shot in a car named Lincoln, made by Ford. John Wilkes Booth ran to a theater and was caught in a warehouse. Oswald ran from a warehouse and was caught in a theater. Booth and Oswald were both assassinated before they could go to trial. And a week before Lincoln was shot, he was in Monroe, Maryland. A week before Kennedy was shot, he was with Marilyn Monroe.
This video just caught something on camera that's never before been captured. We all know that when earthquakes happen, it's generally because of a big release on a fault, but it has never been caught on camera before until this video. Did you catch that? This video was from the 7.7 Myanmar, Thailand earthquake that took place back in March, and the fault rupture that we see in this video is consistent with the fault that actually slipped because it was a right lateral strike slip. It's crazy that it's taken until 2025 to finally capture something like this, but we finally now have a good idea of what a fault rupture actually looks like when an earthquake is in progress. Now, regardless of how incredible this video is, it does not take away from the fact that this earthquake was and still is, unfortunately, a major ongoing tragedy.
So, no, I was eating my fruit roll-up. And, okay, let me turn off the flash. Do you guys see this? What the is in my fruit roll-up? What the is that? Ew, I just ate like... Is that mold? But like, I turn on the flash and like... I mean, you can... Yeah, you can see... But... It doesn't taste bad. I don't know, I'm not gonna eat it anymore.
Okay, if you're not ready to go for a ride, and I say this with peace and love, keep scrolling. Pentagon UFO whistleblower Matthew Brown just sent a very cryptic message to Elon Musk, and the message, I decoded it, and if I'm on the right path here, it'll make the hair on your arms raise. Let's get into it. So this post came straight from Matthew Brown's account last night, and he warns Elon that the US government already has a secret AI that can literally predict the future. He says Sam Altman betrayed Elon and that the first public sentient AI, they were silenced. The tone of it is very urgent. It's like Elon's being pulled into something that he's not prepared for almost. I don't know. But then it does seem to get deeper. He name drops agencies like the White House, FBI, Navy, Department of Energy, and the NGA. That's the guys who track stuff from space. He mentioned something called Marsupial. And allegedly, this is a Trump-era UAP briefing program, and he says that rockets are so 1947. The translation? Well, the government knows how these exotic crafts work, and they're lying about it. But then the post shifts, and this is where it gets creepy. So Matthew Brown shares a hand-drawn circle filled with strange symbols and references a word, Logith. That's not science fiction. It's from an Enochian magic, supposedly the language of angels used by John Dee to contact non-human intelligence. He then ends the post with a cryptic signature, ABORYMON, possibly a nod to a destructive intelligence from ancient texts. So now we've got a Pentagon link figure warning of classified AIs, hidden crafts, betrayal at the top of the tech world, and he layers it all with angelic alphabets and ritual symbolism. It doesn't feel like a rant. It almost feels like a signal or a warning. I don't know. Was he warning Elon, or was it maybe aimed at someone else entirely, using Elon as kind of the excuse?
People born in February are actually the rarest in the world? It's true. February babies make up less than 8% of the population. But what they lack in numbers, they make up for in personality. February-born folks tend to be more creative, independent, and abstract thinkers. They're ruled by either Aquarius or Pisces, meaning they're either visionary rebels or compassionate dreamers. And get this, studies show February babies are more likely to be artists. innovators, and natural leaders. So if you're a February baby, you're literally 1 in a million. And if you know one, tag them. They deserve to know how special they really are.
Horror movies, you are creating a frequency in your body that makes trauma and adrenaline and cortisol and all of your stress hormones more natural. So you're anchoring them into your normal way of being, and you're desensitizing your body's response to them, which should be, oh, I need to do something, or I need to save myself, or I need to get out of this situation. And instead you're sitting there telling your body to just be in fear and not respond, not do anything with it. And so horror movies have had just an atrocious impact on our minds and on desensitizing us from fear, and then making our bodies think that that's normal and natural, and that then creates autoimmune diseases and all of these challenges that we're having because we're repressing our body's natural instincts to avoid fear.
So the aurora that we predicted last night did take place, but what is this? So the aurora that we predicted last night did take place, but what is that? What is that streak across the sky? Mike Lewinsky in Colorado recorded this during the aurora, which you see on the horizon right there. And that happened during the evening hours of Friday night, the 16th, going into the 17th. And this streak of white light occurred at the same time. Doesn't appear to be aurora related. It's probably from a Chinese rocket that was launched about an hour before this time. However, I'd like you to post your pictures of the aurora that happened on Friday night. Remember, we gave you advanced warning. We also told you that you could post pictures now in the comments. Most of you can. And we'd like to see pictures of the aurora last night and anything else strange. What do you think this may have been? Is it a Chinese rocket? Is it something more sinister? I don't really think so, but what do you have to say about that? It's crazy, isn't it? Now, there was another flare-up this morning that we missed in the United States and southern Canada. However, in the next couple of days, there may be, from a coronal hole on the sun, another stream of plasma reaching Earth. And if that happens, yes, we may have another aurora. I'll keep you posted. I'm meteorologist Todd Gross.
So I was curious the other day and found this online. McDonald's sells 6.5 million burgers in one single day. That's 195 million burgers a month. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't see cows lined up around every corner waiting to be turned into patties. I mean, seriously, do the math. Even if you stretched one cow into a bunch of burgers, you're still talking millions of cows just to keep up every day. So I started asking myself, where are all these cows coming from? Is there some secret super ranch hidden underground? Are they growing cows in labs, cloning meat behind closed doors? People laugh it off, but think, when was the last time you even saw a cow farm big enough to supply this madness? And don't say imported beef, because even globally, the numbers don't add up smooth. And look, I'm not saying it ain't real meat. I'm just asking the question no one wants to. What the hell are we eating? Because if it ain't cows, then what is it? Remember, I'm not insinuating anything. I am simply asking a question.
I told you the Matrix was right when it said 1999 was the peak of human civilization. Think about it. At the end of the 20th century, we had the perfect mix. Technology was exciting but not invasive. The internet was a tool, not a cage. And we still valued face-to-face connections. In the movie, they called it living in a dream world, maybe because we believed everything they told us. Civilization was living in a bubble, shielded from the ugly truths of the system. They also said, at some point in the early 21st century, all of mankind was united in celebration. We marveled at our own magnificence as we gave birth to AI. Prophetic, isn't it? Because right now we're doing just that, celebrating AI, letting it write, create, and even think for us. But here's the scary part. The more it does, the less we do. Just like they said, the moment AI started thinking for us, it stopped being our civilization and started being theirs. And here's the kicker. Evolution. Morpheus. Evolution. And that line wasn't just about machines getting smarter. It's about humanity giving up control, letting the systems we created define what evolution even means. We've gone from shaping the world to being shaped by it. So where is this all heading? A society where algorithms make all the big decisions, where we're plugged into screens 24/7, living in curated realities. It's what they warned us about, but we don't even see it. because we're too busy marveling at how convenient everything's become. The Matrix didn't just predict the future, it showed us the path we were already on. And the question is, do we keep walking it, or do we finally wake up?
Let's talk about Travis Scott and Michelle Lamy. Now, this particular photo here is a photo shoot they did, and I mean, look at Travis Scott. He looks out of it. He's just covered in nothing but a pillow. And there she is, smiling in the background with what seems to be orbs or some supernatural forces in the air. For those of us who don't know, Michelle Lamy is Rick Owens' wife, who is the tippy top of the fashion industry, one of the most influential people in the whole world when it comes to fashion. With that being said, based off her dark appearance, black stained fingertips, photo shoots like this where she has devil horns, and her influence among celebrities who will admit this to you, by the way, that she's influenced them so much, or they're trading energy back and forth. Many people have speculated for years that she is a witch. No way, she can't. Oh wait, she's with that other dark energy lady. So those two ladies I just showed you did a interview for a magazine, and this is MA, who you know who that is, and ML, Michelle Lamy. Now this caught my eye in terms of dark energy, etc., when she says this: I am not an artist like you are. You're an artist in the current sense of the word. I am more like a rhizome. People see my iconic teeth and are drawn to me, and then as soon as I see and meet new people, I just don't know what happens. I cannot explain it. These connections are created. I'm always searching for new energy, new beginnings. I always have to be doing something. Here she is here with the lead singer of Korn in a similar photo to what we saw with Travis Scott. It almost seems like she's possibly manipulating his energy or something. I don't know, just spitballing. Mind you, this is the same Travis Scott who I've deep dived on before and fully believe had some part in that horrible event that happened at Astroworld. Last but not least, check out this video of Travis Scott and Michelle Lamy. Tell me what you think.
I know. Crazy. So you're going to explode and we are going to get to okay.
Mind you, this interview was done before night one of Travis Scott's world tour, where she's literally telling him right in front of our faces, we're gonna get you there, you're gonna explode and go right to the top, and Travis Scott nods and agrees. There is some dark stuff going on.
Gary McKinnon's hack only gave us glimpses of these database entries and file names. What if we had someone with actual high-level government credentials willing to go on record about extraterrestrial contact and secret space operations? Our next guest was Canada's Minister of National Defense, a position that would have given him access to some of the most classified information in the Western world. When someone of Paul Hellyer's stature and credibility starts making extraordinary claims about alien visitors and secret technologies, it demands serious attention.
Honorable Paul Hellyer, former Minister of Defense of Canada, and he believes that life forms from space exist and are present on Earth. It's great to have you with us on our show. Why do you say that UFOs are as real as the airplanes flying over our heads?
Well, because I know that they are. They've been, as a matter of fact, they've been visiting our planet for thousands of years. And one of the cases that would interest you most, if you give me 2 or 3 minutes to answer, is during the Cold War, 1961, there were about 50 UFOs in formation flying south from Russia to across Europe, and the Supreme Allied Commander was very concerned and about ready to press the panic button when they turned around and went back over the North Pole. So they decided to do an investigation, and they investigated for 3 years, and they decided that with absolute certainty that 4 different species at least, had been visiting this planet for thousands of years. So that's, we have a long history of UFOs, and of course there's been a lot more activity in the last few decades since we invented the atomic bomb, and they're very concerned about that and the fact that we might use it again. And because the whole cosmos is a unity, and it affects not just us but other people in the cosmos, they're very much afraid that we might be stupid enough to start using atomic weapons again, and this would be very bad for us and for them as well.
So no serious scientist has ever publicly confirmed evidence of an encounter with extraterrestrials. Why would scientists not confirm the facts if they exist?
I'm afraid they must go out of their way not to find out. Because if they did, you know, even 10% of the amount of research I've done in the last 8 years, they would be as convinced as I am. I mean, they could do it even faster. Might take them a little longer when they didn't have a military background. But there are so many wonderful books that tell these stories, and they've been authenticated. The sightings have been authenticated by more than one witness, and also by radar. And they have landed in various places around the world, including Russia. There's a famous case there. I can't remember the name of the place, but it was widely reported at the time. A man wrote a book about it, and then the French bought the book rights so that it wouldn't be circulated around. There's just so much evidence. If anybody will take the time off to do a little bit of research and study. But people just are, you know, some people are interested and will take the time, and the others just say, oh, you know, it's just fantasy. Mm-hmm. But since I've been public on this subject, I get, probably 3 or 4 emails a week from all over the world, from people who have actually witnessed sightings. And some of them who have actually been on the ships, and some of them who have actually been transported to another planet. And so this information is not, you know, it is top secret in a way that the governments aren't talking about it. But if you listen to the whistleblowers and the people who have worked in the industry and who know what is going on, there is just a lot of information out there, and it doesn't take very long to get your hands on it.
But see, the problem is that some people who report UFO sightings and alien abductions have been shown to make things up, and to make things up to be famous, to make money, or just for a prank. How do we tell fiction from a fact?
Well, you have to spend a lot of time trying to find, we used to say, separating the wheat from the chaff, and it takes a lot of effort. When I was minister, I got sighting reports, and when we checked them out, about 80%, about 8 out of 10, were not real. There were sights of Venus or plasma or, you know, a dozen other things. But there were 15 or 20% for which there was no explanation, and they were the genuine unidentified flying objects. These things go way back. One of the conferences I went to was in Las Vegas, was promoted by a chap who had written a book about crashes. And there were dozens and dozens and dozens of them, and many of them very, very well authenticated, so that it would be impossible to read all of that evidence and not to come to the conclusion that these vehicles were real.
Have you ever had your own encounter with aliens?
Not an encounter with aliens, no. I have seen a UFO about 120 miles north of Toronto, over Lake Muskoka, where I have a cottage. And 2 years ago, last Canadian Thanksgiving, which is October, watched it until our necks almost broke for about 20 minutes. And it was definitely a UFO, because it could change position in the sky by 3 or 4 degrees in 3 or 4 seconds. And I checked out, there were no satellites that could do that. the space station wasn't going by, and it isn't able to move that fast anyway. And there was no other explanation except that it was the real thing. And 2 days later, I went down on the dock, got a comfortable chair, and watched it came back almost to the same spot and entertained me for as long as I could take it. And then I went back to the cottage. But it was very interesting because it would drop down in the sky and then it would roar back up, and then it would shift across a few degrees and do a circle and come back at a speed which, just astronomical speeds. As you know, they travel very, very fast.
So does it just look like a falling star that falls really quickly and then rises again? What does it look like?
Well, it just looked like a star.
It just looks like a star. Right.
And I don't know if you're a person who has ever read the Bible or not, but I think the Star of Bethlehem is one of God's flying saucers.
Mm-hmm. But you also tell me that people write you emails, 3 to 5 emails a week, and they've actually been abducted or they have encounters with the aliens. Do they actually tell you what these aliens look like? I mean, everyone's interested. How would I know if I see an alien and if he abducts me?
Well, the first question you have to ask is how many species are there? And I used to think there were, between 2 and 12. And Apollo astronaut Edgar Mitchell, who came to Toronto a few years ago and had dinner with us, agreed that it was somewhere between 2 and 12. But the latest reports that I've been getting from various sources are that there are about 80 different species. And some of them look just like us, and they could walk down the street and you wouldn't know if you walked past one. And they're what we call the Nordic blondes, and also the tall whites, who are actually working with the United States Air Force in Nevada. They're able to get away with that. They had a couple of their ladies dressed as nuns went into Las Vegas to shop, and they weren't detected. And I have a friend who saw one of the men walking along the street, and somebody who would recognize that they were different, and he did. So there are those kind, and then there are the short grays, as they're called, and they're the ones that you see in most of the cartoons. They're have very, very slim arms and legs, and they're very short, just a little over 5 feet, and they have a great big torso and a great big head and great big brown eyes. But they're different species, so you have to know that they're different species, and it's and know that they're all different. Mm-hmm. So if you saw the short gray, you'd certainly know that there was something up that you'd never seen before. But if you saw one of the Nordic blondes, well, you'd probably say, "Oh, I wonder if she's from Denmark or somewhere."
So this species that you're describing, are they all different in terms of nice and mean? Are some of them nice and benevolent? Are others nasty? Or how are they? Are they good to people on Earth, or are they here to harm them?
Well, it's a difficult question to answer because they have different agendas. And maybe all of us on Earth should have the same agenda, but you couldn't say maybe that Russia and China and the United States all had the same agenda at every turn, because they don't. And I would say that nearly all are benign, they're benevolent, they want to help us. There may be 1 or 2 species which do not. And that's one of the things I'm investigating at the moment, is to see who they are and what they're up to and what their agendas really are.
All right, we're talking to Paul Hellyer, former Canadian Minister of Defense, who says extraterrestrial life forms exist and are present on Earth. We'll talk more about what they are and why they're here after a short break. Stay with us. And we're back with Paul Hellyer, former Canadian Minister of Defense, to talk about extraterrestrial life forms. Great to have you back. So these extraterrestrial creatures, where did they come from and how did they get here to Earth?
They come from various places. For a long while, I only knew about ones who came from different star systems. The Pleiades and Reta Reticula and several other star systems. But in the last few months, I have met people who have made me aware of that there are some in our star system, and that there are actually extraterrestrials who live on a planet called Andromeda, which is one of the moons of Saturn, and that there are others on Venus and some on Mars, and that they may be interacting between themselves. I suspect that they are, because there is what is called a federation of these people, and they have rules. For example, one of the rules is that they don't interfere in our affairs unless they're invited to. And that's one of the reasons probably that we haven't seen more of them until very recently. And so
but what do you mean? There are a lot of people who want to interact with them. There are a lot of people who actually want to see them and know who they are. What, they need a special invitation to interact with us? What does it mean? They don't want to interfere into our affairs.
Well, they don't want to tell us how to run our affairs. They have accepted the fact this is our planet and that we have the right to run it. But they're very, very concerned. They don't think we're good stewards of our planet. We're not. We're clear-cutting our forests, and we're polluting our rivers and our lakes, and we're dumping sewage in the oceans, and we're doing all sorts of things which are not what good stewards of their homes should be doing. And they don't like that, and they've made it very clear. And as a matter of fact, they have given us a warning.
How?
And this has come from more than one source.
How have they made it clear? What have they done?
They have talked to people. One of the chaps I talked to about a month ago was interacting with them in 1974, he and his brother, in Peru. And they were taken to Andromeda, teleported, and they were told what the people there think, and that we're really wrecking our planet, and in fact that something dreadful is going to happen to it if we don't smarten up and change our ways. We spend too much time fighting each other, we spend too much money on military expenditures, and not enough on feeding the poor and looking after the homeless and the sick, and that we are polluting our waters and our air, and that we're playing around with these exotic weapons, thermonuclear weapons and atomic weapons, which have such a devastating effect both on our Earth and on other areas in the cosmos, and they don't like that. And that's the reason they would like to work with us to teach us better ways, but only, I think, with our consent. And they work through individuals, and they try and pick out individuals who won't be frightened to death of them, because they can give you quite a fright. One of the cases I'm familiar with was the tall whites in Nevada, where the United States Airmen working with them, were just frightened to death of them. And one, Charles Hall, rescued the daughter of one of the high-up people in the tall whites, and as a result became very good friends with the mother. And as soon as they could trust each other, they had a wonderful relationship. And he wrote a book about it. It's called Millennial Hospitality. Millennial Hospitality. And it tells you how you go through these stages of being scared out of your wits. But then when you establish a trust and a working relationship, why you can have the same relationship, same kind of relationship that you would have with someone here on Earth.
But here's what I'm thinking. If you're outing their presence, which is clearly not what they want since they're hiding, why aren't they so afraid of, why aren't you afraid of repercussions? Because you're obviously stating that they're here among us, and you're telling me all these species that exist.
They are here among us, and I'm not afraid, because in most cases, as far as technology is concerned, they're light years ahead of us, and we have learned a lot of things from them. A lot of the things that we use today, we got from them, lead lights and microchips and Kevlar vests and all sorts of things that we got from their technology, and we could get a lot more too, especially in the fields of medicine and agriculture, if we would go about it peacefully. But I think maybe some of our people are more interested in getting their military technology, and I think that's wrong. I think that's wrong-headed, and that's one of the things that we're going to have to change, because we're going to have to work together.
Talking about
all of us, everywhere on the planet.
You've mentioned military technology and swapping technologies and barters between between aliens and people in American government. I want to ask you, as a former Minister of Defense of Canada, is interstellar war a possibility? Should we be creating a Star Wars force to defend ourselves from possible invasion or something like that?
Well, I think it's a possibility, but it's a possibility especially if we shoot down every UFO that comes in our airspace without asking who they are or what they want. And right from the beginning, we started scrambling planes and trying to shoot them down, but their technology was superior enough that we weren't able to get away with it. Certainly not for a long while. And during that period of time, they could have taken us over without any trouble if they'd wanted to. So I think we have to, rather than develop our own Star Wars, Earth Star Wars, to protect ourselves against them, that we should work with the benign species, who are the vast majority, and work together and rely largely on them, of course, and cooperate so that we would be contributing something at the same time. But I don't think there's any point in us developing a galactic force that would tempt us to go out on our own and get into mischief, which is one of the things I think some of them are concerned about.
But what do you expect to happen if people start to believe in alien existence on Earth? Because things are definitely going to change. Our lives aren't going to be the same anymore.
Well, I hope that's the case. I hope that's the case, and I'm all for full disclosure, and I'm going to push very hard for full disclosure in the book I'm writing, and to give some reasons for it, things that we really have to know and have a right to know, and that our future as a species, and here I mean all of the species in the world, are potentially at risk if we don't figure out what's going on and work together to try and make life more amenable for all of us.
But
and to work with our neighbors from other planets as well.
But still, like, I'm thinking to myself, if they've been here for such a long time, as you say, and they're interested in helping humanity, as you say, why is our world such a mess? I mean, if you want to help someone, you just help someone. You don't wait for someone to invite you to help that someone, no?
Well, I don't, it's something that I think parents can sometimes say to their children, this is what you should do. But that doesn't mean the children are going to do it, does it? Because the cosmos is based on free choice. And we're given the option of making mistakes, of making wrong choices. And I guess what bothers some of us is we've made too many wrong choices and not enough right choices. So we're going to have to start switching our priorities and stop spending so much time and effort and weapons to kill each other or to dominate each other, and spending a lot more time on how to help each other to have a better life and a more just society, and a life which is healthier, and where the health care is better, and where the food distribution is better, and where the air is cleaner and the water is cleaner, and all of those things that are waiting to be done, if we just get together and row, as we say, rowboat, row in the right direction, the same direction. And it's possible, but it's a tall order, and so far we haven't done it. My thesis will be that we have to do it, and we have to start doing it right away.
If you've made it this far, consider yourself informed or infected.
This case has absolutely fascinated me for years now. It's about as close as we can get to a reputable source. When a former defense minister, someone who literally had oversight of military operations and classified programs, starts talking about multiple alien species and secret technology transfers, you really have to pause and consider the implications. Paul Hellyer's claims align remarkably well with what McKinnon found in the databases. The consistency between a computer hacker's accidental discoveries and a defense minister's insider knowledge is, well, it's either a remarkable coincidence or evidence pointing towards something incredible.
I want to sort of start at the beginning.
Yep.
Project Cirrus in 1947.
Yep.
So let's just go
chronologically. So Project Cirrus is back in the 1940s. 1947, they said, hey, what if we could steer the path of hurricanes?
Yes.
And so they basically went out and flew into the storm and dumped a bunch of dry ice, and they thought maybe that could change the path of the storm.
They thought it worked.
Well, they did briefly, and then the hurricane went the wrong way, and they realized, uh-oh, this didn't work.
So sorry, why would dry ice move anything?
Well, realistically, it wouldn't. You'd need a ton of it. You know, a single hurricane churns through 200 times more energy than the entirety of humanity produces. And so the idea that we can meaningfully affect the weather or meaningfully affect a hurricane, whether it be manipulating it, creating it, steering it, is apocryphal. But back then, we didn't really know that.
Remember the sitcom Married with Children from the 80s and 90s? Because I saw an ad last night that they're selling jerseys in the TikTok shop that he used to wear in that show. So I went and looked it up, and sure enough, that is the jersey he would always wear for Polk High, number 33. If you think it's a coincidence that he wore number 33, is it also a coincidence how in the show his last name is Bundy? Because Bundy is one of the 13 bloodlines. I'm gonna go ahead and cast my vote now that it's not a coincidence. Just like in the old show I Love Lucy, you of course had Lucy, you had Fred and Ethel, and let's not forget Ricky. Anyone who's familiar with the show, if you also recall, he used to say Babalu, because Babalu had to do with the Afro-Cuban religion. Not that when he would sing the song, he was paying a tribute to an Afro-Cuban god. Probably not her real name either, considering it's Lucy Ball. Lucy means light. Lucifer is known as the light bringer or light bearer, and although the spelling is different, you also have Ball. I'm gonna vote not a coincidence again on this one.
Mind spins, and it spins because you're very emotional. When you get upset, your mind spins and you get sucked in, and you can't get out of your thoughts, and your thoughts multiply like crazy rabbits. And then you end up doing something wrong, and then you get upset again, and the whole process starts again, and you go down and down like a whirlpool. You have to get out of your thoughts, and you must become a different person from your thinking. So you become the thinker and the thinking. And you find if you stand back from your thoughts, you could influence what you see. Until you do that, you can't do the next thing. The next thing you have to learn to do is to learn to deal with the wickedness in people, the wickedness in your mother and father, the wickedness in authority, because authority have power, and that's confounding the whole society. You have to learn to look people straight in the eye without getting upset, because the purpose of people who upset you, they put something of their own ugliness in you, and you end up dramatizing their wickedness. For instance, if you upset me and I get mad, and then I hit you and I go to jail, you'll stand back and say, see, you get away with it.
I succeeded in making you do the evil that I wanted.
Exactly right. And you're the one that's the problem, but I'm all the one. It's the old spitball in the class routine. Somebody throws a spitball at you, you throw it back, the teacher always catches you and never catches the other guy.
Did you? Is the statue of Lot's wife.
They found Lot's wife. Archaeological evidence confirms the Bible again, and the world is reeling. In a remote corner near the Dead Sea, something buried for millennia has just come to light, and it's sending shockwaves through science and religion alike. Even Tucker Carlson weighed in, calling it one of the strangest and most compelling discoveries of our time. Actual footage is now making the rounds online.
But there might be something in that metaphor that could tell us more about the catastrophe itself.
And experts are scrambling to explain what many believe confirms one of the Bible's most haunting stories. What was once dismissed as myth may now be standing tall in salt, staring straight into history. The forgotten city beneath the salt. Long before archaeologists brought cameras and excavation tools into the desert, the story of Lot's wife had already carved its way into human imagination. A woman fleeing a city on fire, warned not to look back, does exactly that and is frozen in time, transformed, according to scripture, into a pillar of salt. For centuries, people assumed it was symbolic, a moral tale to caution against longing for a sinful past. But what if it wasn't just symbolism? What if something physically remained? The cities of Sodom and Gomorrah were said to be so wicked that divine fire was their only cure. Ancient texts describe a sudden catastrophe, one so intense that it erased entire populations overnight. Smoke rising, land collapsing, and ash covering what used to be homes. It all sounds mythical, but the curious thing is, people have been searching for these lost cities since antiquity. Roman writers, Islamic geographers, and even 19th century Christian explorers all believed they could find remnants of this biblical disaster somewhere near the Dead Sea. And it makes sense. The region is one of the most geologically unique areas on Earth. It sits in a deep rift, the air is thick with minerals, and the land itself seems scorched and sunken. Near the southern basin, there's an eerie silence, broken only by wind rustling through crumbling cliffs made of salt and stone. Here, strange formations appear on the horizon, including a massive salt mountain known as Mount Sodom. Its name alone carries centuries of speculation, but it's what lies within and around that mountain that has attracted renewed interest. Not long ago, a new generation of researchers returned to this ancient terrain, not as religious pilgrims, but as forensic scientists, geologists, and archaeologists. Their goal wasn't to confirm miracles, but to trace seismic activity, test mineral layers, and model ancient climates. Still, even they couldn't ignore the stories. And as their instruments probed deeper into the earth, something began to surface. Evidence of extreme heat in the soil layers, the presence of naturally occurring sulfur balls, and a pattern of destruction unlike anything explained by natural erosion alone. There were even strange voids beneath the surface, air pockets where it looked like ground had collapsed rapidly, perhaps violently. The researchers found burned sediment layers interspersed with unburned ones, suggesting a rapid and chaotic event rather than a slow geological shift. Even the air, they reported, felt denser, heavier, as if it carried the weight of history. Still, no one was talking about Lot's wife yet. The idea of finding her, or any human trace tied directly to the story, seemed laughable to the scientific community. What could possibly survive thousands of years in such conditions, especially in salt, which corrodes and crumbles? But others, particularly those watching from religious and historical circles, weren't so quick to dismiss it. They had seen strange things in this desert before. And the truth is, many of the most significant biblical sites, once dismissed as myths, have been gradually corroborated by archaeology. Jericho, Hazor, Nineveh, all cities mentioned in Scripture, unearthed one by one. So now the focus shifted to the least understood of them all, Sodom, or what might remain of it, buried under a crust of minerals and layers of silence. No one could say for sure where the city once stood, but Mount Sodom had become the center of attention for reasons beyond its name, because something had been found there. And this time, it wasn't just another salt pillar. It was something else entirely. Something shaped like a person.
This is a hologram of matter. This is a holographic 15-dimensional time matrix. When we talk about different universes, they're holographic universes. All of this is a hologram. Not outside. This is outside. You see the 15? It ends right there. The time matrix ends. And so outside is the cosmos fields, which is, you see, 3 levels of cosmos. Cosmos is obviously bigger than universes. This is what's important to understand. How part of God, you could say, is distorted. How part of God can become shadow. Some people use the word evil.
Have you all seen what happens at the airport now if you do not have the real ID, the new license? This is totally dystopian. So first, when Resilient LA got to the airport, the first thing they did when they found out she did not have it was they took her and moved her to the side for like 10 to 15 minutes for everybody to see. So basically, act like you are some sort of criminal or something and separate you. Look how subliminal this is. They give them a red sheet of paper, red of all colors, talking about how they are non-compliant. Think about modern day schools, how they mimic modern day prisons, even like getting in line and doing certain things. It's all subliminal. And then the swabbing of the hands, almost like frisking, like again, like you have been pulled aside and dehumanized by the system that you are not going to walk with. The craziest part is this, not only did the whole ordeal take like an hour, they also swiped her phone the same way they swiped her hands. Just think for a minute of what kind of technology they could have and what they could be getting from the phone. I guarantee there's more going on than meets the eye. Get with the system or we will alienate you and make you so uncomfortable to the point where you just get with whatever we say.
Story, but I can remember in school, witches were bad.
Yeah, that's what they teach you. So you don't tap into your power. Why would I tell you that I'm doing a spell on you? I'm going to tell you that spells are bad so that I can do it on you. That's how I feel like society manipulates people, because it's been sensationalized. Like, oh, witchcraft is bad, witchcraft is this, but they're doing witchcraft on you. So yeah, we're all under a spell.
Explain that. Who is who?
The government.
The government's doing witchcraft on people.
Yeah, our money has sigils on it. If you look at the dollar, first of all, it's a dead president on it. It's an ancestor. Okay. Off the rip, right? So when you look at the different pyramids and certain like lines and how they print their money, it's all a spell. It's all a ritual, right? So every time you touch money, even psychologically, when you're thinking about money, it is all outlined to you. Subliminal, everything. Everything you watch is subliminal when you think about it. Your music is subliminal. You know, the 808s, all the beats, everything. They are 100% controlling us. Yes. So if you know that you're being controlled, now you can't be controlled anymore. But if you don't know, they can continue to control you. And that's what's happening to everyone.
Warning. If you scare easy, this made my stomach drop. So once again, I could have gone my whole life without y'all telling me there's something behind me. In every single one of my videos is the one where I get flowers, no note. I thought that's what the TikTok was about, but apparently there is someone, something standing behind me in the doorway. I decided I'm going to screen record myself screenshotting the doorway, playing around with the settings. This is what I found.
This has been concealed for centuries. The real purpose of the Eiffel Tower is something far beyond what you've been told. Most people believe it's nothing more than a symbol of Parisian culture or a product of the industrial era. The truth? The Eiffel Tower was designed as a massive antenna, an instrument for wireless electricity experiments, and its secrets could have revolutionized the world. The year was 1889, and the tower was unveiled at the Paris World's Fair, touted as a temporary exhibit. But here's where it gets strange. The true intent behind this engineering marvel was hidden in plain sight. Nikola Tesla visited Paris in the 1880s. During his stay, he met with Gustave Eiffel and shared his groundbreaking vision for a world powered by free, wireless energy. Tesla had already proven with his Warden Cliff Tower that electricity could be transmitted wirelessly across vast distances. Eiffel, utterly fascinated by Kessler's revolutionary ideas, took these principles and incorporated them into the design of the Eiffel Tower. This was not just about aesthetics, this was about power, real power. During the tower's construction, strange phenomena were reported. Electromagnetic anomalies, unexplained lights, and strange sparks were seen surrounding the tower. Locals spoke of nighttime experiments, and some even claimed to have witnessed orbs of light dancing around the structure.
Henrique has always kept creepy mannequins, but one night, his worst fear became a reality. As he sat in the corner of his dark room, the door across from him creaked open. A head slowly leaned out, followed by an arm. The figure then tilted its head at an unnatural angle, hanging off the doorframe and twitching in disturbing ways. Henrique froze. His breathing intensified, until he finally backed away and stopped recording. But that was only the beginning. Just a day later, at 2 a.m., he recorded something even worse. In the room where he keeps his mannequins, a figure was standing behind one, and it was moving. It looked like another mannequin, but it clearly wasn't. Henrique slowly backed out of the room, never once turning around. Whether it was a prank or something darker, the video chills you to the bone. And honestly, living with mannequins like that, I couldn't do it.
They got her. They got her. I bet you guys won't guess who this is. Actually, I bet you will guess that it's Kim, like I did, but it's not. It's Kim's almost 70-year-old mother, Kris Jenner. Something's going on here. This picture is from 2020. Today? How? I want to know how. Let's look at some side-by-side so you guys can kind of see what I'm seeing here. I'm kind of getting death becomes her vibes, because how in 5 years did you age almost a decade backwards? Kris Jenner in 2022. It's like every year she's getting younger. To me, she literally looks like Kim now. It's just, how is nobody talking about this? First it was Martha Stewart, and now it's Kris Jenner. Is there something in the water? I would really, really like to know their secret to aging backwards. Come on, give me all your excuses in the comments section for how it is humanly possible for these celebrities to be aging backwards. Because honestly, for me, going from this to this is literally insanity.
If we really want to understand the full scope of what these secret space program researchers claim is happening, we need to hear from someone who has spent decades investigating these phenomena and allegedly had direct contact with insiders at the highest levels. What you're about to hear is one of the most comprehensive accounts ever recorded of alleged government knowledge about extraterrestrial contact. This comes from a legendary late-night radio interview where pilot and researcher John Lear, after maintaining 10 years of complete silence, decided he wanted to share everything he knew about the reality dooming humanity.
Other than calling John, I don't know, every year or so, or a couple, to, inquire whether he'd like to once again do an interview, which I always got the big no to. That's about the level that we've, I think, kept in touch over the years. And then the other day, I happened to call him. And other than the fact that I bugged you once again, John, I really am curious, after 10 years, why break your silence now and welcome?
Well, thank you, Art. You mean I could have said no?
Yeah, too late. Yeah, you could have said no, sure. I'm serious. After 10 years of not a peep, why now?
Well, the government in charge of this cover-up works so well at making your life miserable when you go around talking about this stuff that I quit, and my quality of life improved about 200%. But now the cover-up is so well in place that they certainly would not be threatened by me going on the radio once and saying what I know.
Yeah, well, you lost jobs because of this,
right?
Yeah,
I lost two. I lost one with an airline and one with a government program that I really wanted, and that was with Lockheed. And they went for my clearance, and they were told by the Air Force and NASA that under no circumstances would John Lear ever get another clearance. Now, I had Q clearance up at the test site for some work I did with Dynelectron, and it was just monitoring below-ground tests from the air with different airplanes. And that clearance is still there. It's not active, but they weren't going to renew it under any circumstances, and they made it plain. So it's cost me a little bit, but I've managed to survive.
All right. Before we launch into the whole spectrum of things that we have to talk about, John, when you and I were on the phone the other day, you began to tell me about 9/11, and I really would like to talk about that. You have a perspective on the whole 9/11 thing that people should at least hear. I mean, everybody can make up their own minds about it, but you're a commercial pilot, and there's certain things you know. So how about it?
Well, it's a very sensitive subject, and I told you that I was hesitant to talk about it.
That's why I'm bringing it up first.
But whoever concocted 9/11, and it certainly wasn't Osama bin Laden, they have two objectives. One was to polarize American opinion against Arab Muslims, And number two was to get the U.S., to trick the U.S., essentially, to get Osama out of Afghanistan, because Osama, as bad as he was shutting down all the heroin poppy fields and was causing a disastrous monetary loss to the illegal drug industry. And last year, which is a year after we went into Afghanistan, National Geographic did a special on TV that ran for several months and documented the 500% increase in drugs flowing out of Afghanistan after we went in there and eliminated Osama.
They actually did. I recall that. I remember that report. So you're sort of charging that we went in there after Osama to rescue the drug trade.
No. Well, that wasn't what we thought. We were tricked into doing that. We were tricked into thinking that Osama was responsible for 9/11. But to get a proper perspective on who did the World Trade Center, you have to understand what a magnificent feat of airmanship this was. It was disastrous, and it was horrible for this country. But this was not accomplished by some guys who went to Florida and got some instruction in a Cessna or a Piper. And this was not accomplished by somebody who had some right seaman in a 727.
What about simulators, flight simulators?
This had to be accomplished by pilots who were taken to an honest-to-God Boeing 757 simulator, which essentially is, the 757 and 767 are essentially the same cockpit. You get the same rating. And whoever, concocted this whole thing knew that on a particular day that airliners themselves could be switched because of, maintenance problems. And by selecting airlines that had that airplane, they had everything covered.
So it actually took a fair amount of skill to plow into those buildings?
I would say that it took about 200 or 300 hours for each pilot. And we're talking about
200 or 300 hours. You mean of simulator time?
Of simulator time. They had to learn how to step into the cockpit, and that's a whole thing, getting into the airplane. But separate from that, they had to get in the cockpit, pull the circuit breaker for the transponder, sit in the pilot seat, disconnect the autopilot from the flight management system, turn the airplane, push the throttles all the way forward, find Manhattan, then line up on a pre-planned course doing 10 miles a minute. They were clocked by air traffic control, doing 600 miles an hour at 700 feet above the ground, and fly directly into the middle of the center of the World Trade Center. Now that, in the air races, we only fly 400 miles an hour, and that's difficult. But to fly an airliner the size of the 757 at 700 feet, I mean, that took some skill, and it took a long time to train that, probably a year. In addition to that, hitting the Trade Center was a feat, but hitting the Pentagon was even more of a feat, because when you're going that fast, there's a tremendous amount of air creating this lift. And as you head towards the ground, that air reacts against the wing and pushes you up. So whoever hit that, trained to hit that Pentagon at the third story was highly trained, because when he got towards the ground, he'd be getting a tremendous amount of lift, and he would have to trim forward and push with an incredible amount of strength to not be pushed up and over the Pentagon and to hit the third story.
What about the plane that went down, the one that didn't make it, that was probably headed for the White House?
Well, that was shot down by an F-16 out of a base south of New York. And
how can you be so sure?
Well, because there was parts found 5 miles away, because there was eyewitnesses to it being shot down. There's corroborating evidence. Somebody who was listening to a cell phone conversation at the time this was going on said they heard the rapid, and described it as the pilot rapidly turning pages. Well, that's not what was happening. It was the cannon fire hitting the fuselage, and that's what accounted for the what they called smoke in the cabin. It wasn't smoke; it was the depressurization causing the condensation.
So you're saying definitely you feel it was shot down?
No doubt about it. But you have to understand the government's position. Number one, they couldn't possibly reveal this information because it was just, something they had to do. The problem was that once the passengers got control of the airplane, there was no way to communicate with air traffic control and communicate with whoever was directing the attack for the Air Force.
Now, you say Osama bin Laden wasn't responsible, but there are videotapes showing Osama with his lieutenant sort of laughing and joking they didn't expect such a grand result and all that baloney. What about that?
He may have been told at the last minute that, but if that's all we've got, people say, well, how come we haven't got Osama bin Laden? And the bottom line is we don't want to get him. We'd have to put him on trial, and other than that videotape, we don't have a shred, not a shred of evidence against him.
Yeah, that might be enough it might be enough in a courtroom.
In a world court?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe there is no more evidence. I don't know. But you shocked me with some of your views on the 9/11 business. No question about that. Hundreds of hours of where would they get, John, where would they get simulator training like that? That many hours?
Therein lies the problem, because they certainly couldn't waltz into any airline in the United States and get that kind of time. I mean, most of the airliners, airlines who have 757s using 24 hours a day. And they certainly aren't in the habit of renting to unauthorized people, like somebody going in there and saying, hey, we need 1,500 hours of time. It's just not going to happen. They had to find another 757 elsewhere in the world. And you look around the Middle East, and there's certainly none there, because, at least in any Arab country, because they have Airbuses, strictly Airbuses from France.
So
they have to find someplace else that had a 757.
How many of these simulators are there?
Well, there's lots of them, but, not lots of them, but, there's certainly around. They had to make a deal somewhere. I mean, obviously they got training, because they couldn't do without that kind of training.
But what we've been given by the media, the mass media, that they were down in Florida getting a few hours on lighter aircraft, that just doesn't wash at all.
No possibility. You talk to any pilot that knows anything about this, and that was a feat of airmanship. With 19,000 hours in all the airplanes I've flown, including air races, the Douglas B-26, I doubt if I could have done that the first time. Because
really?
What you're doing is you're going a mile every 6 seconds. So you had to learn where to line up, which reference points to get, where you had to be at a particular time to hit that building. It was just, it had to be planned for a long, long time. This is a tremendous amount of skill, and it took a long time to do. Particularly, they probably got somebody who didn't have, thousands of hours. They probably had to, train him from the ground up. And in this case, it was relatively easy, because he didn't have to learn how to take off or land. He didn't have to learn how to do a single engine approach. He didn't have to learn how to do an ILS or an NDB approach or anything like that.
Just hit a building.
Yeah.
Just hit a building. John, here's something I've wanted to ask you, John, for a long time. Phil Klass is I guess a skeptic would be a kind word. He's perhaps more than a skeptic. And I talked to somebody who claimed they heard a quote from you saying that in a conversation with, let me redo this line here. In a conversation with someone, you were quoted as saying that Phil Klass does what he does out of patriotism. Did Phil Klass ever say that to you?
No.
No.
I knew Phil Klass from the early 60s when he was the science editor, or the, I forget, electronic editor for the Los Angeles Times, and he used to write about my dad's equipment in an unfavorable nature, and so he was an anathema around our house. And then when I got into this UFO thing and met him in, I forget, one of the conferences in 1987, he invited me over to his apartment, and we sat there and talked about this stuff, and he was, saying, oh, this is all BS, it's not true, and I'd hit him with, several facts. He says, John, it's not true, it's the fiction, it never happened. And at that time, Larry, who was the Bentwaters guy that came out and talked about the Bentwaters thing?
Oh, and I should know who you're talking about.
Larry?
Yes.
I remember. I can't remember his last name, and I started talking about him. He says, John, I don't want you hanging around that guy. He's a druggie. And it was an interesting evening. And but I think that's about the last time I ever saw Phil. Is he still alive?
I believe Phil Klass is indeed alive. I think he is anyway. Listen, a lot of people listening tonight will have no idea of you and the year of Lazar for you. A lot of people of course, are pretty recent listeners, and gee, it's been a decade, although we have I actually interviewed Bob Lazar not too long ago, John.
Yeah, I listened to it.
Oh, you did? You heard it?
Yeah.
It might be really interesting to kind of get that period of time, from you, for all the new listeners. There are so many.
I spent some time with Bob a month or so ago. I had an occasion to ferry an L-1011 from where it was painted in the south. The name of the airport escapes me, but we took it up to Roswell, and as you know, Roswell is a huge airport repository for old airplanes. Old airplanes, old airliners. There must be 200 of them there. Just every kind you can imagine, L-1011s and 747s and DC-10s and DC-9s.
They're really kept there to avoid the erosion that would occur elsewhere, right? Just because it's
there's several places. Mojave is one. Victorville is another. Roswell. Anyway, I went to Roswell, and coming back, I took the bus from Roswell to Albuquerque, and Bob picked me up, and I spent a few days at his house. And, talked about old times and stuff, and it was interesting. But the way I got into all of this was sometime in 1984 or 85, I picked up a book called Missing Time by Bud Hopkins.
Of course.
And when I read it, I thought, holy smokes, this is true. I mean, it gave me chills. And at that time, I was flying with American Transair, and I was based in New York, and I gave Bud a call and ended up over at his house and spent a fascinating evening with him. And that got me really interested. And then, what's his name? Whitley Strieber wrote Communion, and that was even more scary. I remember reading that book I had gone down to the store to get it, and I got a call to take a flight from Las Vegas to Cleveland. And I remember flying the 727 on the way to Cleveland and reading this thing, and how scary it was. But anyway, I got interested in all this, and let's see what happened next. I went on this little tour around Colorado, New Mexico, and, checking out all these rumors. It was just fascinating. And then I started to give lectures, and I gave this, at that time, I was on my soapbox, and we deserve to know this stuff. And, at that time, I had no idea how heavily involved the government was in this. I thought they were just really dismissing it.
You kind of went at this for a while as almost an obsession, didn't you?
Oh, it was an obsession, and it almost caused a divorce because my wife, turned off the phone. I mean, changed my numbers, and it was a very, very turbulent time. But anyway, in the summer of 1988, a guy called up during all this turbulence, and he said, "Hey, I'd like to get a copy of your tapes." And I said, "No, I'm out of this. I'm done with it. It's a mess." And he said, "If you ever need an appraisal of your house," he said, "I'll trade you." He says, "I'm an appraiser." And I said, "Well, I'll tell you what. I need my house appraised. I'll trade you the tapes for the appraisal." And this was Gene Huff.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
So he came over and he brought this guy named Bob Lazar to hold the measuring tape. And we sat down and we talked about UFOs, and Bob was sitting there rolling his eyes. He said, "I've never heard so much BS in all my life." I mean, he said, I worked at Los Alamos. He said, "If this were true, I would have known it. I had the highest clearance." And, people who have Q clearance think that's the highest. Yeah. So anyway, over the next few months, we got together with Gene and Bob, and I kept feeding Bob information, and like about October or November, it became apparent to him that something was going on. And I think there was 2 or 3 things that I had said. One is I said at Los Alamos, there's a facility called YY-2, which is a secret facility, and that's where they keep, the live alien. And I mentioned something else, I forget what it was. But anyway, his friends at Los Alamos wrote him back and said, indeed there is a YY-2. Now, that doesn't mean there's an alien there, but there was a secret area. So at any rate, Bob decided to re-enter the scientific community and called Dr. Teller. I was there when he made the call, reminded Dr. Teller of when he had met him at Los Alamos, and asked if he could re-enter the scientific community. And Teller said, "You want to work here in Livermore, California, or you want to work out there in Nevada?" And Bob said, "I want to work at Area 51. And Teller said, "Let me see what I can do." Well, the next thing I know is Bob has 3 security interviews down at the EG&G facility here, and he mentioned to me on the second interview, they said, what is your relation? Do you know John Lear? And what is your relationship with him? And Bob said, well, he's a person who, I know him, and he's a person who sticks his nose where it doesn't belong. And Bob said when he told them that, what he didn't tell them was he likes to stick his nose where it doesn't belong. So anyway, the next thing I know is December of 1988, Bob shows up at my house in the evening, sits down, I'm, right now, doing some paperwork, and he sits down in the chair in front of my desk, and he says, I saw a disc today.
And now here's where I want to stop you and ask you a quick question. When Bob first came to you at the point you're talking about right now, what do you think his motivation was? Because he had a...
He said what his motivation was.
Yes?
He said, I saw a disc today, and I said, what are you talking about? I said, theirs or ours? He said, theirs. And I said, did you go to Area 51? He said, yeah. He said, I just got back. I said, then what are you doing here, Bob? I said, this is fantastic. Why don't you work there? Obviously, they followed you. And I said, why don't you find out what's going on and then tell me? And he said, because you have taken so much flack over this, and so much ridicule, I want to tell you it's true that I saw it.
So you think
that was his motive?
He was coming to you privately at that point, just saying, look, what you believe, it's true. I can verify it's true.
Right.
So it was just because you're friends. And
That's right.
Because he saw your struggle.
Right.
And from that point?
Well, from that point, he worked from December until March 21st, 1989, which will always be a date that we'll always remember. And that, the Tuesday before, the 21st was a Wednesday. The day before, when I was over at his house, and he said, you want to go see a disc fly tomorrow? And I said, well, how? And he said, well, I know a place that we can watch it, and they always test on Wednesdays at sunset because that is the time that this road is least traveled. And I said, great, let's go. So Gene Huff and me and Bob got in my motorhome, and I think Bob's wife was with us, and we drove up there, and just south of the black mailbox, which we didn't know about then.
The now infamous black mailbox.
Right. And I set up this telescope, and here this thing comes up from behind the mountains where Groom Lake was, and it flitted around, and I'm trying to focus this 8-inch Celestron telescope, which is, very difficult.
Bad idea.
And but finally I got it, and I saw, a disc. It was oriented about 45 degrees to the horizon, and it was glowing. It was a yellowish orange, and it was glowing. And it was settling back down behind the mountains. And I said, quick, Gene, take a look. And as I stepped back from the telescope, I hooked the tripod leg and got it off and off the focus. And, of course, there's a big laugh about that. And at one time I had those tapes, all those tapes, but I'm moving out of my house now, and I stored everything in the garage as far as tapes, UFO books, all documents and everything, and somebody came and stole half of it, including all my UFO books, everything. Now, I don't know who it was, and I don't expect it's, I think it was just accident. Somebody took that stuff. That tape is gone.
Well, a telescope of that power would actually give you pretty good resolution if you really managed and holding the focus course.
Oh, it was perfect. I saw it. There was no doubt about it.
How much could you see, John, beyond a glowing disc? That was it. No further detail of the craft itself, or could you even estimate by distance the size?
No. And so we stayed around for another couple of hours, and nothing happened. So we went home, and then the next Wednesday night, I was on a trip, airline trip, and I couldn't go. But I called Bob, and I said, what's going on? He said, we're going fishing tonight, which I knew, they're going up to Groom Lake. And so that was the night that I think Jim Taliani went and George Knapp went, and I think that's when George got the film that he got. Then the third night, which was the following Wednesday, was March 6th. And that's when we went up and we had all the, the Geiger counters and the cameras and everything. And that's when we got caught. And we were going down the road that access to the back gate of Groom Lake. And I kept saying, come on, let's stop here.
How close were you allowed to get?
About 10 miles.
10 miles. So you were how far inside that 10-mile point?
I think we were about 10 miles away. We hadn't even come near the security gate. That's way up in the, in the ridge there.
So, well, I guess what I'm getting at is, were you in an area where you could legally be? Or...
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right.
But we were going further, and I said, come on, let's stop. And then we saw some headlights in front of us. And, we said, okay, let's turn around. There's no use in forcing this issue because we're not going to be able to get out now. And as we turned around, I forget who was driving. I think it was Bob's wife's sister. And I said, now don't get stuck in the dirt. And so we turned around and we head as fast as we can down this road, and these Jeeps or vehicles are following us. And, when I told this story, I said there was 4, and, Bob says, no, there was only 2, or I forget how many there was. But anyway, we got to a point almost to the road, and we decided they were too close behind us. So I said, he says, Bob says, I can't afford to get caught. Let's stop. I'm going to go into the desert. You guys, do what you have to do. And so we got out. Bob went into the desert. I set up the telescope, and these guys pull up, form a circle. They had guns. They said, what are you guys doing? And I said, we're just, looking at the stars. He said, well, how come you were running away from us? And I said, well, I thought you might be dopers. And he said, well, we're not. And he said, we need to see some ID. So everybody had to, give a social security number and driver's license number. And we were there about a half an hour. They checked everything, and they said, then they gave us the briefing. They said, look, we can't kick you off of here. This is BLM land. But we can make it awful difficult for you if you stay. And we said, okay, we'll go. So they leave. And remember, this is at night. It's extremely dark, way out in the middle of Nevada. Mm-hmm. And we had the trunk open, which cast a light. And I'm loading the stuff, and we wait about 15 minutes, and Bob comes out of the desert. And we sit there laughing and joking about seeing flying saucers and all this and so on and so on. Unbeknownst to us, the security team had gone down the road just about 100 yards, and they were filming us, and they had a parabolic reflector. They were recording what we were saying.
Oh.
So we pack up everything, and we get on the road there just as it goes through, just where it meets the 278. And as we get onto the road, I think it's Nye County or Lincoln County Sheriff stops us.
Oh.
And they pull up, they got the lights going, and they got the bullhorn, and he says, all right, everybody out, put your hands on the car. And so we get out and put the hands on the car, and he comes over, and we were there about an hour. He checked ID, and he was talking to somebody, and pretty soon he comes up and he says, look, I only have 2 questions. He says, 1, where's the gun? Because we had mentioned that Bob had run into the desert with a gun. And he said, I want to know why there's 5 people here, and there was only 4 people when security stopped you in there.
Huh.
And so nobody said anything. I have to admit that I made one of the monumental mistakes of my life, and Bob Lazar will never, ever forgive me for this. But it's just my nature. When they asked for the driver's license, I said, mine's in the trunk. And so we had to open the trunk with all the Geiger counter and film and everything in there. And anyway, after about an hour of hemming and hawing and not giving him an answer to anything, he said, and I'll remember this officer's name. It's a French name, and he still works up there for Lincoln County. And I see him occasionally from time to time. He said, look, I don't know why I've been told to do this, but I've been told to let you guys go. So pack up your stuff and get out of here. So we packed up our stuff and left, and the next morning, Bob got a call from his boss.
If I can stop you, John, do you think the reason you were let go is because of the Lazar name?
Right.
Yeah, okay.
And they didn't want any more, so publicity. So the next morning, Bob gets a call from his boss and says, Bob, don't go to work. I'm going to pick you up. And he picked him up, drove him up to Indian Springs, which is the center for all security for the test site. And they pulled him out of a car with a gun in his ear, and they said, Bob, when we gave you this security clearance, it didn't mean you were supposed to tell all your friends about the flying saucers. Do you want to work here or not? And he was non-committal. He came home and, told us about, what happened. And I said, are you going back to work? And he said, probably not. And I said, why? He said, the main reason is because the last time I went up, he said, when I got on that, the only thing I remember is getting on the 737 and getting off. I don't remember what I did up there. And he said, I couldn't work under conditions like that.
All right, hold it right there, John. Good evening, everybody. You're listening to a very rare interview indeed. My guest is John Lear, the son of Bill Lear, inventor of the Lear jet, and a man who knows an awful lot about what's going on inside. Actually, so much inside information that I doubt we'll hear it all tonight, but we'll see how much we can get to. It's been so long since I interviewed John that the last time we did it, we almost didn't have commercials. Okay, John, we kind of left off where Bob essentially said, nah, he didn't think he'd go back to work there.
Yeah, and his reason was because the last time he went, he could remember getting on the 737 and getting off, but he couldn't remember what he did there. So the I think it was the next day or so, like the Saturday, I had done, or it was Sunday morning, I had done some interviews with George Knapp, and it was, I forget what the program was called, but we discussed UFOs and everything, and that night he called me. He said, John, you can't believe it. The phones are ringing off the hook here. People want more. What can I do for an encore? And I said, well, maybe I can get Bob to come on. And so I talked with Bob, and that was the Monday night that he did the news show where they showed him in shadow, telling that he worked up there and that he worked on extraterrestrial craft.
Oh, that was a big broadcast.
And then a few days later, George Knapp and Bob Stoldow, who headed up Channel 8, came up, and George said, I have Bob here. We want to talk to I have Bob Stoldow here. We want to talk to Lazar, and we want to see if he's telling the truth, and I want to go ahead with a special. He said I need to get Bob Stoldow's permission. So we sat here for an hour or two, and they grilled Bob this way and that, and finally said, Bob Stoldow said, go ahead, do it. And that's when George went with the six-part documentary on Lazar.
Yeah, very famous documentary. Channel 8 really stayed heavily on that, and anyway, so that was it for you and Bob?
That was pretty much it. Bob made the Lazar tape, which documented what he learned up there, and we stayed in touch for many years. He ran Desert Blast every year up until Desert Blast 13 was the last one that we ran. It was the largest outlaw fireworks show west of the Mississippi, and we didn't do it again for several reasons. One was because we had 13 shows with just tremendously high explosive displays, and there wasn't one single injury. And Bob said, "Look, we've gotten away with this long enough. Let's bring this to a close." So,
okay, I've got a computer here, and people can send me questions kind of as we go along. And somebody was asking, that proves that Lazar knew the schedule roughly of what was happening up there. It doesn't necessarily prove the rest of his story. How confident are you that everything you were told by Lazar was right on the money?
I'm confident that everything he told me was true, and I've heard that argument several times that he may have known the schedule, and then they also say he may have been a cook up there. So, but if he was a cook, then that means that they told the cooks when they were going to fly the flying saucers.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That's a very good point. But in general,
there's no way I can prove, all that happened. I can just say I believe it.
And of course, you can believe what you saw with your own eyes.
Yeah.
Do you have how much of an idea do you have with regard to the capability of the craft that you saw fly? Fly is the wrong word, I guess.
Well, Bob said it, had tremendous capabilities. It could certainly travel outside, this solar system and go to other solar systems. The fuel that, he worked on the propulsion system. When you go to work there, everything is so compartmentalized, other than the initial briefing that he got where he learned a little about, everything that was going on. They don't allow him to work on all aspects of it. He had to pick one field, and his field that he picked on was try to duplicate the propulsion with present-day technology. And, of course, it's impossible. They're hundreds of thousands of years ahead of us. Although we can understand how it works, there's no way we can contain an antimatter reactor.
John, Bob got his hands on element 116, crucial to the operation, I guess, of these craft, this element 116.
That's the fuel.
Yeah, the fuel. And did he, you remember, you don't have to answer these things if you don't want to, but did he bring that to your home?
No, it was at his house.
It was at his house. You saw it yourself?
Yes.
What became of the element 116 that he possessed?
No comment.
No comment. Okay. Let me ask you something easy, or maybe it's not easy. You're a pilot. You've been a pilot all your adult life, I guess, correct?
Yeah.
Something a lot of us wonder is how many pilots see these craft. A lot of people, I've noticed something, John. You get a lot more UFO sightings when, Mars is coming close and people are paying attention to the sky. Most people go around looking at what's in front of them or the road or whatever, and they have to. They don't spend a lot of time looking at the sky. But pilots do. They spend a lot of time looking at the sky, and many of us wonder how many pilots actually see these things.
That's really a misconception, because when you're flying an airplane, particularly in this day and age, you're concentrating on what's going on inside the cockpit. During the nighttime, even if the lights are turned down, there's no way you can see out the windows. I mean, you can press your eyeball against the window and see stars, but it's not like you're sitting there in your normal piloting position and you can see outside. You can't. And then during the daytime, your attention isn't outside. I mean, you can look out occasionally from time to time, but most of your concentration is inside. You're talking with air traffic control. You're monitoring, the instruments and paying attention to flying. You don't have time. But in answer to your questions, how many people see? Not many. I've heard some stories of guys that see stuff outside, and of course, I may have been a little different. I spent a lot more time looking outside. I remember one of the last flights I made with one of the cargo airlines. We're very late at night, and I'm looking out, and I see this thing come streaking across the sky and then go straight up. And I thought, no, gosh, I wish the crew had seen that. And so then I didn't say anything, and then it happened again. And I thought, well, maybe it'll happen again. So I said, hey, you guys, look at this. And it happened 3 more times. And it was, I don't know what it was, but it came streaking about halfway across the horizon directly over the airplane and then shot straight up.
Frank is monitoring your reactions. Proceed.
Richard C. Hoagland, in the early years, had some shocking stuff he said about things that are on our moon. Just incredible things, tall spires and structures and buildings and things, and just incredible stuff. And people laugh. They ought not be laughing at that, huh?
No, Richard C. Hoagland inspired me to look into that, and I ordered some prints from NASA. And, of course, when you order pictures of the moon from NASA, it doesn't come from NASA. There's 3 separate places where they come from. And to go back to the middle 60s, when NASA really realized what was going on the moon, they had the Lunar Orbiter series. There was 5 camera ships they sent to the moon to make fabulous, detailed photographs of the moon. And when these came back, I mean, they were chock full of all these buildings and arches and domes and buildings. And, there was a place at NASA where people spent their entire careers doing nothing but airbrushing this stuff out. And then they'd take a picture of that picture, and that would become the public information. That would become the picture that was sent out to the public. But every once in a while, you can order a picture, and they forgot to airbrush, or they didn't know it. And one thing they could have never imagined back in the early 60s was that in the 90s, that computer technology would make it possible that we could scan a photograph like that and, enlarge it and find the airbrush marks.
Yes.
And find stuff that they didn't see, looking at the print. I mean, we can go right down and see, little, tracks and all kinds of stuff.
So you think they're just erasing this stuff or have erased this stuff like crazy?
Oh, absolutely.
To protect us from the truth.
They just have a hard time keeping up with, keeping this information from the public. I mean, every time we send something to Mars, something happens, it doesn't work, it doesn't transmit everything. We sent Clementine to the moon, took all these fabulous pictures and spun out of control. I think the guys at NASA say, how many times can we do this? You think the public's going to fall for this every single time? And I imagine some guy says, well, they have so far. Let's keep it up.
Well, then you've been following Richard's career to some degree.
Absolutely. What a guy.
All right. Well, like a year ago, John, he suddenly came up with these photographs of Mars. And, I've done quite a bit of flying. I'm certainly not a pilot. But, when you look at these photographs, these more recent ones of Mars, even I sat here and I went, oh, my God. It's like I'm looking down at a damn city. Like a city. It looks like a city from the air. And buildings everywhere, square shapes that don't make any sense on Mars, from pictures that were imaged just below the surface. I don't know if you've seen those or not. Have you?
Which ones are we talking about?
They're fairly, within the year, recent pictures that were imaged kind of just below the ground, with some of the ground.
Sure.
My God,
there's ones that are above ground that are equally fascinating.
They are.
We run into the same thing with Richard as we run in with UFO people, is everyone believes their own research, but when they hear another story, oh, that guy's full of Beyonce. And so you kind of have to do your own as you research this. Now, the last thing I came across is, have you seen the city at Tithonia?
Yes.
Okay, that's fascinating. I called up the guy at Project Red Star and I said, send me that stuff. And what's so fascinating about it is, I don't know whether you can do it today, but you used to be able to go to Balanced Space Systems, download the film yourself and look at it yourself. You didn't have to go buy a CD.
Yeah, it's incredible stuff. I mean, from the air, to me, it looks very city-like, John. That would imply a gigantic civilization that at least at one time, was on Mars, without question.
Yeah, now when Bob was working at the test site, one of the things he saw was close-up views of Cydonia. They were taken at very close range. He said that the pyramids at Cydonia, he could see doors and windows, and there was no doubt that it was, the place where somebody lived. And so he and I had occasion to drive down to L.A. to pick up his jet car. And when we were down there, we drove over to JPL, and we went to see the guy who was head of was it Voyager that went? I lost my memory. Was it Voyager 2 that went to Mars?
Well, it was Voyager. It was a Voyager.
Voyager. Okay. So we went in to see this guy who was head of Voyager Imaging, and we said, Bob has been up to Area 51 and seen these close-up photos. But, in the photos that are released to the public, we don't see this particular photo. We said this photo that he saw was taken at a very low altitude and a specific angle. We said, was Voyager tasked to ever go lower and take pictures? And the guy said, yes, as a matter of fact, we did task it to go lower, but we didn't make any pictures. Now, here's the beauty of this thing, and this is how a cover-up works. He knew that it went lower, but he didn't have high enough clearance, even though he was head of imaging, that picture was taken.
John, why do you think that all of this is being withheld from us, the whole thing? Why? Why are we being protected from this information? I mean, on the one hand, people call and say, oh, look, I could take it. The fact that Brookings was there and said people would be disturbed and all the rest of it, baloney, I want to know. So the question is, why are we not being allowed to know? Why keep it all secret?
The answer to that is in the form of, I'd like to do something with you, but we need a good 10 or 15 minutes, because what I'm going to do is say, Art Bell, the government has chosen you because of your vast experience with the public and what you think they can handle. And we've decided that we are going to either release all this information or not. But what we're going to do is tell you everything that we know, and then you decide yay or nay.
Yeah.
And this Art Bell, it will be you. Now,
I would think I would be getting set up, John.
Really?
big time. Set up
Okay,
big time.
when we have 10 minutes of clear time, I've written the briefing that you're going to get from the government, and then after that briefing, it comes with slides and videos. Of course, you won't be able to see them, but I'll talk you through them. And then at the end, I'll say, Art, yay or nay.
So you're going to give me a briefing, huh?
Right.
Okay, we'll do that in a few minutes. Apollo 17, or will that... Can you give us a brief? I mean, was there some mission with regard to Apollo 17 not fully public?
Yes, Apollo 17 landed in the Taurus Littrow area, which is extremely dangerous. There's mountain peaks that go between 8,000 and 10,000 feet around the area. But what they were tasked to do on the second day was go to Nansen. And Nansen is a large, obviously constructed opening inside the South Massive. And they wanted to take a look at it. And so essentially that's been covered up, but there's a website where you can read the whole thing, see the pictures of Nansen. You get the exact, what the astronauts said, and which is very, very interesting what they said. And what I'll do at the end of this broadcast, I'm going to email you about 10 or 15 websites that we're talking about, and then you can pass them on to what you like, and they can look at this Apollo 17 and Project Red Star and all the rest of them.
All of this, an Apollo mission, our space program in general, how much would have to be hidden? Now, of course, it is worth mentioning that we have not gone back to the moon, not with men, as one would have expected by now, or Mars, or anything else. It's kind of like, I don't know, it's like we're being kept home.
Right, we were told to stay away, and we were given that edict by the aliens. They said, you will not come back here, and I'm not sure which particular Apollo series it was, says, well, look, we've got these Saturn V's, it's going to be hard to tell the public, and they said, well, okay, run one or two more, and that's it, and Apollo 17 was the last one. And the excuse that NASA gave was, well, we don't have any more funding, we can't do it, and they have, the 3 remaining Saturn V's fueled, ready to go, and they were 18, 19, and 20.
This threat that stopped us, John, what was the or else part?
It was just or else, and, since I didn't know exactly what they said, and I haven't talked to anybody who heard the threat, it was just enough of a threat that, we don't come back here, you're not welcome.
Yeah, got it. All right, stay put. It's kind of interesting. Over the years of doing this program, so many years now, I've often wondered why I've been allowed to do it at all. So, okay, let's say the government chose me. They were going to use me as an outlet to release this information. Let's just say they did that and they took me to a briefing. Then what, John?
Okay, they whisked you to Washington, D.C., you get limoed to this building, beautiful building, you go up into this room, they say, Art, you're the guy, if you give us the go-ahead, we're going to release everything we know to the public. And if you decide to go ahead, all major networks will be provided with information on all aspects of the cover-up. No type of information will be withheld because of the deal for immunity for all participants of the cover-up provides that nothing, no artifact, no piece of information be withheld. So here's what happened, Art. And of course, we'll use some videos and stills. Our first UFO recoveries were in the late 30s. We made a couple in the beginning of the 40s, and then came Roswell, which the public found out about. We got 2 live aliens from Roswell. One died shortly thereafter. One lived until 1956. And we found out that so far there are 18 different alien species that we know about monitoring Earth. Some are good, some are hostile. Most are indifferent. We found out that we are the experiment or product, if you will, of an alien race who we never met and really don't know who they are. All we know is that the Greys are cybernetic organisms, glorified robots, if you will, who work here at the behest of their employers, monitoring us through abductions. We were never able to find out what the experiment is all about, except that we have been externally corrected about 65 times, and they, the aliens, refer to us as containers. There has been speculation that the souls our bodies contains is the reason for the experiment, but nothing has been proven or determined. Since 1938, we have lost over 200 aircraft to UFO hostilities and thousands of soldiers in all kinds of different kinds of action with aliens. Since that time, several 100,000 civilians have disappeared with no trace. Several thousand were eliminated by us because of their chance encounters with aliens, which we could ill afford to have publicized. A slightly more frightening phenomenon known as human mutilations have occurred on a regular basis and are similar to the cattle mutilations in that the humans are taken from the street, so to speak, and returned to the same area about 45 minutes to an hour later, with their rectums cored out, their genitals removed, their eyes removed from their sockets, and completely drained of blood. In all cases, it appears that the mutilation procedures occurred while the persons were still alive and conscious. One of our scientists speculated that apparently the human specimens had to be alive for the samples to be worth anything. Abductions occur on a daily basis throughout the United States to at least 10% of the population. And when we first became aware of this, we protested to the little gray being that we held in captivity at the YY-2 facility at Los Alamos. But a deal was struck that in exchange for advanced technology from the aliens, we would allow them to abduct a very small number of persons, and we would be periodically given a list of those persons abducted. We got something less than the technology we bargained for and found that the abductions exceeded by 1,000,000-fold what we had naively agreed to. In 1954, President Eisenhower met with a representative of another alien species at Muroc Test Center, which is now called Edwards Air Force Base. This alien suggested that they could help us get rid of the Greys, but Eisenhower turned down their offer because they offered no technology. At this point, it became apparent to all involved that there was no such thing as a God, at least as the public perceives God. Certainly some kind of computer recorder stores information, and an occasional miracle is displayed by the aliens to influence a religious event. So this so unnerved Eisenhower that he had In God We Trust put on paper money and coins and put into the Pledge of Allegiance to reaffirm the public belief in God. Shortly after this, it was determined at meetings between the U.S. and Russians that the situation was serious enough that a Cold War should be manufactured as a ruse to divert attention of the public away from UFOs and towards some other scary threat, the H-bomb. Wow. It was also decided to keep the ruse secret from any elected or appointed official within both the U.S. and Russian government, as long as it took so long to vet these officials, and the ruse was easier to manage if the top people didn't know about it. In the late 1950s, NASA was formed to compartmentalize, containerize, and sanitize information from all space platforms and vehicles. We sold NASA to the public, claiming that all information would belong to them. Actually, they got very little, and even that was highly sanitized. Our first efforts were to keep the public from learning about Venus, and that it's a similar planet to Earth, and that its population is very similar to us, but more technologically advanced. We have learned a lot from them. Starting with the Russian Venera 1 and U.S. Mariner 2, we made Venus look like a lead-melting volcanic surface spewing sulfuric acid into a pressurized atmosphere 90 times that of Earth. And was often the case we overdid it and wondered why no one ever asked how a parachute survived a descent into 800-degree air. We set up operations in Pine Gap, Australia to preclude any prying eyes trying to figure out what we were up to. We regularly eliminated, through extreme prejudice, anybody who was part of the operation and made the least little tiny threat about disclosure or satisfaction with the operation. Any space mission that included Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, Mariner, Voyager, Clementine, and all the rest, all data initially came transmitted to Pine Gap, and then it was relayed to JPL or wherever after the sanitizing. We had a little trouble with amateur radio operators, but we figured out how they could intercept these signals, but we managed to deal with that. When the Russian threat began to fade, we introduced Vietnam, which kept the public occupied for over 10 years. The cover-up and the personnel to run the operation began to get bigger and bigger and required more and more money. We were enforced to inflate the defense budget, which soon was not enough. Then we got into the drug business, which was still not enough. We were the ones that looted the savings and loan industry and Wall Street to boot. It is so out of control now, most people want immunity and want out. But there is so much secrecy and so many double and triple blinds in place that it is unlikely that this thing can ever be dismantled. And even if you give us the go-ahead to spill the beans to the public, it's unlikely they will get anything more than, yes, we recovered a flying saucer, and yes, there was an occupant, but that's all we're going to tell you. So go ahead and roll the tape for Mr. Bell. What you see here are the human mutilations look like. That one was a male about 27 years old. Now that film is of dead aliens being pulled from the wreckage of their craft that crashed in Atlanta, California in the 50s. That craft you see over there was over 250 feet in diameter and had to be buried on the spot. That site is in Utah near Dugway Proving Grounds. The object that you're looking at now is the Kecksburg Acorn, which was brought to Wright Pat in the middle 60s. There's Frank Drake trying to force information out of a being tied down to that stretcher. He was supposedly from Tau Ceti. These pictures you're looking at now are the structures on the moon. That's the tower in Sinus Medai. It's over 7 miles tall. And that thing there is what we call the Colossus of Agurum in Mare Crisium. We don't know what it does, but the machine itself is bigger than Brooklyn, New York. Now, those are videos of the domes covering the craters. You can see that some are in a very advanced state of decay. Now, these are 5-second slides of the 18 different alien species we are looking at. That one there is the most gruesome looking. The guards at one facility are carefully indoctrinated over a period of several months, being shown pictures similar to, but not exactly like the alien. Only when they have been acclimatized, so to speak, of the horrible-looking beings are they allowed to stand in security positions. Before these acclimatations were done, we had 2 guards die of a heart attack as these aliens came down the hallway unexpectedly. And this last clip is of the Kennedy assassination. You've heard of the second gunman theory. Well, this is the second camera that recorded exactly what happened. We had 4 gunmen. And the bottom line was, Kennedy had to go. He insisted on releasing what little alien information we had told him about, and he was trying to withdraw troops from Vietnam, which we were using as a diversion for the public. After Kennedy, we never told any president anything. Nixon knew because he was briefed as VP in 1952. That's how he knew where to take Jackie Gleason to Homestead Air Force Base to see the alien bodies we had storage there. And that's about it. What say you, Art Bell? Can we brief the public, yay or nay?
My first response would be, having heard even just a quarter of that information, if I really heard it from a legitimate government source, that I was about to be killed. I would assume I would be in mortal danger. I mean, it's just any portion of that information would get a person killed if they knew it. Much less, it's just ludicrous, John. I would never be put in such a situation. I would never be at such a briefing because such a briefing is never and will never be made ever.
Okay,
ever.
well, Art. Here's the deal: is people want to know. They say I can take it. Tell me. I mean, the public can take it.
Well, they can't. I agree.
Okay, now wait a minute. Are you saying let's release it or not? You've been given this briefing. The government has decided, look, we're tired of covering this thing up.
This assumes that I really believe they would release it, as opposed to killing me, right?
No, they wouldn't kill you if they were giving you a briefing. They just say, here it is.
No, I mean, once I said no, yes or no, well, I suppose no. Once I said no, then I'd have to be killed, wouldn't I? Because other people have been killed. That was part of your briefing.
Yeah, but they quit that in 1972. Up until 1972, there was 572 people eliminated from the program because they disagreed with the way it was going. But after that, they don't kill them anymore. What they do, I don't know. I have, suspicions of what they do, but
why do you imagine?
Don't bring that into the argument.
Why do you imagine they let people like you on radio shows like this and saying these things?
The government, the cover-up is so firmly in place now that it's not a threat to them.
Doesn't matter.
I mean, how many people are we talking? It doesn't matter. People listen to it and think it's interesting and go on their business.
Well, that's true.
My point is that if you knew the whole story, you wouldn't be pushing for disclosure.
No, I wouldn't. Of course I would not. I believe that Brookings was accurate. In fact, I believe even more than that. I've spent all these years getting emails from talking to people in the Bible Belt. John, I talked to a lot of them. I know how the fundamentalists feel, and it would churn us upside down.
Okay, I agree with you. Now, last night I talked with the guy who's heading up the Disclosure Project in Washington, D.C., and I read him the exact same thing I did to you, and he said, yeah, go for it. Let's do it. You have a right to know. And I'm wondering, how could you possibly think like that?
Yeah, how can he? I've asked the same questions, really, I have. And you get a wonderful speech in return that also makes sense, and you get the patriotic angle. You get the, we're part of all that's happening, and we really do have a right to know about these profound issues. They're so profound that we have a right to know. And the argument sounds good. It really does sound good. But I also know what would happen if this information became...
You're 100% right, and that's how I believe. And they bring up the argument, well, I'm tired of the government lying to us. Well, that's what governments do. That's what they're for. I mean, they lie to us continually, but on this particular issue, they're correct.
You pretty firmly believe that what you just laid out there, as it was a litany of horrors, to be sure, is pretty much accurate, John? You really
Well, I
think
didn't put all the bad stuff in there, but yeah,
no?
that's essentially what it is.
I thought you were going over the top a little with the human mutilations. And
Right. It's a fact. I mean, it happened.
I hear these dark, quiet, don't quote me, but there have been these things going on type conversations. People that I deal with who really do know what is going on have talked very quietly, John, about human mutilations. It's just kind of almost at the whisper in your ear stage regarding human mutilations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, you know, there's no way that the government, suppose they were trying to be forced to make a release, is to say, you know, okay, yeah, we do have something from Roswell, and there was an alien, but that's all we're going to tell you. Well, I call it the Pandora's box syndrome. You can't open it a little bit.
A little, yeah.
And that's why the government is ready to risk, I mean, supreme ridicule, you know, even though one, you know, lands in the middle of the city. No, it doesn't exist, because they can't open the box even a little bit.
Here's something I'm curious about, John. You saw the recent headlines about the Chinese. How are we going to stop the Chinese from going to the moon?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. We might have a lot of control over a great deal of the rest of the world. But I'm fairly certain we don't have much control over the Chinese. And boy, they're just really getting into space. They just announced they're going to be sending a probe to the moon. Now, I wonder how cooperative the Chinese are, say, versus the Russians.
Boy, I'm glad that's not my problem.
Because at some point, the Chinese are going to be looking at things that I guess we don't want them looking at, or do you suppose that at the very, very highest, in other words, you've got to imagine, I guess you firmly believe, don't you, John, that there is a fully operational, what kind of government, John? How does it work, do you suppose? Any idea how our elected, in quotes, government, in effect, takes its instruction from...
I don't know, but my favorite story about the secret government is, remember Dick D'Amato? Do you remember that name?
Yes.
Okay, Dick was the aide, arrogant as he was, to, I think, Senator Byrd. And Dick had every compartmentalized clearance you could get, and he was, the point man for the Senate Armed Services Committee, and he's the one that doled out the money to the guys at Groom Lake, and he thought he knew everything. And then all of a sudden this stuff comes on TV. Lazar works on extraterrestrial craft and stuff going on at Tonopah. And so he comes to Las Vegas, and he sits down and talks with George Knapp and John Andrews and a few of us. I wasn't at the meeting. And makes the statement, look, there better not be anything going on at Tonopah right now, because that place, as far as we are concerned, is closed. There's nothing in the budget. Well, he goes up to Groom Lake and supposedly gets a tour. And the funny thing was, it was snowing that day. I remember it was a Monday, and I said, I thought to myself, I wonder where, he's going to go. And so, he came back, and the question was, well, what'd you see? He said, anything I want. Well, where'd you go? Anywhere, I wanted.
Really?
Well, the thing is, how's he going to know where Papoose Lake is, and how's he going to find this? I mean, he wouldn't know Papoose Lake from Lake Tahoe. But the funny thing is, here, he knew that Tonopah Test Range was supposed to be closed, and here my friends at American Transair were flying in 6 times a day. So that night I called up one of the captains. I said, hey, what's the deal? Did you guys make any flights today? And they said, no, Air Force called this morning and shut everything down. And that was because, just in case D'Amato wanted to go to test Tonopah, he'd find nothing there.
Wow, really?
So here's a guy that had all the clearances, everything, and, they weren't good. The guys that, run this thing weren't going to give him the time of day.
Hold it right there. Let me read a little of what I read earlier. During the 1980s, John tracked down and found the Army intelligence analyst who read and, as in fact says probably by accident, the U.S. government report Grudge 13, which documented the history of the UFO cover-up and details You know, the whole thing, the saucers, the occupants, all of it. John, that was during a time that you were sort of consumed by all of this. How did you come to track this man down?
I read the report that he wrote. His name was Bill English. And it was so real, what he wrote about exactly how he opened the document, how it was given to him, what was in it, and so thorough that I wanted to meet the guy. So there was no way to find him. It turns out that I found out his father was a state senator in Arizona. I wrote to his father, and several times, never heard any answer. Then one night I get a call, and it says, and the guy says, my understanding is you want to meet with Bill English. Can I ask you why? And I told him why. And he said, let me call you later. So I got a call later, and the guy says, if you want to meet Bill English, you have to go to such and such airport at such and such time. It was in West Virginia, I think, and sit in such and such bench and such and such state. So I arranged to be there.
Oh, brother.
And I sat in his bench, and I got to tell you, there were some, it was a little teeny airport, and here's some guys in, three-piece suits walking around. Now, what they were there for, I don't know. But a guy came over and sat on the other end of the bench, a great big guy in Western clothing and a big jacket. It was cold outside. And he looked over and said, would you like to have a cup of coffee? And I said, sure. So we went out, got into his car, and drove to a place, and he introduced himself as Bill English. And he lived in a trailer on a pig farm. And he was essentially in hiding. He knew he had done, something that the government didn't want. And I interviewed him for those 2 days and satisfied myself that indeed he had,
How did he come upon this report?
He was in a, let's see if I can, I have the report here. He was assigned to the RAF listening post north of London as an information analyst. And in the course of his duties, he was asked to prepare an analysis of the elusive Grudge 13 report. He says he doesn't know why he was given it. He said that afterwards he was discharged and sent to the United States, and there's no reason why he was given this sensitive report. Now, a little background on Grudge. After Blue Book, after Blue Book was closed, they started the Grudge reports, and Grudge, there was 14 reports, number 1 through 12, and number 14 was released to the public, and they were essentially, UFO reports and nothing very interesting. And everybody wondered where Grudge 13 went, and the government's position was it was an unlucky number, and no Grudge report was assigned that number. But in fact, the real information was in Grudge 13. I don't have any reason as to why he was given that report, but he reported thoroughly on it, wrote a thing that I read, and then I went and interviewed him, and it was very interesting time. The guy really had a lot of problems. They couldn't find a job. The last time I saw him was in Sunspot, New Mexico. He lived there, with his family in a real dilapidated apartment. And of course, at that time, I didn't have that much money myself, and I couldn't help him very much. And that was, 1988. So, and I haven't heard from him since then. But most of these guys like that, whoever talked to me, disappear. For instance, the guy that was the photographer in the Air Force in Hawaii, and he was assigned TDY to San Bernardino, Norton Air Force Base, and he gets to Norton, and he's picked up in a limo with blacked out, and he was with one other photographer, and they picked up with a limo with blacked out windows, and they head north, and there was a black limo driver, and the black limo driver, about an hour into the drive, looked back and said, "So you boys going to see the flying saucers, huh?" And, they had no idea. I mean, they were, that wasn't part of their information or anything. So they drive close to 29 Palms, the Marine station there, and the driver drives onto this platform, and it's lowered inside this huge hangar. And they get out of the car, and they're asked to go into this little cubicle where they're asked to strip off all their clothing and get into a smock and booties and a hat. And then they're given a camera, and in the middle of this hangar, in a net, was a UFO, a flying saucer, about 30 feet in diameter. and there was a ladder leading up to the hatch. So he climbs up into it with the camera behind him, and he leans into the hatch, and he said to me, he said, "John," he said, "it was so shocking. It was so huge in there that I could have taken a football and thrown it as far as I could, and it wouldn't have hit the other side." And he said, "I backed out to see how big this thing was, and it was only 30 feet. And he said, I crawled back in, and there was some scientists standing there, and they told me what to take pictures of. And, I took those pictures, and eventually went back, changed the clothing, got to the airport, and sent back to Hawaii." And he disappeared.
And
I never heard from him after he sat in the same room that I'm talking to you from and told me that story, and never heard from him again.
Odd. From David in Portland, an interesting question, one that I would have made it to anyway, but please ask John if Lazar ever mentioned the word containers to him. Lazar read about containers in the briefing papers, so the military knows about this as well. Containers, ask about the containers. This means everything. And I guess maybe it does.
What is the question?
Well, whether Bob Lazar had ever mentioned that word, containers, to you.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes?
Yeah, he said the 65 external corrections, and that the aliens referred to us as containers, and that was in the briefing. Now, remember, when he went to work there, every day he would be taken into this room, and he said there was, 100 or so briefings in small packets, each one was stapled, and it had, maybe 10 or 15 pages, and a number of pages would be stapled together at the back. In other words, his clearance hadn't progressed to the point where he could read the whole briefing, but he could read a little bit of it.
Well, this must be the core, or might be the core issue that drives everything. That is who we are. I mean, all of these different alien races interested in us. Now, we're something, but it doesn't seem like we're that much unless our souls have value.
Well, if I haven't made it clear, we are an experiment. We're their experiment. And it's been going on for, hundreds of thousands of years. And the experiment is with the soul.
We're their experiment, but yet we have souls. I don't know, John.
The souls are real. They go on forever and ever. They're recycled. You have many, many, many past lifetimes, but for some reason, we're not allowed to remember those. We can't profit from, previous lifetimes. Now, every once in a while, there's a short circuit, and people do remember very clearly lifetimes that happened 500 years ago.
Yes.
They can go back to England.
Yes.
They can trace names. They can give you names, people in the cemetery, who they were there, the whole thing. So there's no doubt about the soul goes on, forever and ever.
But it must be at the core of all the interest. I mean, the big question is, why are they so damn interested in us that they would dissect us, mutilate us?
Oh, no, wait a minute. Now, don't confuse the dissecting and mutilating with the people who are doing the experiment. That's somebody else.
Well, you say the people doing the experiment. What about the word God? I mean, are they... If they created us, if we are their experiment, then to us they would be our God.
Absolutely.
Very disturbing concept. Or do you hold out that there would be? I mean, you said absolutely. Do you hold out there would be a God separate from?
No, that's opinion. No, there's not anybody else. There's us them. Now, I'm going to get a lot of flack over that, but in fact, that's the story.
Well, that's the story that never can be told, right?
That's right. And that's why they can't let the first thing out, because it's all going to lead up to that.
Did you, at some point, 10 years ago, get completely satisfied? Did you, sit down at your desk one day and say, okay, for John Lear, I know as much as I need to know now. I'm satiated, book closed?
That was part of it. And part of it was the continual... And there's a word for it.
Harassment?
Very subtle harassment. Very subtle. Nothing you could put your finger on, but, nothing went right. And then when I quit talking about it, things improved, got a job, and as long as I kept my mouth shut, everything was fine.
And now you just don't have that...
and then Art Bell calls.
That risk. Oh, do you think that risk is still there? I mean, yes, you're retired and you don't have a job to lose at the moment, but, hey, there are other aspects of your life. Are you at all concerned that they will not like this?
They will not like it, but it's a one-time shot. I want to I want to discuss this thing about disclosure and why I don't think it's the right thing. And, it's opinion only. And I think if I leave it at that, that's fine.
Well, if what we just discussed, if in fact we perhaps rightly ought to be thinking of them as God in the sense of the word, I guess, of our creators.
No. Don't confuse that. They want us to think of God and Jesus and Mary and all that in the context that they made all that. They made the religion. They gave us the Ten Commandments, all that, merely so that we wouldn't hurt ourselves while the experiment is going on. But as soon as we figure out that it's them, then the experiment, for all I know, may be
over. Terminated?
Well, yeah, they might decide to clean out the Petri dish and say, well, boy, that was a mistake. Let's do another one.
I wonder if they consider us in that manner as a mistake. Any clues as to how the experiment is going?
No.
No, I look at the environment, and maybe the picture isn't big enough, but, I see, the North Pole melting, the Antarctic melting, all these really weird things going on right now in our environment, and that would seem to be a real trouble spot for us. But again, I may not be looking at a big enough picture. I don't know. I mean, does that give us a failing grade? Is there some greater thing that we are to attain for them? I wonder what the nature of the experiment is, John.
I wouldn't even
to
know what the experiment was about. And the reason is because every time you learn something new, the first thing the guy who's going to tell it is, well, to know to understand this, first you have to know about so-and-so. Do you know about so-and-so? No.
Mm-hmm.
So then they have to explain such and such. So since I don't know such and such, I can't possibly, presume to know what the experiment is about. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay.
I do. But I do, that is something I do want to know. I mean, if all the rest of this is true, then I want to understand what we're living. I guess we all want to understand that. Obviously, the information that they set up God and Jesus and all of that for us to control the experiment.
Exactly. Now you got it.
That's a total killer. I mean, information of that sort would, I think, destroy the world as we know it. It certainly would destroy the world as we know it. And then, so were these other religions? I mean, was all of man's religion, Buddha, all the rest of it, Buddhism? And
I can only say probably, because the only thing that Bob read in the document is the aliens sent Jesus and two others, and he told the names, and I can't remember what the names were. They were associated with other religions, though.
Let me give you this to chew on. I interview a really bright guy who annoys the hell out of my audience when I have him on. His name is Matthew Alper. And it is his contention, John, that we are wired to worship. Wired to worship. That there's some aspect of the human brain, and sure enough, you can go find some tribe that hasn't been touched by man, and they worship something, the sun, the moon, the wind, whatever. They worship something, in some cases making sacrifices. In other words, everybody is wired to grasp this belief that we cannot deal with the concept of mortality, and so the brain, in its own defense, is wired to worship. And he takes a lot of flack for that. But doesn't that kind of make sense with what you just said about our creators and the experiment and all the rest, wired to worship?
I would agree that we're wired, but we certainly have to. I mean, we have to hold on to something.
Yes. Yes. We have to hold on to something. Well, if you were our creators and you were setting up the experiment, you might wire your experiment to have to tend toward having to have religious belief for the whole control thing.
It's a possibility. One of the interesting things that Bob read in the documents is, of the 3 that were sent down for these religious, various religions, 1 was killed. And he said he read 18 pages of the search that the aliens made to find him. And throughout the 18 pages, it was fraught with the idea that they couldn't believe that mankind had destroyed this individual that they spent so much time making.
Just look, he's still watching.
I guess it's your contention that this is so indigestible for most people that they'll treat it as, just so far beyond belief that's why the cover-up's in no danger, just because it's so far out and because people's faith in religion will cause them to just reject it.
The bottom line is, as irritating is, it's none of their business.
None of their business. But on the other hand, for some of us, like you, for example, it is your business, or you've made it your business.
I used to. Now I'm content to go to my cabin at Gold Butte where there is not a single human being for 60 miles and just sit there and enjoy the mountainside and the animals and everything. It's really nice.
I remember you telling people at one point just exactly that, just sort of dismiss this stuff that we've been talking about and go enjoy your life. Something like that, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, hold on. Never fear, you will get an opportunity in the final hour tonight to speak with John Lear. Paula in Kansas City, Missouri writes, "Hey Art, John's hypothetical briefing was a trial balloon of the real briefing. Your answer should be yes. It's about time we all face the truth together. People will still believe in an overall God as the creator of the universe. Religions will adapt." What do you think about that, John? Religions will adapt.
It surprises me because I talked to Steve Bassett last night at the Disclosure Project, and he said the same thing. He said, "Hey, let's go for it. Let's tell them." And I wouldn't. I mean, if it were my decision, I wouldn't. There's too many scary things. I mean, we've got enough problems with everything going on that we don't need to inject one more, regardless of whether the government's been lying to us all these years.
Wow. Well, John, it has been 10 years, and so there are probably things that in fact, I know there's lots of things that you've never talked about, you've never been able to talk about. Are there any more things you're able to talk about today than you were, say, 10 years ago?
Not that I can think right off. I can't think of it.
Well, you hit us with 911. That surprised me, but I mean, surely, in other words, the things that you couldn't talk about 10 years ago, which were quite a few. I mean, I hit a few brick walls with you. There's still brick walls.
Well, refresh my memory.
Let's see. Now you're going to test me. I do remember there were brick walls, and now you're calling me to task. What were they? Well, I don't know if I ever asked you about what people are calling chemtrails, but since you're a commercial pilot, that'd be a cool question.
I don't know too much about that, and I didn't follow it closely. The one thing that I did read was that apparently somebody found something, the FAA found something at Boeing in Seattle in the production line of the 737, and there was going to be an investigation of what in the world all that stuff was that was not conforming to the drawings. And no reason why it was there, and I didn't hear a thing after that. Now,
well, you would know a lot more about contrails than the average person, being a commercial pilot. Probably, somehow or another, you know a lot about contrails. Has there been, in recent years, something in contrails that is abnormal, that's different?
Well, I'm not trying to cast aspersions on the people who study the contrails, but, contrails are contrails. There's so many airplanes in the sky that, I don't see anything. And I've looked at a lot of these crisscrossing contrails, and I think, well, maybe. but it didn't become a part of my interest.
Uh-huh. So, there were certain attributes that were said to accompany some of these things that might be seen as contrails, but really contained different chemicals. And one can imagine, after all, our climate is going berserk right now. It may be that somebody in our government recognizes that fact. There have been various theories. One is climate modification of some sort. Another would be mass inoculations in view of terrorist threats or something like that. And after all, there is a history of our government having conducted experiments on its own people. There's a long, rich history of that, John.
Right.
So, but you never really specifically paid enough attention to suggest there might be more to some contrails than would appear to be the case.
No, I'm not saying that they couldn't be. It's just that I don't. It's not in my interest.
Here's another person who objects, and Larry up in Canada says, if it could be proven 100% for sure, no doubt that there's no eternity, that this is it. Do you think everybody would suddenly go out and begin to kill that nasty neighbor or idiot coworker? A serious question we're thinking about.
Okay, what do you mean by this is it?
Well, that this is it, that this life is all there is. Of course, you're not saying that. I think he read something into what we were saying, and I understand you're not saying that. You are acknowledging we have an eternal soul, or a soul, at any rate. And so I guess that question's really, in a way, up in smoke. But even if all that you've laid out for us in that briefing were known, I guess a question would be, would suddenly people go nuts to the point that they go out and kill or riot or whatever? Some people are saying no, they wouldn't. That people would continue to behave basically the way they behave every day. Possibly,
but I'm not going to take the chance, are you?
Well, no, I gave you my answer, and I really have carefully considered, not with that much as much information as you laid on the table, but I've carefully considered it, and having talked to so many fundamentalists, maybe my opinion is skewed for that reason, but I know the passion of these beliefs and how such information would be greeted and dealt with by enough of a minority. They could, countries are overthrown by small percentages of people. So, yeah, my answer is no. I wouldn't release the information. John, are you going to do anything else? Are you going to, now that you've got time in your hands, you're retired, you could start digging again? Or are you sort of saying there's no point in digging anymore because I know as much as I need or even want to know?
Yeah, I'm satisfied. That doesn't mean there isn't a huge volume of more information. It's that I am personally satisfied. I am personally satisfied to go up and sit in my cabin and spend the rest of my life looking at the deer and the quail and getting the gold mining operation going. I'm satisfied. I know as much as I need to know. That doesn't mean there isn't a volume.
I understand. All right, let's talk about gold for a second. You know the name Sitchin, of course.
Sure.
Well, Zachariah's been on the show, a number of times, and I know his story really well with regard to what he believes our history is, which was that we were created early on as gold miners. And I don't know why it's such a crazy story, with the planet that comes zooming by every now and then, and that we were created for this gold mining purpose. But I do know that humans have an unnatural attraction to gold. You can hold gold in your hand, and you can feel, I don't know, John, I don't know, there's something special when you hold a piece of gold in your hand.
Yeah, William Bramley came up with the same idea in The Gods of Eden, where he hypothesized that we were being bred as slaves. It doesn't mean slaves to dig gold, but that was part of the hypothesis.
There is something special about gold, John. I don't know what, but maybe as a gold miner you can comment on that. Do you feel it when you hold gold? Is there something abnormally special about it?
Well, of course, my gold is load, and it passes. All we're doing is passing across the table once, and we get a concentrate, and we take that somewhere else to get them doing refining, so actually I don't get to feel gold.
But in your life, I'm sure you've held some gold in your hand.
Yeah, I have that gold bracelet I got in Laos.
Well, there you are. How much work during your career? Yeah, here comes a brick wall. How much work have you done for the CIA, John?
Well, you know, as I said, I flew in Laos, and then I did that. You know, when you say for the CIA, everything after Vietnam, when Air America went on strike with the agency after that went all to, you know, contract carriers. And the story that I'll tell you, the only reason I can tell you is because it's published in a book called Private Warriors by Silverstein, and it was put out 2 years ago. And somehow this guy found out the story and got to the log books and found out the whole thing. But in 1977, Somalia had traditionally been supported by Russia, and Ethiopia, we had traditionally supported them. As a matter of fact, we had a space tracker station there. And and the Russians had built a deepwater port on the Red Sea called Berbera. Well, there was rebels causing a lot of problem in Ethiopia, and Russia sent some people in there sent soldiers into there to support the rebels. Now, this really angered Somalia that the Russian, their ally, would, you know, support their lifelong mortal enemy. So they kicked the Russians out, and at that time, you know, and still, the name of the game was property on the Red Sea, because if the Persian Gulf is ever, Straits of Hormuz is ever cut off, then the only way oil can flow is down through the Red Sea. Mm-hmm. So you want to have property there to be sure that that happens. They have big pipelines that go from Saudi Arabia south to the Red Sea, just for that reason. So we went in there and said, hey, you know, we'll help you. We went in Somalia and said, you know, we'll help you. And so we started supporting Somalia mainly because we wanted that deepwater port in Berbera, which we got. And I was part of what happened is Somalia now gets ready to fight Ethiopia again, which they do traditionally, and they're armed with East Bloc guns, and they don't have any East Bloc ammunition. Same thing with Ethiopia. They don't have any West Bloc ammunition. So there was a high-level trade, or, you know, high-level agreement at the highest levels to send East Bloc ammunition to Somalia, and I was part of that. We flew 707 loads for 2 or 3 months from Budapest down. We refueled in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, and then on down to Somalia and delivered it there.
Isn't some of that pretty dangerous stuff?
It was dangerous, and, you know, we were briefed at the beginning. If you get into any trouble, if you're forced down, don't call us.
Don't call us.
No, that's the deal. That's the deal. That's why you get all that money. Don't call us.
Over the years, John, how aware of by air drug and gun running have you been?
I don't understand the question.
Over the years in the airline industry and piloting, how aware of, how massive, I guess I should say, is it understood that drugs and guns are regularly smuggled?
Oh, all the time. I mean, it's different now because, you know, a lot of the drugs come from South America, and they have so many ways to get it into the United States that it's just an impossible task to keep it out.
Any thoughts on the war on drugs?
As far as?
Well, just thoughts on the war on drugs in general.
Well,
is this a war we should be even fighting?
No, it's not worth fighting. I don't know whether I'd go as far as to say legalize it, but, you know, they're up against a brick wall. It's an extremely big problem, and how they're going to solve it, I don't know, if at all.
Are you going to do any more flying, John?
I may do a little. I contract out to Perry 1011s here and there, but at 60, you're limited to what you can do. You can't fly for the airlines anymore. It's mandatory retirement. And the airline that I worked for, Kodiak International, went bankrupt in May of 2000. So essentially, I've been out of work since then. It was 2 years until I turned 60. I had one more plane and I say fling because it was fun. I flew an L-1011 for a Cambodian company that had a contract with Air India to take the Hajis from all over India to Saudi Arabia for the Hajj in 2001. And it was fun. I had a great crew. They were great runs. They were, 6 to 8 hours. We had good hotels. There was, little or no paperwork, and it was fun. I enjoyed it. It was the last fling that I had.
Do you really miss it now?
No, I don't miss flying. I don't miss the constant, am I going to bust in altitude? Am I going to, I'm trying to think of the word they go, when you make a mistake on an airport, I forget what they call it, but it's a constant battle to be sure you don't screw up. And, I did my 40 years, and I'm glad it's over.
40 years. That's a lot of flying, John. How many miles? Any idea?
No idea.
I would think every now and then you'd sit down and think about, well, maybe how many has it been? How many million or whatever? How do you think people tonight are going to react to a lot of what you've said? I mean, we're going to get to phone lines here shortly. What do you think the reaction will be like?
I really don't know. It's, I said a lot of things that, I can back up most of it, and I'm just really surprised with the information I gave that people say, yeah, hey, let's go for it. I want to know the truth, and that surprises me.
Oh, you'll hear a lot of them here shortly. It really does surprise me, too, and if you did what you did to me tonight, and that is put a person actually in that spot, receiving that information and saying, what would your decision be? I don't know. I don't think the average person really could say that, and yet they are. More and more they're saying, come on, let's bust it wide open.
Maybe the Disclosure Project will succeed. I can't imagine that it would, because no matter how many retired military officers, including general officers that are willing to testify in front of Congress, if they get immunity, the people that run this thing have it so locked up, and there's so many things at stake, I can't imagine them letting go of it.
A lot of people, of course, say, how could anything this big, this monstrous, be held secret?
Okay, well, we've heard that argument for years and years, and my answer to that is, if you read the papers, if you're reasonably well informed, if you read a couple of magazines and listen to the news, you know about 5% of what's going on, and that's a maximum. There is so much secret stuff going. In 1960s, they had a big conference with the military and civilian contractors that everything had to move underground because of the fact that too many people were too observant. They could see trucks, they could see tanks, they could see supplies moving above ground. So everything went underground, and the massive transportation systems underground are just, people wouldn't believe it.
A lot of people in the area that I live in, which is not that far from, as you know, as you're not, from the secret areas, they detect these underground deep rumblings beneath our feet here in the desert, and you're suggesting there's good reason for that.
Oh, absolutely. I think that in 1989 is when Bob and I met a truck driver who came to us to tell us a story, and they were making these huge caverns under the test site, and what they'd do is set off these atomic bombs that were super clean, that didn't leave any, radiation at all. And then they'd go down and they'd clean it out, and they'd put walls, and I think the things went down like a mile. And his job as a driver would be to drive the cement truck around this circular road all the way down to the bottom, pour cement, then wind all the way back up. And I think there were 8 of them up there.
We really have bombs that are that clean?
Supposedly.
That's incredible. You would think such a clean bomb would have contemporary uses above ground. Or is that just something that is going to also be held secret? I guess the fact that we even possess such thing.
Well, I saw a picture the other day on the internet of the bomb in Indonesia and the crater that it made, and the argument was that this was a mini-nuclear clean bomb, and if the picture was real, I mean, normal explosives didn't make that. It had to be something else.
Fascinating. All right, John, hold on. We're headed toward the top of the hour, and I am going to open the phone lines, and we're going to get your reaction and your questions and your comments about all of this, and it should be indeed interesting after such an incredible briefing to see how all of you out there are assimilating this information from the high desert. Listen, you know, I understand. It seems incredibly counterintuitive that somebody like myself would do a program like this about this subject, digging for this information, concentrating and boring in on this incredible topic, wanting to know the story, wanting to know the facts, wanting to know the truth, and yet when I'm read a litany of the truth, and then here are, what do you want to do? Do you want to release this or not? I end up saying, no, I understand. That seems very, very, very counterintuitive, but it's my honest response. And well, I'm telling you, if you I would go back, you folks, and listen to the briefing that John gave me and put yourself in the seat, listen to all that information, and then really, really tell John, send me an email, I don't care. Would you really release that information, understanding what it would do? Put yourself in the position and then answer the question. Maybe it's counterintuitive. I don't know. All right. John, people want to talk to you. Ask some questions. Would that be all right?
Yeah.
It'd be interesting. First-time caller line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. What is your first name?
Oh, hi. My first name is Dan.
Okay, Dan.
Yeah, I'm one of the 21 top-secret military witnesses who went to Washington to testify at the Disclosure Project back in 2001. I met with John in Rachel, Nevada, about 10 years ago with a group with Bob Lazar. There was a top-secret document that was directed to Magi Control regarding that meeting in the disclosure book. I just wanted to say that one of the things I did, I handled a fax thing on the Disclosure Project website, and we've got over 20,000 faxes that went into Washington, and I personally met with senators in Congress on Capitol Hill.
Mm-hmm.
And the response has been, and I monitor all the responses, and it's been nothing greater than, thank you, we'll keep your views in mind. I just wanted to thank John for coming out after 10 years, and just wanted to let him know that...
How many thousand faxes went?
20,000.
20,000 faxes. Okay, John, if you could talk to, I don't know, maybe Dr. Greer, for example, and you were to sit down with Dr. Greer and talk to him about what he's doing, what would you say to him?
Now, Dr. Greer, is he the Disclosure Project?
That's right, yes. Mm-hmm.
All the best.
Just wish him all the best, huh? You wouldn't...
It's not my decision. All I told you is what I would do. Now, those guys, the retired military officers that, want to get this out, all the best. I'm just glad it's not my decision. I know what they went through. I know all the stuff that and the reasons why it should be done. And, I wish them all the best.
Okay. Wildcard line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hi, Art. How are you?
I'm all right. What is your first name?
My name is Pam. I'm from Tennessee.
Oh, you sure are. Huh. All right, hon, what's up?
This is concerning 911.
Okay.
My husband is a Muslim from Iraq, and he has told me things since 911 that has really kept me upset, and I'm beginning to believe now that I've heard from John that he is right. He told me that bin Laden was not responsible for the towers. He told me that it had something to do with the government, and I could not believe that our government would have anything to do with this.
What kind of position is your husband in to know these facts?
I don't know. He is on the news all the time. He gets on his computer and pulls up that Al Jazeera, I don't know how you say it, paper, and of course he and his friends talk all the time.
Mm-hmm.
He calls Iraq all the time.
There are, in fact, thank you, there are many people who believe, as you do, John, or are coming to believe that there's a great untold story about the whole 911 thing, and I guess there is. Do you ever think there'll be full disclosure on that?
No, not in a million years.
Not in a million years.
Any more than the full disclosure on the TWA 800. That thing was covered up was just disgraceful.
In your opinion, there was no question it was a missile that brought that airplane down?
Absolutely no question.
Okay. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, East of the Rockies?
Yes.
Wonderful. Art Bell, what a pleasure and a privilege. John Lear, yes, I would have to agree that not in a million years the government would admit to 9/11. I think in some odd, twisted way, we need the financing to have a somewhat rational reason to, extend our power.
Okay, now, realize I'm not saying our government had anything to do with that.
No, I would agree. However, your information and you presently kind of go out to the country and look at the deer and enjoy the simplistic ideas of life?
That's what I like.
Yeah. Oh, I love that too. And Henry David Thoreau did that in a lot of things, and he was said to be someone that was against society. And sometimes, we fear what we don't understand. And I think, kudos to both of you.
All right, sir. Well, thank you very much. John, the war itself with Iraq. Any comments on the war with Iraq?
I had two comments. Let's see if I can remember them. I can't. Ask me a little while later.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on
there.
Oh,
wait. Yeah, I remember.
All right.
Number one, it's my opinion that Saddam Hussein died 3 years ago of limb cancer. And number two, we were tricked into that war. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
Okay, tricked into the war. West of the Rockies, you're on there with John Lear. Hi.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. How are you, and where are you?
I'm doing great. My name is Barbara, and I'm from Laguna Beach,
okay, Barbara.
California.
Right.
And you good gentlemen are just a pleasure to listen to tonight.
Thank you.
I grew up around this stuff. My father was in SAC for over 30 years, and he's got about 13 years on Mr. Lear. But the one thing I was really curious about is he ever thinking about writing a book about this?
No.
Sir, no. Because I would love to send that to my dad. I do everything to try to shake my dad up.
Okay, well...
he won't give me any answers.
Well, thank you very much for the call. It is an interesting question in a way, John. Almost everybody who does the kind of stuff that you did with Bob and others and is aware of the kind of information you have, everybody writes a book, but you're not going to do it, huh?
Well, let me answer it this way. I once proposed while this thing was going on with Bob Lazar, a little thing we could do to harass Area 51. He said, John, we've tickled that dragon enough.
Yes.
That's my answer as far as a book. I've tickled the dragon enough.
Okay. First-time caller line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning. Hello?
Yes, hello, Art.
Yes.
Yes, what a pleasure to speak to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lear.
Yeah.
I do have a question. You were saying that perhaps we may be someone else's experiment. By extension, and I realize this is a bit over the top, but what do you think the possibility is that perhaps whoever they are, the entire universe is their experiment, in which case, for all practical purposes, they would be gods?
Possibly. That's a very good point of view.
Yeah, it is a point of view. And that would make them gods. But I mean, I just finished reading a book, a very interesting book called The Daughter of God, the premise being there were two saviors. And the further premise be that the Catholic Church went to extraordinary lengths, including murder, to prevent that information from ever getting out, that it would so destroy belief systems.
Which information?
That there had been a second savior. In fact, that the second savior had been not male but female, and hence the name, the title of the book, The Daughter of God. But even that kind of information would be so disruptive to society in general that people would be killed to prevent its release. That there were, the premise of the book was that there were hardcore facts that such a savior existed, and of course you can imagine, at any rate, I don't want to ruin the book for anybody, but that would be disruptive information. On the wild card line, you're on the air with John Lear. Good morning.
Good morning. It's so great to have you, Art. My question, Mr. Lear, is this. Some time ago, a couple of years ago, like most Art Bell fans, I fell asleep on the show and I woke up, so I don't know exactly who said this. But I woke up and I heard somebody say that the United States government was abducting people to work as slaves on the moon. It's bad enough if it's aliens, but our own government. Have you heard of this? Do you know whose theory this is? And how do the families of the world, how do they work into your general theories as well?
I've not heard such a rumor, John.
No, I haven't haven't heard that. It sounds like somebody might say that, but I haven't heard that particular rumor.
Now, in the briefing that you gave me earlier, you clearly alluded to the fact that we'd had dealings with the aliens, that a deal had been cut to allow some abductions for whatever motivation and reason they wanted to do them in return for technology. Is that still the case as far as you know, that we're being more or less shut out from getting this new technology that was promised?
You know, that was, I heard that about 15 years ago, and Linda Moulton Howe was the one that originally gave me that information. Whether it's still going on, I don't know. I do know that the technology we have, not only at our test site, and you know, let me explain that Area 51 is just one of about 30 AAOs, air access only. At least there were 10, 15 years ago, and I'm sure there's at least that many. So all kinds of technology is going on. The problem is it's all so secret that they can't use any of it. I read a story in the first Gulf War that they had all kinds of stuff that they could use, but it was so secret they couldn't get a clearance to use it.
Yes. In an age where, you know, we're beginning to wonder where our next kilowatt is coming from, when the amount of coal and oil, or at least oil available in the world, is going to be, I don't know, 30 or 40 years within or even before that, it's going to start to choke us, and we need technological advance because we need power. So do you suppose some of this, I mean, you do have to suppose almost that some of these propulsion systems, for example, John, could be used to provide the power that the world needs and may have to end up going to war over if we don't get?
Absolutely, but we can't make it. In other words, I mean, there's abundant power in antimatter reactors, but we don't have any way to contain it or make the fuel necessary. Now, they can, you know, the aliens can give us, you know, 100 megawatt generators of the size of 100 megawatt generators of the size of an ice chest, but, you know, that's just one. I don't think they'd supply them abundantly to us.
Huh. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Lear. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
This is Mike from Milwaukee. I just wanted to ask Mr. Lear a question.
Okay.
Has he ever heard of James P. Hogan, the writer that wrote Inherit the Stars?
No, I haven't.
Okay, he wrote that book called Inherit the Stars. That was all about a planet that's supposedly where the asteroid belt was once a planet with humans on it, of course, and they became a spacefaring race, and they moved in from there after they blew up their own planet as a warmongering people. They moved on to Mars and then colonized it, and then, of course, that lost its atmosphere, and then they had scientists or whatever on the moon, our moon, that was actually around their planet in the first place, and it kept moving toward it until Earth grabbed it. Anyway, this whole story sounds like basically what you're talking about the aliens, saying that they created us way back, long before we were even on the Earth. And that's where we get our the so-called the pyramids and the statues on Easter Island and all the other, you know, the Atlantis story and all these kind of things. It makes more sense than what you're putting out there.
Well,
but of course, realizing
hold on, caller.
Okay,
John.
That's possible. I wanted to comment on the pyramids. I spent 2 years living in Cairo in 1981 and 1982, and in those days I was pretty well uninformed, and I remember crawling around the pyramids and looking at the absolutely enormity of them and how closely the stones fit, and that at that time I certainly believed that, you know, 1,000, 1 million Egyptians rolled them up on logs up there, and now I look back and I wondered how I could have been so stupid as to think that. I mean, it's just impossible.
I totally agree. So you're basically telling me after all these years of finally finding out that I'm just a Lilo and Stitch Experiment 626, right? And the vessel that I'm walking around in is, you know, I wait in line and get back and get another vessel after I'm done with this one, right?
Absolutely.
All right. That makes my life perfect. Thanks. I love that.
Well, I hope the current vessel occupancy is well for you, sir. Thank you.
Art, thank you very much.
Yeah, take care. All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Lear. Hello.
Hi, this is Rob calling from San Diego.
Yo, Rob.
Hi, Art. Pleasure to hear you back on there again. I've been listening to you on and off for about 8 years since I was a teenager in Anchorage, Alaska.
It's been a while.
Yes. My comment on the subject goes to the morality of telling the truth and of government not telling the truth.
Okay.
And I heard the argument about disruption of society as an argument for not releasing the truth. But in my opinion, the morality of telling the truth outweighs those possible consequences. And yes, there would be disruption, but ultimately, how many lives are wasted pursuing ideas that our government knows not to be true?
The moral argument, John, for the release of the information. When you look at it and balance the moral question, obviously it comes out weighted on the side of not telling, right?
Well, let me explain it this way. Have I talked about the ant farm yet?
No, go ahead and talk about the ant farm.
Remember how we used to have these little ant farms with the glass on both sides?
I had one.
Okay. So you're walking by one day, and if you could talk to the ant's there staring out the window. He says, "Hey, what's going on?" And you say nothing. He says, "Wait a minute. I have a right to know the truth. I want to know what's going on." What are you going to tell him? He's in an ant farm?
You're in an ant farm. If I chose to shake this right now, you'd all be toast. I don't know. I've stepped on many of your kind without even thinking about it. I don't know. There wouldn't be anything you could tell those ants that would console them with regard to their position.
Right. So why tell them anything?
So why tell them anything?
I mean, there they are working and building those tunnels and everything, and they look out the window and see somebody and say, "Hey, what's going on? Tell me the truth."
No, there really wouldn't be any upside to it. As it was, John, my ant farms frequently expired overnight. I mean, I'd come the next morning and look for all the busy little work, and all I'd see is little bodies. Hold on, John. Already, I'm getting hundreds of fast blasts requesting written copies of what John Lear said. John Lear's briefing. People are trying to figure out how to get to it on Streamlink, and they're going to dissect every single word of that briefing. And Lexi in Seattle, Washington says, "Hey, Art, come on. Ants don't ponder the big question. Humans do need to know the truth collectively so that they can work on improving their situation. If we've been deceived, we need to know in order to find a solution or a way out. Don't deny us that." Well, I think John's just saying that he knows what he knows, which he laid out for you. And he's at terms with it, and at 60 years old, he's just decided he's going to enjoy life. And there is that, isn't there, John?
Yeah, and let me make one small correction here. When I mentioned the second company that I had problems with over this UFO stuff, it was not Lockheed. It was a government contractor that I was flying a Lockheed L-1011.
1011, okay. All right, back to the phones. West to the Rockies, you're on the air with John Lear. Hi.
Mr. Bell.
Mr. Caller.
Gentlemen, it's an honor to be a part of such an incredible program with you, Art Bell and John Lear. First of all, I chuckled when you mentioned about the ant farms. I knew Milton Levine, Uncle Milty's ant farms, you remember?
Oh, sure.
He was in Hollywood. He'd send the people in the vans out in the desert. He'd pay them a penny apiece for every ant they brought back in. John, God bless you. I'm sitting here, I'm kind of choked up. I'm looking at a photo with your dad, Bill, and myself in his office at Stead at the air base there.
Yeah.
And also another photo with John Lear. You remember the geologist, in his tungsten specialty, and also Sam Old with the Lear fan.
Yeah.
And myself. And I go back over 40 years with many of the mines, the gold mines and tungsten mines. A lot of things you talked about, I was a part of.
Yes, sir.
Also, with your mother, I offered to put up the money to make the movie about your dad's life, and she thought that Robert Ehrlich would have played a good role of your dad.
Yeah, yeah.
And there's so much I'd like to talk to you about. I'd love to shake your hand. Love to shake Art's hand. I've listened to Art since the beginning.
Yeah, it's been a long road. Thank you very much. I guess somebody you knew in the past, John, or ran into somewhere, obviously. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for those kind comments. I can't believe it. I thought all I was going to get was flack tonight.
No, you never know on these lines. You really, honestly, never know, John. First time caller line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hi.
Yes, hello. Is this the first-time caller line?
It is, yes.
Well, my name is Ronnie, and perhaps...
Ronnie, where are you?
I'm located in Santa Clarita, California.
Okay.
And I might be giving John some flack tonight. Might be the one.
All right. Well, let's hear it.
Well, first of all, I want you to know that I'm of the Aganazi. And we call ourselves today the Agane, and I know completely what's going on. And John's knowledge is peripheral, to say the least. This whole universe is in the hands of Lucifer. These that we are seeing are the Watchers, and Lucifer has a hold of them. And what Lucifer is looking for is he's looking for DNA, and he's looking to clone.
And so you then think that all these acts, these ships and these creatures, and they're all instruments of Lucifer. Is that...
That is correct.
That is correct. Okay. Well, there you go, John. So I don't know whether he knows it or not, but he's making our case. I say our case because you and I do agree on disclosure, and I think that does make our case. I mean, there he is. There's the caller.
Yeah.
This is all the act of the devil, and I've joked in the past, John, if a saucer landed and the ramp came down, and a little green guy started walking down the ramp, that caller and his brethren would fill that little green guy full of so much lead he'd never get to the bottom of the ramp.
Yeah.
So, I mean that's it's not funny. It's real. There are people who feel that all of this is the act of the devil, of Lucifer, and they would act. Yeah. Wildcard line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hello. Hello. Going once. Going twice. Are you there?
Yes.
You better answer pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm here.
Pick up that phone. I don't talk to people on those.
Hello?
Yes, that's a little better.
Okay, let me turn it up.
Just pick up the phone.
All right, hang on.
Jeez, you're going to go on a radio show. You don't use those things. All right.
Yeah, I was just wondering if Art, or John, might have any idea as to maybe why there's so much government opposition to the NRA.
That's a political question.
Well, I was just thinking, we as a human species have something as precious as a soul. I know I would fight, these aliens with every source available.
Oh, I see.
Instead of being shipped off on some train, to some work farm or to be experimented on or butchered.
Okay, that's, in a way, that's a point, John, in a way. In other words, a certain part of the human race, if they really thought that we were everything that you described, would want to fight, to the last drop of blood. I mean...
For our soul?
I guess against being continued to experiment on. In other words, we would want to be free. We would want to not imagine there are those experimenting on us and dabbling with us, and we would fight the bastards and kill them. That's kind of what he was saying.
Well, first of all, it's not our soul, it's theirs. So you might have temporary use of it, but it belongs to them.
I wouldn't mess with that answer. All right, East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Lear. Hello. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, where are you, sir?
Yes. I am in Illinois.
Okay.
And my name is Laverne.
Okay, Laverne.
And I am an opponent to this thing. Back in the 1850s, people who hated Yahweh and Yeshua were quick to adopt Darwin's evolutionary theory to their own scientific ventures and made it look like it was scientific itself. But now that Darwin's theory has been effectively disproven, new theories are being brought forth, lest the people should again give Yahweh Yeshua the glory. And this is Satan's work as far as I'm concerned.
All right, sir. I appreciate the call and the reinforcement.
I rest my case.
Yeah, I know. And I hope people are listening to this. I mean, out of the few calls that we've taken, there already is, I don't know, factor 2 into how many we've taken. And these people would, they'd shoot aliens. They'd kill aliens. They would, as quickly as they could, brand them as instruments of the devil himself and go after them. So, hey. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Lear. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hi. What is your name?
My name is Gillian.
Gillian. And where are you?
I'm in Rockland, California.
Okay, rock on then.
Yes. Thank you. Listen, well, I was dialing because I was going to ask a different question, but as I was dialing, Mr. Lear had a question about 9/11, and someone asked him, and I wish I could ask my original question, but this has got me so curious.
Go ahead.
Someone asked him a question about 9/11, and would he tell? And he said, and I couldn't get the whole question, and that's why I stayed on the phone for an hour. But he said something like, "No, I would never in a million years tell you." And I would love to know what he meant by that and why he said it. Thank you.
You're very welcome. I would assume the answer, John, would remain the same.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't think that had to do with 9/11.
Okay. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, you're on.
My name is Nancy. I'm in Sunnyvale, California.
Okay.
And I believe you. And I just want to figuratively shake your hand. And I'd like to tell you that as I've been listening to your program, I've been writing some free verse. And if you would listen to what I have to say.
Not to read a poem, no, ma'am.
Well, no, it's not that long.
No, even a short poem. Thanks anyway, but we don't read poems on the program. Wildcard line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hello.
Hi, this is John from Dublin, California. How you doing tonight?
All right, John. How are you?
Doing good, thanks. I have a question for John of any sort of stuff he has to say about the Tehachapi Ranch area and what might be going on down there.
The where?
The Tehachapi Ranch.
That's part of all this complex.
Yeah.
It's part of everything that's going on.
Are all of these areas, as many have, I mean, we did talk about underground a little while ago, John, but are all of these sensitive areas tied together underground?
Yeah, most of them. Some of them are strictly to do with, current Air Force and Navy technology. Some of them with strictly civilian technology. Now, whoever the government is pulled a real slick one here about, maybe 8 years ago, because of all the stuff that was going on in ufology close to Las Vegas. They decided to take a number of top officials to a secret area out in north of the test site where these 737s go, which has nothing to do with UFOs. It's strictly, radar installation, but it is underground and it's very, very secret. And they took them there for the express purpose to say, hey, look, this is what we're going on. All that UFO stuff is BS.
Huh.
It was a very, very smart move.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Lear. Where are you, please?
I'm in Jacksonville, Florida. My
Okay.
name's Robert. I find this a very fascinating subject. I commend you, sir, you and Bob Lanier and Art Bell and Richard Hoagland and all you people, because we have the entity that's the subversive group of people. Those people like you that are working on the other side of it to make us aware of what we are, with the trail that we are going down. I find it very, very fascinating. I'd love to see when the Chinese get up to the moon, some of the other places, what's going to happen
Yes.
when their vehicles start malfunctioning, allegedly, like ours were when we start going to the moon and to Mars and places like that. It's really a fascinating subject, no matter whether we're guinea pigs or not.
Well, it may be, and you might want to comment on this, John, that the Chinese, although completely different than us in most respects, may find their own reasons to not want to make this public, to not want to show us up and say, here's the truth, and shove it in the U.S. government's face and the rest of the world's face. They may have their own reasons for not wanting to make it all public, huh?
Knowledge is power. Why share it?
Yeah, why share it? West of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Lear. Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. My question is,
There's something wrong with your phone there, hon. It's going click, click.
I know, I can't figure out what it is.
Okay, then go ahead.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out, though. My question is, why, if we believe that the UFO people are God, wouldn't that make what we're believing in right now a lie?
John? Okay, hold on, dear. John?
No, we're not saying they're God. They're in charge of the experiment. If you want to call them God, fine, but they're not God.
But in some ways, you come to that conclusion. I mean, our makers, our creators, the controllers of the experiment. I don't know. If we ever create... Well, I'm going to take one last question. First-time caller line, you're on the air with John Lear. Hello.
Yes, this is Leif from West Texas.
Okay, we don't have a lot of time, so fire away.
Well, the obvious seems to have missed everybody in that with the sun problems, the end of the Mayan calendar, the next Noah's Ark is 144,000. Who gets to pick who goes?
It's 144,000 what?
Well, that's just an analogy. All of the Nostradamus, the Bible, and everything else, the end of the world type thing, these people may be collecting samples to reseed next time. And the reason people in government, people need to stop saying government. It's people in government that make these decisions. So, anyway, who gets to pick who goes? I wouldn't tell the rest of the billions of people on Earth that there's not room for them, and I'd especially try to take guns from them.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. John, our time is very quickly coming to an end. Anything else you want to get out before we're done?
Nope, that's it.
That's it. That's enough.
This moment of clarity is brought to you by a project maker. Question everything.
Absolutely mind-bending. Whether you believe the claims or not, the level of detail and consistency is remarkable. Notice how Lear's accounts incorporates elements we've heard before. The secret space operations McKinnon allegedly uncovered, the multiple alien species Hellyer described, the advanced technologies and off-world bases, but Lear takes it much further, describing an entire hidden reality of human-alien interaction, genetic programs, and secret agreements. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of all of this is Lear's interpretation that this information is too sensitive to reveal to the public. Even someone dedicated to exposing these secrets ultimately questions whether or not humanity could handle the truth.
Well, have you seen this? A shocking discovery in an upscale Rhode Island neighborhood. Police finding human remains on the beach near pop star Taylor Swift's beachfront home. Police say they suspect no foul play after transferring the human leg bone to the medical examiner. As fears grow of the potential New England serial... Yikes. John?
The largest piece of lab-grown chicken, complete with artificial veins, was grown by scientists in Japan using a new method. The researchers made a bioreactor that functioned like a circulatory system by using 50 hollow fibers acting like veins to distribute nutrients and oxygen to the meat. The 2.7-inch wide piece of chicken was not made using food-grade material.
We seem to be having a gin, DJIN, invasion here in the UK. Do you know anything about it? Lots of love, Sonia.
Okay, Sonia, great question. We've talked about the fact that at lower fourth density, there's a lot of garbage. Okay, a lot of garbage, a lot of bad hombres, a very, very rough frequency, kind of like the other side of the tracks kind of frequency. You have a lot of stuck energy, consciousness, spirits who are stuck in a victimhood thing that as we moved our frequency, we would pass through this realm of this bunch. And the idea was that we would be moving through them in soul groups. Well, what's happening is that some are moving faster than the rest of their group. And as your consciousness, as you begin to raise your frequency and move into these realms, you're going to get their attention.
Why should we promise to not kill each other in space when we are not successful at doing that here on Earth?
And we don't even promise to not
We
kill
don't
each other
even
here on
promise to do it here on Earth.
Yeah.
Who are we to say, oh, well, we'll kill each other here, but in space we'll all hold hands? I don't have that much confidence in human conduct. I become cynical over my years, and I'm angry. Demonstrate to me that on Earth you'd know how to not kill one another. Then I'll believe your space treaty.
This is not dirt. This is ice. This is our corn on top of 2 foot of ice. Hail. Two-foot deep ice and hail.
Apparently, OpenAI just got hit with a court order to preserve all ChatGPT logs, even those temporary chats that you thought were deleted forever. Thanks to copyright lawsuit, your 3 a.m. conversations are now legal evidence. Is there anyone else suddenly remembering questionable prompts?
Guys, look at this. Man, excuse my language, but look at this. My whole house, man. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. My whole house. Everywhere. Excuse my language. I'm sorry, y'all. This is crazy. Crazy. Crazy, man. Lord God, this is nuts. They're all over me. Termites all over me.
Take a look at Vader's breastplate. Darth Vader's breastplate displays distorted ancient Hebrew. The inscriptions are not random. They are intentional sorcery. Hollywood deliberately mimicked Hebrew to hide the message in plain sight. The first word, Ab, means father. The second corrupted word hints towards oppression or Mets. The next cluster implies rolling destruction or secret watching. The third line, ad, means eternity or witness. The final line, shalaka, means cast down or thrown away. When properly interpreted, the message reads, Father of destruction, cast down for eternity. This directly parallels Satan's biblical identity as the father of lies and the fallen ones known as Samyaza. John 8 verses 44 and Revelation 20 verses 10. Darth Vader's armor identifies him spiritually as the general of darkness. Ephesians 6 verses 12 once again describes principalities, powers, rulers of the darkness of this world, and spiritual wickedness in high places. He is literally armored in mockery, imitating the high priest's holy breastplate, but twisted into a satanic version aligned with the rulers of darkness described in Ephesians 6 verses 12.
I got a record with French Montana.
Yeah, right. I remember that.
Yeah, and I got scammed. You know, his French Montana's brother. You know, it's his brother. It's like me and Kalo. So
yeah,
you know, got the feature. You know, we paid him $60,000, and I got shot. And I woke up, and they would call. You know, his camp would call and be like, "Hey, man, you know, whenever you're ready, like we're ready." And like, and years went by, and I remember my aunt, and she's like a young, cool aunt. You know, she's like, she came to the hospital and was like, "I feel like you weren't meant to be famous. Like, you weren't meant to blow up. Like, I feel like in that way."
Yeah.
Like, I feel like God's trying to protect you from something. And I remember I got angry in my heart at her. I'm like, what? This is not, you don't understand what I'm going through right now. How could you say that? But like now, at this moment, reflecting back on what she said and to what you just said, not all fame, I guess attention equates to good attention, you know?
Humans never meant to know.
A lot of the elites had their summer homes in Jekyll Island, including the Rockefellers. Vanderbilts and the Morgans. And there's this one like a hidden gem, the venue called the Sidoni Mansion. It was built at the turn of the century by a dude who was buddies with all those guys mentioned right now. And he went on a hunting trip. He was hunting on this land that he ultimately ended up purchasing and building the Sidoni Mansion, which was originally a hunting lodge, but then just turned into their Christmas home. What's so strange about it is that they had this huge wealth, and he also had 5 children, which at the turn of the century, they say if you had that kind of money and that many children, you would have like hundreds of descendants today. But they have 3 living relatives. All the wealth is mysteriously gone. Every single family member, apart from one daughter, died in that house. And they only went there for Christmas. There is something hidden there that's scary.
I just found out that styrofoam is not what you think. Styrofoam is not just the name of the material. Yes, it's called styrofoam, but it is a trademarked, patented chemical formula owned by and manufactured by DuPont. Now, many of us have seen the documentary about Teflon, a DuPont creation, and what it did to this guy and that whole documentary. What I didn't know is how much of their products are involved in our daily lives. Teflon, Kevlar, Freon, so the thing that makes our refrigerators worse, nylon, Mylar, Tyvek. Tyvek is what they wrap houses with. All of these are toxic. Literally every single one of them. Kevlar, the microfibers that come off that is toxic. Obviously Teflon is toxic. Freon, you breathe that in, good luck. Tyvek, obviously it's a synthetic freaking chemical wrapping that they use in construction. Another crazy thing is that xylitol, you may see it as this natural sweetener. It's supposed to be from birch trees, but DuPont manufactures a synthetic version of it, which is the vast majority of what is in conventional food products today as a natural sweet.
Nice. That's right. I am. Let's do this.
So this lady says spiders know your daily routine. And if you happen to see a spider in your house, it's because you're not sticking to the daily routine. Huh? So basically what she's saying is spiders know when you come inside the house and go outside the house. They time you and then they come out when you're gone and they do the shit they do. And if you happen to see a spider, that means you're on the spider's time. You heard what I just said? And my only question to that is, why am I the only person paying rent then? Because if you know my time schedule, you know when I go out the house and you utilize my house when I'm not in my house, yeah, right, you get it. Now, my next question is, how did you know that? How did you find out that spiders know our daily routine? You see, that's some information that I didn't need to know. Reason being, because I'm the type of person that I want to find shit out. And of course, just like anybody, I've seen a couple of spiders in my house, so I'm saying to myself, were they waiting for me to leave? Or was I not supposed to be there? Now, I'm watching out for spiders. I don't care about insects. Not scared of them, none of that. See them, I get rid of them. But now, I'm watching for spiders. I'm out.
He was cleansing his house from a jinn when this happens. A family gathered together to perform a cleansing ritual in hopes of removing a jinn that haunts their home. They begin the ritual and feel protected by it when something horrifying happens. Like something straight out of a nightmare, the door is blasted off its hinges and comes flying across the room. They believe this was a powerful jinn trying to stop them from doing the ritual.
We take you inside the infamous and mysterious temple. New footage received by O'Keefe Media Group gives a detailed look at the interior. No one has ever seen this before. Here we go. You are looking inside this mysterious building, and the walls are covered with what appears to be a marble textured finish. And if you look up at the top of this mysterious temple, you'll see what appears to be a detailed celestial painting filled with astrological figures. Despite his alleged vast wealth, the temple seems like a cheap illusion, a set in a stage play that still needs an ending.
The Sphinx, which is obviously one of the most amazing structures of the ancient world, the Egyptians don't talk about it. They don't know when it was built or why, and it's just odd. Imagine talking about New York and never mentioning the Statue of Liberty in your literature. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Here's why it's interesting that you brought up the Sphinx, because the temple of the Sphinx is the best evidence that it's older than people think it is. You see the walls on the outside?
Yeah.
Those lines are a clear sign of water erosion. You don't get that kind of erosion from sand and wind. Those type of fissures are only created from water, from thousands of years of rainfall. The last time there was rain in the Nile Valley was like 9,000 years ago. So it had to be thousands of years older than that. When they first found these fissures, they were like, there's no way, there's no evidence of any culture that existed that was sophisticated that long ago. Where's the culture? Where's the evidence? Well, now they have evidence.
Big things, in particular in Missouri, that you found that were really interesting.
The things they found in Missouri are crazy. They found, Egyptian ruins, cities full of pyramids, but they're building that beautiful bridge there in St. Louis that crosses the Mississippi. And when they were running the pylons, they're blowing the rock and they blast their way into a tunnel. And they found a whole city with paved streets, carved stone, fountains, completely buried with a roof over its head. That seems absolutely absurd. That to me is far from absurd, and that in almost all states that you find with mining especially, or well digging, that they run into buried cities. And this is all over. Farmers are digging a well, they hit a city. Like, how do you explain that? And when you dig deep enough, you go, okay, this has happened several times. Like, yeah, of course there are ruins everywhere, but here's the kicker. It's cities built on cities on cities.
Maybe the elite are like, the best way to bury something is to absolutely dominate it and cement it over and put skyscrapers there and all that stuff.
Wipe it clean, yeah.
How are we calling anything a conspiracy in 2025? The CIA admitted to dosing people with LSD, and MK Ultra is real. UFO is being declassified by the Pentagon. It only took, 60 years and 80,000 pages to prove JFK was taken out by our own government? Hunter Biden's laptop was real, even though 51 intelligence officials told us it wasn't. The CIA admitted to putting certain substances into black neighborhoods in the 80s. They tried to get MLK to unalive himself. They've faked events to get us into wars. Fully exposed. Never happened. Weapons of mass destruction. Gulf of Tonkin. Epstein apparently unalived himself, but the cameras just happened to stop working at that time. Ghislaine Maxwell convicted of trafficking nobody to nobody. Diddy is now allegedly running trafficking rings. Bill Gates funding mosquito-released vaccines. The Lahaina fires somehow skipped all of the rich land. So to the people who are calling others conspiracy theorists, you are not protecting the truth. I think you're just uncomfortable with how much of the truth is really coming to light.
Now, let's examine some of the treacherous depths of this rabbit hole. Next up is arguably the most controversial conspiracy within this entire realm of discussion. Phil Schneider, a geologist and engineer, claimed to be involved in top-secret government projects and would eventually devote his life to warning the public about government secrecy and hidden projects. That is, until his untimely death, which many people think was due to the sensitive nature of his disclosures. Let's take a quick look at who this man was and the controversial claims he was making.
We're diving deep into the life and claims of a man largely erased from the digital world. Phil Schneider, a whistleblower, a man whose declarations are as shocking as they are elusive. His name might ring a bell or it might not. His story involves subterranean aliens, a deadly conflict, and 60 human casualties. Could this alien war still be ongoing? Or is the media frenzy around UFOs just a smokescreen for something more sinister, such as Bluebeam? If you're in the dark about Bluebeam, don't forget to hit that subscribe button right now because we're exploring it in our next video. For now, let's delve into the intriguing testimony of Phil Schneider, focusing on the mysterious Dulce underground base and his startling encounters with extraterrestrial beings. Strap in, because this narrative might just challenge your understanding of reality itself. Let's step beyond the veil. Phil Schneider, a government geologist and engineer, was a man who dared to challenge the status quo. His first-hand accounts of secret government operations, espionage, and bone-chilling encounters with extraterrestrial life forms sent shockwaves around the world. Among his most controversial claims was the existence of the Dulce underground base, a covert facility allegedly harboring otherworldly secrets. On January 29, 1996, Schneider was found lifeless under questionable circumstances. Officially, his death was attributed to a stroke, but the coroner's report hinted at a self-inflicted strangulation. This was in stark contrast to Schneider's own declarations that he was a marked man and had no intention of causing harm to himself. In the aftermath of his demise, his widow alleged that intelligence agencies had ransacked their home, confiscating a significant portion of the family's photographic collection. On November 22, 1995, Schneider made a public presentation that would forever mark his place in conspiracy theory folklore. During this event, he unveiled what he claimed to be physical evidence of his encounters and experiences. Phil Schneider highlighted the following key points. UFOs were initially documented in the United States in 1909. The U.S. military became aware of UFOs in 1933. The Senate summoned the U.S. military to elucidate the Roswell incident, but the military concealed its findings from elected officials. According to Phil, black budget programs cost taxpayers about $500 billion annually. That's over $1 trillion a year in today's money when you factor in inflation. The metals discovered in the retrieval process had the ability to withstand temperatures of up to 7,500 degrees, and contained both niobium and element 123, also known as yttrium, a compound supposedly created in outer space and yet to be synthesized or discovered on planet Earth. He goes on to allege that the U.S. military possesses charged particle beam weapons and computer-enhanced imaging radars currently employed in helicopters for public surveillance. He further alleges that the U.S. uses satellites equipped with infrared technology capable of detecting objects as small as a dime on a kitchen floor from a distance of 150,000 miles. Now let's rewind for a moment back to 1979, when it is alleged that 60 people were killed in New Mexico in a battle with subterranean aliens. Dulce, New Mexico, located on the Colorado-New Mexico border, is a quaint little town with a population just under 3,000. Working as an engineer with high-level security clearance, Phil Schneider was tasked with the construction of deep underground military bases. He claimed that he harbored suspicions for the engineering operation. Upon noticing the presence of Green Berets and Special Forces, his apprehensions turned into reality when, after drilling underground, he unexpectedly encountered a 7-foot, foul-smelling, gray extraterrestrial. Naturally, he became extremely frightened and instinctively reached for his pistol. In response, another alien discharged some sort of laser plasma projectile at him, resulting in the loss of several of his fingers. Overall, it's alleged that a total of 60 individuals lost their lives that day during the alien-human battle of 1979. There's a war under there, and it's been going on since that time, he said. He further alleges that there are 1,477 underground bases worldwide, each costing taxpayers roughly $17 billion. While his testimony may not be concrete evidence, it serves as a reminder that sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. Political scientist Michael Barkin argued that the construction of underground missile installations gave rise to the various rumors, eventually leading to the creation of the Dulce alien cave base legend. Nevertheless, in 1999, the French government released a study which stated that the United States had concealed evidence indicating the presence of UFOs. Now, this naturally raises the question, is the truth really out there? Well, it might be, but then again, it's also possible that it isn't. Perhaps we'll never really know for sure. In 1979, Phil Schneider was said to be a member of a highly classified team, involved in constructing a facility located 3 cubic miles beneath Los Alamos National Laboratory. During the construction of the tunnels, the machinery they sent down consistently returned damaged. In order to investigate, individuals were sent down into the tunnels and unexpectedly came across gray aliens who had been collaborating with the American military for a period of time. Phil's team was completely unaware of this arrangement as the government had never disclosed it, resulting in this significant misunderstanding that led both sides engaging in hostilities. According to Phil, when he encountered the 7-foot gray alien, the first thing he noticed was their unpleasant odor. He also observed that they were mortal, capable of being killed, as he mortally wounded 2 of them. After being shot, one of the aliens performed a peculiar hand gesture, causing Phil to be struck by an electric blue beam. As previously mentioned, Phil lost most of his fingers on his right hand. His toes were burned off, his foot was amputated, and he had deep lacerations across his chest. Are these all just baseless claims, or does Phil have the scars to prove it? He goes on to detail that there are 11 distinct alien races, only 2 of which are benevolent. The remaining 9 are not very friendly and use the glandular secretion of animals and humans as a mixture in their food. Their intention is to establish full dominance over the world, eliminate 80% of the population by the year 2029. Now remember, this was said way back in 1995. In the wake of his father's death, Phil Schneider discovered something unexpected in his father's basement. The contents were not just old family photos or forgotten heirlooms, but rather a secret cache of classified documents and photographs. These records revealed that Oscar Schneider, Phil's father, was not just a U.S. Navy captain and a medical doctor specializing in nuclear medicine for naval intelligence. He also played a significant role in 2 of the most controversial and conspiracy-riddled events in American history: the Philadelphia experiment and Operation Crossroads. In the documents, it was evident that Oscar Schneider was involved in the medical isolation of the crew members involved in the Philadelphia experiment, a supposed military experiment rumored to have teleported a U.S. Navy ship from Philadelphia to Virginia in 1943. Furthermore, Oscar conducted autopsies on the crew members after their untimely demise, which raises questions about the nature of the experiment and its potential consequences. Phil also found photographs in the collection that showed unidentified flying objects, UFOs, following the detonation of the atomic bomb during Operation Crossroads at Bikini Atoll. Oscar was actively participating in this operation, conducting medical examinations on humans and animals exposed to radiation. In the midst of Phil Schneider's unusual encounters and the revelations about his father, there's another intriguing character worth mentioning: Ron Rummel. A former Air Force intelligence agent, Rummel was not just a friend but also a collaborator with Phil Schneider. Their shared interest in extraterrestrial life and government conspiracies led to the creation of a magazine titled The Alien Digest. The magazine was gaining momentum, reaching out to a wide audience with its fascinating narratives about alien encounters and the government's supposed involvement in these incidents. However, just as the magazine was gaining popularity, a sudden tragedy struck. In September of 1993, Ron Rummel was found lifeless in a park in Portland. The official cause of death was reported as a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the mouth. However, upon closer examination, the detective's report raised more questions than answers. Blowback blood was found on Ron's hand, but none on the weapon itself, suggesting that Rummel would have had to fire the weapon, then meticulously clean it, removing all fingerprints. Was this a case of a man who could no longer stand to live, or was there more to Rummel's death? Could it be related to the controversial content of the Alien Digest? Or was it somehow linked to the mysterious world of Phil Schneider and his father, Oscar Schneider?
Another theory, another lie. You decide which is which.
The story and lore of Phil Schneider is one of the most controversial and fascinating stories within the realm of conspiracy. The concepts he brought forth were more exciting than any science fiction ever made, and thus it made people like me and many others fascinated with it and want to believe.
The feeder group to the main group.
What does that mean?
It means they invite entertainers and different people. They figure out who they can hand select for the main group.
I got invited.
I did too.
Malaysian Airlines.
So news came out
and it shows
where the plane actually went.
This plane was like notorious for like just disappearing randomly.
One person put it on the internet.
3
little like UFO looking things started circling.
There was a flash and the plane was gone.
And then another angle with thermal camera came out.
Same shit.
It's the same thing.
Orbs, flash, gone.
They did end up finding the plane that was just in the sea.
The first ever permanent facial recognition cameras are coming to London. They'll scan faces and match them to a database of criminals, hoping to speed up catching suspects in the city and help tackle a rising crime rate. But campaigners are warning that as the first democratic country in the world to do this, it could be the first step towards a dystopian nightmare.
Basketball.
Wait, is that it making a noise? Hold on.
Yeah.
What if the devil is actually God's shadow? In the Bible, God says, I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. God admits he creates evil. So what if God and the devil are actually two sides of the same coin? If God is infinite, he's everything, and that includes the devil. But these aren't just ancient myths, they're metaphors for your mind. Carl Jung believed that we all have a shadow, the parts of ourselves that we deny or fear. But you can't destroy your shadow. Jung said, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. In other words, it's not all about love and light and good vibes only. Your shadow isn't necessarily evil, it's powerful. It holds your creativity, your passion, your fire, but you've been taught to fear it. Mainstream Christianity says it's sin, but what you reject doesn't just disappear, it grows stronger. The war between God and the devil is inside us, but the truth is it shouldn't be a war. Light and shadow are two halves of the same whole, and true wholeness means embracing both your light and your darkness, because honestly, who just wants to be half a person?
Toss your glasses, cause supervision's next. The FDA okayed a tiny zoom lens for US trials. The OmniView lens has two parts, a fluid base that zooms and a clear cap that focuses at any distance. On May 20th, the FDA granted an IDE so US doctors can test it out. Cataract patients try it first because surgeons will already remove their clouded lens and just put in the OmniView lens. Standard lenses are fixed. You choose either near or far sight and lose the other. My dad went through this and chose far sight, but now everything up close is fuzzy. OmniView could end that trade-off. A Dominican study tracked 75 eyes with OmniView for 3 years. Every patient reached 20/20 distance vision or better and still read up close. Today it helps cataracts, tomorrow zoom lenses might beat normal sight and make glasses and LASIK feel ancient. Would you try this?
At the 1933 Chicago World's Fair on the Jewish Heritage Day, you can clearly see in this video that they were worshipping Moloch or Baal. Now, if this isn't weird enough for you, on this day, the star Arcturus, which is 40 light years away from Earth, was visible. So they used 4 telescopes that were located in different observatories, captured its light and focused it onto photoelectric cells that were transformed into an electric current that they amplified to light up floodlights for the 30,000 guests at the Hall of Science. What do you think? Let me know in the comments.
Oh! Did you see it? Oh my God.
Who is the most powerful person in America?
Oh, I don't think anybody would probably know their name. Yeah, they're sort of behind the scenes. But certainly people who on this committee, like Admiral Wilson, now he was Deputy Director of CIA, then he was the Director of the National Security Agency, then he moved on to the board of, wait for it, Science Applications International Corporation.
Who's this?
Admiral Bobby Randman. So that's where the action is. I think the center of gravity isn't in the government at all.
Was Mr. Bush Sr. ever one of these high-ranking people that was on the inside, or no?
Oh, absolutely. George H.W. Bush?
Yes.
Yes, W, no. But George H.W. Bush, he was the one who threatened Bill Clinton. But stay quiet, there's none of your business. I have a witness to Mr. Clinton sharing that.
George H.W. Bush, Sr.
Yes, this is none of your business, butt out. Because Mr. Clinton had stood up what's called Red Team. Red Team was a military special operation the blue team was conventional military, black team were these illegal operations. Clinton had authorized, I have a whole document on this, and these were people trying to infiltrate these illegal black projects, but most of them either got absorbed or killed. And eventually, George H.W. Bush said, back off. This is none of your business.
Did he?
Oh, yeah, absolutely he did. That's why they became fast friends.
So I want y'all to take a look at this. Look at this in the sky right here.
What is that? Did you see that?
What the heck is going on? Why is the sky purple? It is currently 8:38 p.m. We got this. Look, elsewhere. What the heck is going on?
Our brain is a time machine. The reason why we are sentient is because the front part of the brain sees the future. Now, of course, the future doesn't exist. So how does the brain see the future? What it does is it accesses memories of the past and then distorts them a little bit. That's the key to how we think. We think on the basis of things that happened in the past, and then we tweak it. We tweak it and have alternate realities. So that's what separates us from the animals. We are sentient beings. We self-program. We have the ability to plan the future and to understand our role in that simulation of the future. We constantly obsess about this. This is what we call a college education. What is a college education worth? It allows you to simulate different futures with you in it so that you can choose a destiny for yourself.
A ring on your finger.
It's a camera.
Oh God.
I'm looking at you.
Can you turn it off, please?
Nope.
I don't like cameras on me.
It never goes off.
I don't like cameras on me.
This is a certain angle.
That's a bad angle. I like the camera to come from the front if they're going to be on me.
I'll do it like that then.
Thank you. Hi.
It never turns off.
Okay, are you just going to hold your hand like that the rest of the interview?
You want me to?
It's your camera.
I'll turn it off.
Thank you.
Just became the first person in the world to fix their DNA through personalized gene editing. Let me explain. Scientists used a protein directed by molecules that act like GPS coordinates to search through a cell's DNA until it finds a match and then makes a cut so they can stick in new DNA. This technology is like a text editor for genes. And this baby had one tiny error in its DNA that was causing a life-threatening disorder. So they fixed that one error out of 3 billion DNA pairs. What that means is that we can now identify the genetic markers for sickle cell or Huntington's or certain cancers, and then disable or replace them. And the sickle cell example is happening with live patients right now. If you need more optimistic science and tech stories.
Well,
Apparently, Bill Gates is unveiling a new mRNA lipid nanoparticle jab for billions of cows. And this is going to be specifically for dairy cattle only. I haven't seen any talk through these articles about beef cattle at all. It's supposed to help combat the bird flu that we've seen going through last year and this year. And apparently we have no talk about it now, but now we need an mRNA jab for it. So let me know what y'all think about this down in the comments below. Make sure share it around, spread the word, spread the news. This going into our food system. Raw milk trying to be banned in states.
Why the sky is purple? Why so这样?
Just about 50,000 years ago, Neanderthals had basically an empire over all of Europe and
For hundreds of thousands of years.
For hundreds of thousands of years. They had art, culture, music. They had organized warfare. I mean, can you imagine staring down the barrel of a division of organized Neanderthals coming at you?
Essentially super athletes with chimpanzee-like strength.
And speed.
And eyes so large that they think they might have been able to see nocturnally.
Just the fact that you can produce music tells me so much about your brain. We found relics and artifacts of it. Instruments, cave writing. They used needles and thread to make clothing.
That's a Neanderthal tool? Whoa, a bone flute. We used to think of them as being really stupid until they realized that their brain mass is actually larger than ours and they were capable of language and all these different things. Like, how did we beat them?
I don't know. That is a puzzle. It's attributed to we figured out a bow and arrow. We know that we have some of their DNA in us. When you hear, oh, we interbred with them, that's not precisely how it went down, most likely.
Voodoo is well. This for Haitian.
It's real?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Listen,
Okay.
you see, Haitian. Vous comprenez ça?
Yeah.
Africain tout le monde, Haitian li tout li levo.
Yeah. He said most Africans scared of the Haitian culture because Africans can kill you, but Haitians can kill you and bring you back alive.
Revolutionary micro machines that will be the workhorses of any world weather control system. They're MEMS, micro electromechanical sensors.
GEMS are global environmental MEMS sensors, a concept that we have come up with that deals with a massive wireless network of airborne probes.
Oh, listen to this.
As a scientist, do you believe in God?
Every description of God that I've heard holds God to be all-powerful and all good. And then I look around and I see a tsunami that killed 250,000 people in Indonesia. If there is a God, the God is either not all-powerful or not all good.
I came from China as an atheist. I believed nothing but science. I was studying the structure of eye in med school, and I realized that the human eye is so complicated. Trillions of cells has to line up perfectly for visual signal capturing and interpretation. If any one of those cells gets out of line, the person will be born blind. So I had a big problem. And the atheist me at the time, that how could so many cells form in such a short period of time out of randomness? So I kept on asking a professor, and he said, "Man, what's a cross street?" I said, that's a car. He said, "What's the difference between a car and a human eye?" I said, "Human eye is a lot more complicated." He said, "Okay, can you imagine how a random piece of metal form itself into a car?" I said, "No way." And he said, "How about human eye?" So right there, he opened a window in my life, making me realize that it was formed with a specific purpose for vision. So there's a designer, a creator behind that.
Is this the 2018 U.S. Navy patent for laser technology that you're talking about?
Correct. There's a patent for the Space and Naval Warfare Systems Center Pacific, where they are using laser plasma technology to project holographic images that would project sort of a type of unidentified flying object in the sky. And as you know, a lot of people, especially military personnel, are seeing these tic-tac shapes or UFOs in the sky. But a lot of times the appearance seems to be grainy. We don't see where they land. We don't see where they take off. And so if there was actually a laser image projecting a hologram, that could not only explain those factors, it could also explain the fact that a lot of these images seem to be able to move in a very erratic fashion that defy our laws of physics.
Anyone who doesn't think it's possible that people at the Pentagon, some people at the Pentagon believe the UFOs are the Anunnaki returning, might I remind you that we literally have an obelisk in Washington, D.C.? And we're talking about the Pentagon, the five-sided building. And not only that, there's a pentagram built into the streets of DC. You would be surprised what some people believe.
Sophie.
These are evil, evil people. You don't want to know what these people do, man.
This is Edward Reardon and his response after remote viewing Diddy.
This is stuff out of like the Aztec kingdom. You know, the Aztecs where they would have thousands of people lined up and they'd climb up the thing and they'd lay on an altar and they'd tear their heart out by a couple thousand a day. I mean, this is like that level of evil.
When they involve someone we oppose, because the stakes are simply too high to do otherwise. Whether it's running for the most powerful nation on earth or sitting in the world's greatest deliberative body, the job requires clarity, strength, and stamina. And the American people deserve to know without partisan distortion.
Let's file this whole feud under shocking but not surprising. You call the president on his cell phone at 6:45, he picks up.
Yeah, he picked up. Look, there's been reporting out there that the White House is working to put together a call between Elon Musk and Donald Trump to broker some kind of peace. I asked Donald Trump about that. He said he's not particularly interested in talking to Elon Musk. He said Elon wants to talk to him. He's not ready to talk to Musk, who he called a man who has lost his mind.
They have a lot of leverage over each other.
Oh, there's no question about that. Look, Elon Musk, obviously the richest man on the planet, the biggest Republican donor in the history of Republican donors. But this is, in many ways,
contracts with the government.
Yeah, but this is asymmetric. I mean, Donald Trump, to use his phrase, really holds the cards here. Donald Trump could do severe damage to Elon Musk if he were to go vindictive. And he's been remarkably restrained. There's been remarkable restraint from Donald Trump. I mean, look, Elon Musk went nuclear. You're talking about his impeachment, talking about tying him to the world's most notorious sex trafficker, all of this, and Donald Trump has been restrained. But he could go after the government contracts. He could announce criminal investigations into what Elon Musk was doing on Doge. I mean, you've seen Steve Bannon suggest he could use the Defense Production Act to try to seize parts of SpaceX. I mean, there's a lot that Donald Trump
to be deported as well.
Yeah, he also called him being deported. So look, Elon Musk is very powerful. He's also a very big target.
Our world opens. That's the literal apocalypse, is the taking the cover away from. Our world is covered. When the cover is taken away, it is the apocalypso. That's where apocalypse comes from. It means away from, the covering, away from. So when the covering of our world, which is the dome and the firmament, opens up, you will see the stars fall in pink lines, which is kind of what this is. And that's a reference to, Stephen King's Under the Dome. This is plasma.
This is just insane. Monday night in Philadelphia at a private UFO event, Luis Elizondo presented this photo. A photo showing a 600 to 1,000 foot silver UFO flying over the U.S. So this was taken by an airline pilot in 2021 while flying 21,000 feet above the Four Corners Monument. But this thing is gigantic.
Breaking unfortunate news. The World Health Assembly adopts historic pandemic agreement to make the world more equitable and safer from future pandemics. I thought they had already overplayed the pandemic card, but I guess there's more around the corner. So reading the caption here, it says that the World Health Organization heralded it as a historic pandemic agreement to make the world more equitable and safer. Its implications are far more sobering. The agreement consolidates authority over global health emergencies into a centralized structure, paving the way for what many see as unelected medical authoritarianism. It codifies the UN's One Health agenda, which merges human, animal, and environmental health into a single globally managed framework. What does that sound like to you? Sounds like a one world, you know what?
Y'all, it's what, 7:25, something like that? The sun supposed to go down. Why is it even looking like this and up this high? First of all, it don't even look like the sun. I'm trying to tell you, this is not the sun. It ain't no way. Hell no. Hell no. To the no, no, no. That's not the sun. Something is really, really strange, y'all. Weird. That is not the sun.
All right, you guys have to see this. Okay? Watch.
What in the world?
Happened to this man is arguably one of the worst things that could ever happen to you. This is known as the 1,000-yard stare, and yes, all these photos are 100% real. These photos mainly occurring during World War I and II, but there is more recent examples, of course. Known as the 1,000-yard stare because of what their eyes are saying, you may also know this in forms of shell shock. Now, what actually causes this is seeing something very sudden and extremely traumatic, such as in the war, where you may see people dying right in front of you, or traumatic events that you wouldn't even be able to repeat. Essentially being in an emotional shock that puts your body into this state where you can barely function. You've probably heard stories back in the wars of shell shock victims and how they were treated so badly as well, because we didn't really know that much about mental health and what to actually do with these people. We'd never really seen anything like it before. Nowadays there's a lot more treatment for this, so people can get the help they need. It's still absolutely horrendous and can leave people in ways like this, causing many physical effects such as headache, confusion, dizziness, falling all over the place, stuttering of words, insomnia, extreme anxiety, and sometimes even paralysis. So if you ever see a video of someone like this, just imagine what they're going through.
I just learned something that's probably really illegal for them to do, but she doesn't want to talk about it. She worked for a specific mining company, and her role was to uncover indigenous artifacts and blanket them.
Wow.
Yeah. And I was like, what? Like, will you come on the podcast and tell me that? She's like, no, I cannot. Damn, so you guys are digging for whatever mineral, I can't tell you. But then they're going into caves and they're looking for these artifacts to see if there was, you know, any kind of mobs around the area that would influence them to not want to dig, which is weird. Because, like, if they kept those artifacts there, they started digging, it's a gold mine. It makes so much money, billions and billions of dollars. And then say somebody stumbles past some artifacts, that's their land. Why are you digging there? You didn't ask permission. You owe us. Mining companies don't want that to happen.
I listen to a lot of things. First, I want to connect some dots here because they are connected. Okay, when Donald Trump was on the Joe Rogan podcast, they had a conversation about aliens. Not the ones Trump wants to deport. Okay, the ones from other planets. Let's listen.
There's a lot of interest in it.
One of the things that
There's a lot of interest in the people coming from space, you know.
Yes.
And I know you're interested in that.
Oh, very interested in that. How much did they tell you about that?
A lot.
Really?
Yeah.
What'd they tell you?
Well, it's never been my thing, I have to be honest. I interviewed jet pilots that say they saw something. And they said, we saw things, sir, that were very strange. Like a round ball, but it wasn't a comet or a meteor. It was something. And it was going 4 times faster than an F-22, which is a very fast plane, you know.
That's dot one. But there's a man named Cliff High. You should Google Cliff High. He is a researcher known for developing a technique called predictive linguistics, which involves analyzing internet data to predict future events. And based off that conversation with President Trump and Joe Rogan, he predicted a future event. Let's listen.
But what we do have some justification for suggesting is that there will be 39 days between the temporal marker of the Trump interview and the appearance of this visible contention. It's the visible contention of space aliens. Okay, so
what happened?
Sort of very complex kind of Independence Day kind of shit, right? Nobody will know who the hell is doing what with whom. Now, so anyway, now we have a strange thing where there's swarms of 20-foot drones flying around military bases. So unknown. Nobody knows who owns these drones, who's controlling them. At least they're not telling us guys.
Now, my whole life, 1 + 1 has equaled 2. But then I heard Terrence Howard on Joe Rogan, and regardless of what he thinks about math, 1 + 1 still equals 2. Trump and Rogan had this conversation. Cliff High, who previously predicted the 2004 Indonesian tsunami, stated that an alien invasion will be triggered 39 days after Trump's appearance on Joe Rogan. Trump's interview took place on October 25th, 2004, marking the start of the countdown. We first started seeing these SUV-sized drones on December 3rd. Either we are in the midst of one of the greatest social experiments of all time, one of the greatest pranks of all time, or we being invaded by aliens. Okay, according to Cliff High, the alien invasion will involve air battles between UFOs and military forces, with UFOs even engaging in combat among themselves. Listen, I don't know what's happening. I just know that White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby is telling us these SUV-sized drones are manned aircraft. It's not one, it's not two, it's not several, it's a lot of them. One of my peoples in Jersey sent me a video last night of 8 of them over her neighborhood. If this is manned aircraft, then whose mans is this? Okay, who are these men? Are they little and green? And why are we okay with what's happening? Kirby, your statement didn't answer any questions. For me, it raised even more, because I'm a common sense purist. This is what happens when they keep us looking down at our phones. We are slaves to the lies that our smartphones tell us, and it causes us to ignore the realities all around us. You can call people like Cliff High crazy. You can call them a conspiracy theorist, but I don't see it being a coincidence that he predicted an alien invasion would happen 39 days after Trump's appearance on Joe Rogan, when they was on there talking about aliens, and then all of a sudden flying SUVs are all over New Jersey. Why are they just flying over our residential areas? What if they crash into our houses? What's the mission? Is this even lawful? Why wasn't the public informed about these operations ahead of time? Look, man, American government, it's okay to be honest with the American people. Just admit either you don't know what's going on up there, or you do, and it's not something you want us to know about. Because all Black Twitter gonna do is make jokes anyway. Okay, the American people are not going to care unless you tell us it's the Kardashians and Taylor Swift up there driving one of those SUV-sized drones. Look, we can avoid reality, but you cannot avoid the consequences of avoiding reality. I don't know what reality currently is, and I don't know what the consequences of avoiding it will be. But I just want us to be aware of what our current reality truly is. Please give White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby the biggest hee-haw.
They have us on a planned trajectory for 30 years for my daughters and sons to be broke. Everybody to be broke, like zero wealth.
In the world of government conspiracies, few stories are as shocking as Phil Schneider's. Born in 1947, Schneider claimed to be a geologist and engineer who worked on something truly extraordinary. Deep underground military bases, or DUMBs, for the US government. But it was what allegedly happened in August 1979 that would change everything. While working on a base beneath Dulce, New Mexico, Schneider claimed his drilling team accidentally broke into an underground cavern, occupied by extraterrestrials. What followed, according to Schneider, was a violent firefight between humans and gray aliens. Schneider himself was allegedly hit by an alien weapon, losing several fingers and suffering a chest wound, as one of only 3 survivors. Schneider claimed this underground base was part of a vast network where the government conducted secret experiments with alien technology. He further alleged that gray aliens were controlling world leaders. After going public with his claims in the 1990s, Schneider survived 13 attempts aimed at ending his lectures. During one of his final appearances, Phil stated,
I might live 6 months, I might not.
6 months later, in 1996, Phil Schneider's lectures came to an end. Official documents declared he ended them on his own, but his supporters believe he was silenced for revealing forbidden secrets.
So we're out here catching crappie, me and Jordan. Look at this. There's so much statics in the air.
That's starting to hurt.
Reportedly testing humanoid robots for performing the role of delivery workers, artificial intelligence software is being developed that would power the robots to spring out of vans and deliver packages. An indoor obstacle course is being used for the tests at an Amazon office in San Francisco, according to the report.
I don't know what the is that in the sky, but is that seeing what I'm seeing? It's like, what the is that? Ken, what the is that? I'm just chilling here.
Create a pretend world. We are a global production company. We write the screenplay. We're the directors. We're the producers. We're the main actors. The world is our stage.
This is Mossad's old office. Its motto from Proverbs 24:6 says in so many words, wage war through deception and trickery.
Gravity is not the result of tension, but rather the automatic result of mass slowing time and bending space according to a universal rule set. The usual rule that space bends near mass and objects follow straight paths through bent space is reinterpreted as a gradual transition between frames of reference for mass-bound components. This preserves consistency with relativistic mass increase as velocity approaches light speed. The underlying rule is that mass and time scale inversely. Their product is constant, effectively equal to 1. Light is massless and timeless. As mass increases, time slows and space curves. Gravity emerges naturally from this spectrum of mass-time behavior.
Filming during a museum visit, specifically inside a dinosaur exhibit, something inexplicable appeared to happen.
That thing is huge! Imagine trying to run away from that. No thanks, Jurassic Park.
If you watch closely, it genuinely looks like the dinosaur's head shifts position ever so slightly.
That thing is huge!
The Vatican's darkest secret, and it's already in motion. Deep beneath the Apostolic Palace, in a chamber sealed since the 15th century, there is a book bound in human skin. Its pages contain the true deaths of every pope in history, not as the world knows them, but as fate has decreed. The book is called Liber Mortis Pontificum, the Book of Pontifical Death. Each page darkens as a pope's reign begins, slowly filling with ink that forms an image of their demise. John Paul II's page showed a bed, wreathed in light. Others are grotesque. Pope John the 21st page depicted a collapsing ceiling long before it crushed him in 1277. Pope Francis' page has been shifting for years. At first it showed an old man in a white robe, kneeling in prayer. But in 2025, something changed. The image began to move. Now it shows Francis clutching his chest. Behind him, the Vatican collapses into the earth. At the bottom of the page, a line of text has appeared. Ultimus finis venit, the final end comes. But the true horror lies on the next page. It belongs to the 267th Pope, the last one. The page isn't blank, it's already complete. The image is a screaming figure in papal robes, half submerged in black water, as a burning city sinks beneath the waves. The date beneath it is clear October 11th, 2026. A Vatican archivist who leaked the images claims the book is writing itself faster now, as if rushing toward an inevitable conclusion.
Still watching? That's unexpected.
While many of us want very badly to believe in these things, it's also important to take a step back and do some critical analysis of these phenomena. How easy would it be for someone to fabricate and make up one of these compelling and elaborate stories for various reasons? How do we separate genuine whistleblowers from attention seekers or profiteers? Our final piece tonight comes from an investigative journalist who decided to test these questions by creating a fake identity and infiltrating the secret space program community himself. What he discovered may be the most important part of tonight's entire investigation.
Okay.
My fellow humans, I am Benjamin Fulford, spokesperson for the White Dragon Society. With me here is Chodoin Daikaku. He's the head of the world's martial arts societies, and if necessary, and in an emergency, he can summon up an army of 200 million people worldwide. Here on my right is Alexander Romanov, who is a grandmaster of an Illuminati group that claims to have started the French, Russian, and American revolutions. As you may know, there has been a battle going on over the future of this planet.
Back in May of 2021, I was exposed to a bizarre conspiracy community that makes flat earthers look reasonable by comparison. Unlike a lot of conspiracy theories, which tend to have a small degree of truth, which is often extrapolated into outright fiction, this conspiracy theory is based on nothing but pure fantasy. Imagine if someone told you they lived out the plot of the movie Total Recall, that they thought they were living a regular life until one day they recovered memories of being a secret agent fighting an evil organization on Mars. Now, what if they also said that they were a space marine who fought insectoid and reptilian extraterrestrials on different planets? And finally, what if they capped it all off by claiming to be G.I. Joe? If you ever encounter someone like this, it's possible that they believe that they are part of the secret space program. The secret space program is a conspiracy theory which has grown in popularity within the past decade. There are YouTube channels, social media groups, and entire conferences dedicated to a shared belief that humanity has already traveled to the far reaches of space, and that a shadowy world government has been hiding this truth from the masses. A lot of the people who buy into this theory also believe that they were abducted and forced to serve in the secret space program against their will. This isn't a LARP, or an ARG, or a giant sci-fi influenced role-playing game. No. These people genuinely believe this stuff, and their community is getting bigger by the day. I wouldn't be surprised if in a few years, this overtakes Flat Earth as the most ridiculed conspiracy theory by the general population. And that's because it's way, way crazier. I was put onto this by a friend of mine who goes by the handle Vapes for Christ. Here's us talking about it on a Discord call.
So, I was listening to this podcast called The Unexplained of Howard Hughes. It's basically like the UK's equivalent to Coast to Coast. It's on the radio as well. And they just had this one guy in there I saw. His name was Captain Randy Kramer. He was saying stuff like he was actually a genetically enhanced super soldier made in a lab in the late 1960s for a secret space program where he'd be battling aliens on Mars for the Mars Defense Force. And the more I looked into this, he's not alone. There's a whole community of people that claim they've also been part of this program.
Randy lived on the planet Mars for 17 years, where he said there were approximately 6 to 7 million people living, including various CT races.
So I was genetically engineered from the ground up, tinkered with some extraterrestrial hybridized DNA to, be smarter, faster, stronger for soldiering abilities, where I spent a little over 17 years in the MDF, which is the Mars Defense Force. I was in the infantry there on the ground, mostly scuffling with indigenous reptoids and indigenous insectoids territorially, mostly really to test military equipment.
There are a lot of interesting characters in the SSP/super soldier world, such as Dwight Eisenhower's great-granddaughter, Laura Magdalene Eisenhower, James Casbolt, a self-proclaimed former MI6 agent who's now in prison for trying to blackmail 2 million euros out of his super center heiress ex-wife, Haley Major, and Mark Richards, who's also in prison, not for blackmail this time, but instead for robbery and murder in the mid-1980s. He was also bizarrely plotting a paramilitary takeover of his county in order to turn it into King Arthur's court with himself as a king? Yeah, that's a thing. Within the community, these people are known as whistleblowers, individuals who risk their lives to disclose sensitive information about their time in the secret space program. Initially, I was struck by how these so-called whistleblowers spoke with such earnestness while claiming to have lived out grand stories akin to Z-grade science fiction. And more strikingly, was how many people seemed to believe them.
There is a secret space program which is funded by our taxes. We pay for our own enslavement. There are factions in space. They have anti-gravity propulsion system, anything you can think of, time travel, manipulating consciousness, it's all real.
When I first started looking to this community, I considered making a video about it, but I scrapped the idea fairly quickly. At the time, my idea was to make a video simply exploring the whistleblowers and the conspiracy theory, but I decided against it as I was more in the mood to work on something more ambitious and grand. So I set it aside and worked on a handful of other projects instead. However, there was a part of me that kept thinking about it. I found myself watching SSP videos during my free time, reading articles and browsing their community's forums. Eventually, it became my favorite pastime, and it was something that I was doing every single day. And what really intrigued me about it was it just kept getting crazier and crazier. And that's how I found my new favorite YouTube channel, Super Soldier Talk, which is run by a guy named James Rink. He's been doing it for 13 years, and he's been a hardcore believer of it for even longer than that. I found myself really drawn to James, especially his demeanor. I don't mean to ridicule the guy, but I genuinely just find him amusing.
So I am a super soldier. I've been involved in these the secret space program for at least 330 years. I say that with a lot of hesitation because some of these projects, they have time compression zones where you're outside of time and the time is going by a little bit slower than the rest of reality. They use re-aging tech, different cloning bodies. There's different techniques on how they can re-age us and reuse us. I spent at least 75 years on Mars.
Anyway, James runs the most popular YouTube channel in the community. It consists of interviews he conducts with secret space program experiencers from around the world. The guests on James' show all claim to be victims of the secret space program. The roles that they were assigned to in the secret space program vary. Some are shapeshifters.
So today we have David Lotherington, who is an Akashic reader, healer, and telepath. And he also remembers being in a facility that trained his shapeshifting abilities, in which I was also a participant of. He recalls experiences as a super soldier in Kruger and has done training missions with zombies and vampires.
Well, there was one kid that turned into a turtle. There was a female that turned into an eagle, and that was used for surveillance. I myself was a blue wolf. There was another being that turned into a cat.
Others are cyborgs and off-world medics.
Oh, I mean, I started working on Mars. I was looking for bugs, they call them. Mostly mantises. Mantises were really good at genetics, and they wanted like information from them and stuff like that, genetic information.
And there's even she-hulks.
Both dolphins and hulks, we can go through walls, go through portals. We can echolocate, but some people call it bilocation.
I quickly realized that most of the people James interviews don't actually have any celebrity status within the secret space program community. They're nothing like Corey Good, who sells out venues for his talks. Instead, they are just average believers in the SSP conspiracy who somehow got connected with James and were subsequently invited onto his show. Upon realizing this, I started to formulate a plan. What if I made up a story about being in the secret space program and get onto James' show and share it with his community? And that's how I finally found an angle that compelled me enough to make a video about this topic. And the angle was to become a secret space program whistleblower myself.
Let's rock.
So if my goal still sounds too vague to you, I set up a criteria for how I was going to accomplish it. A set of rules, if you will. 1. Make up a compelling story about my time in the secret space program, which has to follow the established lore of the conspiracy. 2. Get onto a major platform within the community as a whistleblower and share my experience. I developed this criteria after thinking what's required to become an SSP whistleblower. Obviously, evidence of being in the secret space program isn't necessary at all. All that's needed is a story which follows the lore, and, after that, I just have to appear on a major platform and share it. I decided that I would aim to appear on James's channel. Like I said, it's the most popular YouTube channel in the community, and it's even had the illustrious Captain Randy Kramer on it twice. Unlike Captain Randy Kramer, or Corey Good, I was unlikely to get my own show on Gaia.com, so I settled for a more manageable, but still difficult task. To increase the difficulty, I chose not to use my own YouTube channel as a way to influence my way onto the show. Therefore, I needed to find a way to ingratiate myself with James, and hope that he decided to invite me on as a guest himself. But before I did that, I needed to create a compelling story. In order to craft my narrative, I began to study the plethora of interviews available on Jay's channel, as well as the SSP lore extensively.
Okay, open up your textbooks, It's time for me to start explaining the lore behind the secret space program. Now, I'm going to try and do this as fast as possible. Okay, so it started right before World War II, when the Nazis were interested in mysticism.
Before World War II, the Nazis, who were interested in mysticism and alternative views, searched the planet for fantastical powers. They found Maria Orsek, a medium and leader of the Vril Society, who channeled Nordic and Draco reptilians who offered the Nazis the schematics behind anti-gravity technology and UFOs. The Draco reptilians told the Nazis about ancient alien technology hidden in Antarctica, and in 1938, the Nazis traveled there. With this newfound tech, the Nazis created the Die Glocke, aka the Bell, which was capable of space and time travel. In 1942, the Nazis were already in space. There they built a base on the dark side of the moon. And by 1950, the Nazis were on Mars. Despite having access to this advanced alien tech, the Germans still lost World War II because apparently the Germans who possessed the technology did not agree with Hitler's regime, so there was a split.
The new Schwabenlanders didn't want to support Hitler at the end of the war because they considered him insane and the final solution. So there was already a split.
In SSP lore, the Nazis capable of space and time travel became the Fourth Reich, and they pissed off to Antarctica in space while refusing to provide any support to the Third Reich Nazis during the war. Anyway, the evil globalists, i.e. the Cabal and the Illuminati or something, engaged in a Cold War against the Space Germans. Meanwhile, the Space Germans were also fighting the Draco reptilians and various alien life forms in space. The Antarctic/Space Germans would be responsible for abducting people to serve in joint black projects between themselves, the Cabal, aliens, and pretty much anybody with any power at all. This was the beginning of the secret space program. By the 1960s, the Space Germans created Notwaffen, aka Dark Fleet, and began an aggressive expansion out into the solar system, setting up bases on moons around Saturn, the Kuiper belts, and etc. Capable of time travel, the Space Germans also traveled back in time to settle on planets around the galaxy.
Now there's 3 billion people, humans that live off-world under various German SSP groups protected by the Notwaffen, translated meaning Dark Fleet.
People who are forced into the secret space program are called MILABs, aka military abductees. These people are chosen because they are special and often because they are psychically gifted in some way. Around 30% of MILABs are SSP officers, and 70% of them are used as slaves. Individuals are abducted and could be used as just about anything in the SSP. Super soldiers, pilots, remote viewers, assassins, scientists, forced laborers, and even slaves. So, there you have it. That's a basic breakdown of the SSP lore. After spending months putting together my very own secret space program whistleblower testimony, I felt like I was ready to share it on James' show. The only problem was that he wasn't replying to any of my emails. But then I found an in. On his website was a page called My Lab Recovery Network, which was a list of people offering services to help recover secret space program related memories. At the top of the list was James, and for $200 USD, I could book a guided meditation regression session with him, which is exactly what I did at 6 a.m. on September 1st, 2021. Within 23 minutes, James got back to me with an email which read, "Hi Oki, I'm booked till the first week in October. Can I put you down for Tuesday, October 12 at an afternoon slot or evening time slot, EST zone? Which would you prefer?" By booking a hypnosis session with him, at least I had an in. It didn't mean that I would be invited onto a show, but it was a start. In order to ensure that I can get onto a show, I fine-tuned my story. I knew that my only option was to put on such a performance that it completely knocks him off of his feet. So for the next 41 days, I hunkered down and recited my script while polishing it all into something truly compelling. And finally, the day arrived. At 1 p.m. EST on October 12th, I got the Zoom call invite from James that I was waiting for. Our session lasted for 2 hours and 14 minutes. The results of the session exceeded my expectations.
I would be curious. What is your genetic background? Like, what ET groups are you connected with?
Draco reptilian humanoid hybrid, and then I think I also got like Anunnaki in me.
Do you know who you might have been in a past life?
Have you heard like the Black Samurai Yasuke?
You are a samurai?
Yeah. Dude, hold on. I'll show you something. Check this out.
That's pretty dope. And I was a gladiator.
Oh no, that's awesome.
The goal here, I want us to take us into hyperspace. Let's put a gold shield of light around us. So at this point, we call upon Oki's higher self to override any kind of AI. Begin to relax your forehead and your cheeks. And you can breathe just fine in and out as the relaxation goes down into your legs. As you fly through the clouds, the puffy clouds, you may jump around a little bit. Your higher self already knows where to go, so go ahead. When you're ready, step on through the door, and without putting any kind of conscious thought into it, just imagine what do you think would be behind that door. So let's start with that, and tell me what you see.
I see Kevin Spacey, or his clone.
Paul Serene, he was on the governing council of the ICC. So his clone is Kevin Spacey.
We're in a gymnasium. It's me and at least 100 other. I think they're recruits.
Do you see anyone else there that you recognize?
I think I see the YouTuber Mr. Beast.
Today we will be planting 20 million trees.
Okay, so they're probably programming him. So he's the guy that doesn't he like give away a bunch of free stuff on the videos?
Yeah.
They must have looked into his future and okay, so whatever trajectory, whatever plans they had for him was all programming stuff.
Anyway, the session was a success. Such a success that I got what I wanted. James invited me onto his show. Then he mentioned that it would be a little while before he could have me on his show because he was going to attend a secret space program conference taking place in early November. Without a second thought, I said that I'd be there.
Do you want to come on my show to share some of your experiences?
Yeah, hell yeah. That'd be awesome.
If you're coming out to Vegas, I could, maybe give you 45 minutes.
So a few days later, I traveled to Las Vegas and landed at around 12 p.m. after a 4-hour plane ride. I'm here in Las Vegas for Cosmic Consciousness in Disclosure 5D events, specifically to meet some super soldiers. People who are part of this, who believe that they are part of the secret space program. This has been months in the making. Okay, this is gonna be fun, dude. I am so excited for this. Are you ready, Night Docs?
I'm as ready as I am gonna be, man. This is gonna be an exercise in patience for me. The golden nugget.
We're here.
Nugget, here we are.
Hell yeah.
I guess we're gonna go learn how to become stronger through genetics.
And experience this up on the starship. I've been there several times. I spoke with the commander, the Arcturian commander, who I am connected to.
They flew us to a separate base. We left this base and we went to a separate one on the moon, and it was U.S. military personnel. And the next morning they gave us a set of clothes to wear and put us on a larger craft and flew us to Mars. Flew out, we got away from the moon and immediately jumped to Mars.
Yes, I was talking about this concert, this Travis Scott concert, where 800 people were injected with these drone mosquitoes. you know, you see that, wow, they can go around and inject people.
The conference was a pretty fun but disorganized event. The two workshops we were really looking forward to attending were How to Become a Jedi Warrior and Quantum Spoon Bending, Bring Your Own Spoon.
Tomorrow's going to be a fun day because tomorrow we get to go to How to Become a Jedi Warrior.
I'm excited about that one.
That's going to be amazing.
Unfortunately, when we showed up to the How to Become a Jedi Warrior workshop, no one was there, not even the speaker, so it was canceled.
We just got in here, we have no idea where anybody is. I think you're right, I think the guy just gave up.
Yeah, get to the next. So the best part tomorrow is we are going to go to Quantum Spoon Bending, parentheses, Bring Your Own Spoons, close parentheses.
And the quantum spoon bending lesson was underwhelming since, instead of learning how to bend a spoon with our minds, we were instructed to physically do it with both hands.
Magical power.
But the conference was secondary to my ultimate goal, which was to meet James so he can interview me for his channel. It was during a workshop called My Life in the Secret Space Program that I finally got to meet him. Honestly, I felt sort of starstruck. I asked him to sign my copy of his book, and we talked for a bit before the workshop started. While walking around the venue, I noticed that James had sent me a text inviting me to his hotel room for an interview. Suddenly, a wave of anticipation and euphoria washed over me. This was it. Finally, after several months, the moment I was waiting for had arrived. I ran back to the workshop room, found Night Docs, and alerted him of the new development. We scrambled to get all of his equipment ready to film the interview and to get to Jay's hotel room as soon as possible. Time was of the essence. Therefore, being late was not an option. Night Docs, who was behind me, was still trying to attach his camera to a gimbal which would not fit. Watching the minutes go by was excruciating. Eventually, I told him to leave the camera unattached from the gimbal, and we raced towards the elevator, getting lost a couple times along the way. After an elevator ride that felt way longer than it should have, we rushed towards James' hotel room before realizing that we walked in the wrong direction once again. Then we beelined it in the opposite direction, and finally found James' room. I knocked. The time had finally come. James had his camera equipment set up in the corner of the hotel room. He instructed me to take a seat in front of his camera and microphone. I asked him if it was okay if Night Docs filmed the interview, and he said it was fine. After a brief preliminary discussion, James started recording and we were underway. By then, any nervous anticipation I felt leading up to this face-to-face sit-down had completely dissipated. I was calm, knowing that I was more than prepared to speak about my time in the Secret Space Program in a convincing manner. The interview lasted 1 hour, and here's what happened.
Okay, so my name is Oki. So it started from before I was even born, where they genetically enhanced my DNA. And by the time I was 6, I was put into a special program run by Monarch. I was under the direct tutelage of Pulse Rain, Kevin Spacey's clone. There was 12 children who were trained directly under him, including myself and the YouTuber Mr. Beast.
So, can you comment about what you, or maybe Mr. Beast, or maybe the people in your group were all being groomed for?
We were pretty much put in a top elite special program. They pretty much utilized every method they could to use MK Ultra programming and to create killing machines. And I was able to just look at a photo of a target and make their head explode. Because, I mean, there was billions of dollars spent on each and every single one of us. I particularly liked my psionic katana. I liked my 2 daggers. I had a form of EMP that I could take out their technologies. In my past life, I was Yasuke, the Black Samurai.
Did any of your clones ever get changed into a zombie?
I had a clone. That clone actually was fighting zombies and vampires, and there was also Yetis that they were fighting.
What about vampires? Do you recall any scenarios fighting vampires?
But this particular thing, this is something I learned about vampires actually, is that they can't help but count. From what I remember most clearly is that I do have many different clones of myself with parts of my consciousness uploaded into those clones. I was taken, I was cloned, and my clones with my consciousness inside of them were used pretty much as like kamikaze pilots.
Typically, at least what I heard, black people require a different protocol of brainwashing.
Time flew by, and I was struck by the effortlessness of retelling the story which I crafted. I spoke for 1 hour with ease and told my story so coherently that I realized that if I was to continue to pursue a career as an influencer in the SSP community, I'd be able to become a prominent whistleblower. I could do workshops, sell books, charge for hypnosis sessions, be invited onto shows, and attend conferences as a speaker, just like the top members of the community. I would be able to mold a career out of it, which likely could be far more profitable than spending months making YouTube documentaries and releasing them only a few times a year. When I first became interested in the community and its major players, I wondered how these people could regurgitate their own bullshit with such ease, as if their lies didn't affect them at all. Were they deluded, or were they capitalizing on feeding lies to a fantasy-prone audience? And when I was being interviewed by James, I finally understood it. What you believe becomes your own reality, no matter how ridiculous it is. Spewing the nonsense story I crafted was like an out-of-body experience. I was playing a role, and even though I created the role, while I was performing it, it was like a switch in my brain went off and everything I said felt real. For that moment, I managed to delude myself and speak matter-of-factly about being trained by Kevin Spacey's clone along with Mr. Beast. I never broke character. I never felt like laughing or winking at the camera. I spoke stone-faced with deadly seriousness the whole time. It was so easy to detach myself from the situation and make it feel real. Overall, this whole journey has been a fascinating experience. I now feel as though many of the questions I had about charlatans, grifters, con men, and even cult leaders, it's starting to make more sense. By stepping into their shoes, I feel like I gained insight into how they operate and what makes them tick. Like I said, if I wanted to, I could have continued to masquerade as a secret space program whistleblower and turn my lies into something truly profitable. Of course, I have no interest in doing so. Enhanced my DNA, and they took the DNA from my father and they put it in my mother, and they were keeping tabs on me, and by the time I was 6, I was put into a special program run by Monarch, the leader of Monarch, Paul Serene, also known as Kevin Spacey's clone. So on December 28th, 2021, James finally uploaded the interview we did in Las Vegas onto his YouTube channel. As I record this, the video is sitting around 13,000 views. The response from his community has been overwhelmingly positive. People left comments that indicate that they completely believed me. A couple people said that I was the best whistleblower testimony that they've heard on James's channel so far. And one person even said that they cried the whole way through the video. So that's that. I made up a story and officially got it to James's channel. I can now officially call myself a secret space program whistleblower, an elite among elites. A space samurai, MKUltra victim who was trained by Kevin Spacey's clone to become a killing machine.
Oki's investigation raises some profound questions about what we've discussed tonight. Here you have someone who, with no prior involvement in these communities, was able to create an entirely fictional story about secret space service and not only be believed, but be celebrated by providing some of the best testimony the community had ever heard. And now, this doesn't necessarily invalidate the claims made by the individuals discussed earlier, Paul Hellyer, McKinnon, and others, but it does demonstrate how the same psychological and social dynamics that might allow genuine whistleblowers to share their experiences also create environments where fiction can flourish alongside fact. So the question becomes, how do we distinguish between compelling fiction and genuine whistleblowers? McKinnon's case prompted real government responses and legal documentation, and Paul Hellyer's credentials are simply beyond dispute. But as we've seen tonight, credibility can be constructed, and extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. Whether you walk away tonight believing in Solar Warden and Martian colonies, or just believe that this is some elaborate modern mythology, I think we can all agree that the questions being raised deserve serious consideration. That will wrap it up for tonight. As always, we encourage you to do your own research, maintain healthy skepticism, and question everything. The truth, whatever it may be, is out there, waiting to be discovered. I've been your host, Maker. Thank you for watching Late Night Conspiracy TV.
You were never here. None of this was real. Good night.